Good morning and welcome to the amazing Marvel Stadium for the 2022 Lifesaving Victoria Aquatic Industry Summit. My name's Andy. I'm one of the team here at Lifesaving Victoria, and my job here is to MC us through the day. We've got some great speakers. With that said, I'm very pleased to say that LSV's incoming director, representing our Aquatic Education and Industry Engagement Council, Cara Monaghan, will do the official welcome for us today. You'll probably know Cara as the Regional Manager for Belgravia Leisure, and prior to that for her work at the City of Greater Geelong. So if I can ask you to please welcome Cara.
Welcome to the 2022 Aquatic Industry Summit. It's really exciting to be here. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands in which we are holding this summit today, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to them and their elders, past, present and future, and to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people in the room here today. I'd also like to pay my respects to the various traditional owners right throughout Victoria that are custodians of the land, of which Lifesaving Victoria has both facilities and programs and services, the lands and waters that we work on, play on and love to live on. As we meet at the summit today, there is some people that aren't here today. As you'd all be very well aware, the floods have impacted quite a significant amount of Victoria, including some of the facilities that we intend on operating soon. And unfortunately, some of those aren't able to make it here today. And they include not only residents who have been impacted, but also our emergency services partners and a whole range of Lifesaving Victoria volunteers that are going to help with the recovery. A couple of shout outs. Today wouldn't be possible without our national partner, Royal Lifesaving Society Australia, who is there with us advocating and working towards drowning prevention. Of course, the generous sponsors of today's event. I'll just quickly go through them. We've got ICSM, Cleaning Melbourne, Merthyr Pools, EcoSave, Commercial Aquatics, Visual Culture, Aflex Inflatables up the back corner there, Water Lily Australia, ALS, and the well-known maker of the Little Annie Ladle. I want to thank the team here at Marvel Stadium. It's a pretty exciting place to be on a Friday. Brings a pretty good vibe, and they've done a great job. And also the state government, who supports us through the Public Water Safety Initiative and the Public Pools program, Safer Public Pools program. And of course, to each of you who are giving up your Friday, knowing that you're probably deep in it planning for the summer ahead, really appreciate you taking the time to come and share, network and learn. This, I guess last year was a challenging year for many, and despite the fact that our industry is open, we've got a new set of challenges that are coming towards us, anything from labour shortages to cost of living, utilities have skyrocketed, community expectations as they come back to our venues. I could go on, but I won't. So rather than focus on the negative aspects, I'm really excited to look at the lineup of presenters today and what we're going to hear. This is a time to stop, to reflect, and to think of creative ways for us to pull ourselves out and move forward. Consider how us as an industry can work collectively as partners, can share information, and also, take 2 minutes to think about yourself and the impact that you can have, or the impact that you are having in this industry. So I'll leave it there. I'll say welcome, thank you for coming, and enjoy the presenters and enjoy the 5 p.m. drinks.
We have some of the best aquatic facilities anywhere in the world, and we have a safety record that's competitive with anywhere else in the world. That's something we should be immensely proud of, and it's something that we shouldn't lose sight of. With that said, we can always be better, and we must strive to be better. The partnership between LSV and industry is critical to this, where our role is to support you and advocate for you in the water safety space. I want to encourage you to take the opportunity today to talk to the various representatives from LSV that are here today. We have staff from the education team, the swimming and water safety team, the risk and health promotions team, the training team, and of course the aquatic industry team who did the work behind the scenes to make today possible. Almost all of our initiatives start from industry. And that's something that we're very proud of, whether it's because there's a problem to be addressed or an opportunity to be explored. Examples of this, and I want to acknowledge the people that were there 11 years ago. There wasn't many of us 11 years ago. I think there was about 15, 20 of us. I think there's 3 of us here today, so I just want to thank those people for joining us through the journey. But for yourselves and for your predecessors, some examples of projects and initiatives that have been born out of industry include the Pool Lifeguard Challenge, the skills workshops, the PDE learning, the benchmarking projects, the resource libraries, and of course the training course and program content. Even this summit started from the Platinum Pool Steering Committee. So to the reps here on the committee, I thank you for your time and your ongoing commitment. All right, let's move to our very first guest. Justin Scarr is the Chief Executive Officer of the Royal Life Saving Society Australia. Justin advocates a collective and cross-sectoral approach to drowning prevention and policy making, having led and overseen the development of the Australian water safety strategies and influencing public policy across the country. Justin will present today on the National Water Safety Strategy 2030 and the 2022 National Drowning Report. Please welcome Justin.
Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start as well by acknowledging the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. Pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. My office, I'm the CEO of Royal Life Saving Australia. We're based on Gadigal land, which is essentially just Darling Harbour within Sydney, so it's on the south side of the harbour. Gadigal people provided stewardship of that area of Sydney for many tens of thousands of years. I live in Camaragal, which is on the other side of the harbour, over towards Manly. And if you get a chance, you might have heard, or if you've been to Sydney, that new area of Sydney, which is Barangaroo, which government's working very hard to make that a more accessible location. If you Google Barangaroo at some point, not while I'm speaking, maybe a little while someone else is speaking perhaps, but if you Google Barangaroo, there's a really lovely story about Indigenous leadership, female leadership. Barangaroo was a Camaragal woman, and she fished back and forth across Sydney Harbour, and she was essentially the bridge between the Gadigal people on the Darling Harbour side of Sydney Harbour and the Camaragal people on the other side. A fabulous story about affinity with water. And so when we do talk about acknowledging traditional owners, I think it's important that we add that waterways bit, because I think waterways are increasingly, we're reflecting on Indigenous role within stewardship and custodianship of our waterways, whether that's the health of our waterways or whether that's flooding and managing flooding, or and from our perspective, water safety. My role this morning is just to excite you about the Australian Water Safety Strategy. I have some objectives in terms of what I want to do. I want to give you a very quick overview of drowning issues in Australia. I think what I need to do in that part is help you connect our issues, our strategic issues, to sort some of the things that you're facing at a community level. Some of this you'll know and some you won't, but I will dance through the National Drowning Report, try and showcase the Australian Water Safety Strategy, but hopefully I'm able to make it a little bit relevant for you. I want to highlight industry's role, your role in contributing to the Australian Water Safety Strategy, and I've got a few ideas on how you might align and help us achieve our objectives. I'm the chair of the Australian Water Safety Council. It's a group of national organisations, Surf Life Saving, Royal Life Saving, Kids Safe, Swimming Australia, a group of organisations that sort of make sense. They all have a little piece of interest in water safety, and we like to work together. We do 3 things. We develop a strategy, we run conferences like this and symposiums and summits, and we provide advice and support to each other, and that's about all we do, and it's probably all we need to do, actually. Let me start with a quiz. Some of you who were at the sport convention that was at the Melbourne, one of the speakers from the Brisbane Olympics did a quiz, and I thought it was a really good way to wake people up and engage you. But let's see if I can do it as well as he did. I've got a couple of questions. The first question is, how many children drown in Australia each year? Who won freestyle gold at the Melbourne Olympics? 1956. Let's call it 100-metre freestyle gold. Anyone? Not so many people nodding at that one. That was a little while ago. Avoid Google. Name the largest water safety campaign in Australia. What is it? Biggest water safety message you hear over and over again? Or the largest campaign? Name the first life-saving group in Australia. Any ideas? And probably, next one. Alcohol, bigger problem in Aquatic Summit after party, or the beach, the pool, or the river? Alcohol and drowning, though. Let's just restrict it a little bit. Is it a bigger issue on beaches, in pools, or at the river? Final question. If Dan Andrews was sitting next to you and you were thinking about some of the challenges that you have, what would you pitch to him? Or Albo, if you happen to sit next to them. What would you actually ask for? What's your problem? What could they solve? And what could they do for you to make that problem just a little bit more easy? Think about that one, I think, just a little bit more than the others, perhaps. What would you ask for? What do you want? What do you need to achieve your objectives? Okay, let's move on. Let's start with the Royal Lifesaving National Drowning Report.
Royal Lifesaving have released the 2022 National Drowning Report, which shows that 339 people lost their lives to drowning last year, and a further 686 hospitalizations occurred as a result of a non-fatal drowning incident. This is a 15% increase on the previous year, and a 24% increase on the 10-year average. 43 deaths were related to flooding, which occurred predominantly down the east coast of Australia. These incidents were often a result of driving through floodwater or being swept away by floodwater. Overall, males accounted for 82% of all deaths, with the largest number of deaths recorded among people aged 65 to 74 years. Rivers remain the leading location for drowning, increasing by 48% on the previous year and 65% compared with the 10-year average. More than a fifth of people drowned while swimming and recreating, making it the leading activity prior to drowning. Follow these tips to keep you and your family safe around the water.
So we've had a really tragic 12 months, a significant increase in drowning. A lot of that was due to the flooding we've had along the east coast last summer. If you look at the Bureau's forecast and what we're experiencing now across Victoria and New South Wales, it looks like we're in for another year, at least until December, January, of heavy rains across the east coast. And then after that, hopefully we're looking for a few intense hot days so we can have a holiday. Those intense hot days, they generally bring about a different form of drowning, that more traditional recreational drowning prevention issue that most of us are geared up to respond to. We generally use the National Drowning Report to frame issues. The most important columns within that National Drowning Report are actually the 10-year averages. What you'll find is that if we bounce around in terms of our focus on what happened last month or the month before, we tend to make very bad decisions as a group. This is not working. So the way we organise ourselves from a national perspective is around the Australian Water Safety Strategy. Now, in 1998, when the Australian Water Safety Strategy started, really all it was the operational plan of Surf Lifesaving and the operational plan of Royal Lifesaving clunked together in a document. So back then, we were really focused on rescue, on education, and a little bit on swimming lessons, and that was about it. And we realised that didn't work. It got people to the table. It increased the things that we were all doing anyway, but it was very, very bad at getting outside of those traditional issues of drowning. It was very bad at focusing beyond children. It was very good at focusing on pool fencing legislation with children. It was very bad at going and looking at rivers or places where you didn't traditionally in those days see a surf lifesaver or a royal lifesaver in a sense. So we shifted the game a little bit, and we've been focusing on a strategy, not a plan. And we've been focusing on filling rooms like this one, but very diverse stakeholder groups to try and give us a better sense of what is needed, what can be done, and importantly, what can be done by those people that describe themselves as lifesavers or swimming and water safety instructors or aquatic facility managers, but what can be done by those groups that are not in the room at the moment. So what can local government, and I know local governments do a lot in terms of facilities, but what can the local government person responsible for roads do to contribute to drowning prevention? What can the Water Catchment Authority do to contribute to drowning prevention? So we redesigned the Australian Water Safety Strategy, and we focus on a number of approaches to reduce drowning. And the first, think about this a little bit like goggles, right? I think the key here is when you think about drowning prevention, you have a mindset, you have a focus, and you have some things that many of us just sort of think immediately. The Water Safety Strategy is trying to help us to think from different windows. And this one is looking at things through life stages and lifespans. If you look at drowning and drowning issues through life stages, what we found was we needed to prioritise three things. We needed to prioritise children, 0 to 4, and I know Professor's talking about that very, very shortly, so I won't go into detail there. We need to focus on young males, and particularly those young males taking risks in a range of aquatic locations, and we need to focus on older people. And if you look at what we do in terms of our activities, we don't commit to doing any of this stuff, actually. These bullet points are to influence you and encourage you to make a contribution to the strategy. It's also to encourage government to align some of their funding programs to the sorts of things that consensus across the water safety sector have said are priorities for us. The Water Safety Council controls very little beyond a document. The implementation is really a crowd. And it's a crowd that's consisting of a range of organisations, individual facilities, councils, businesses and the like. So I'd like to just focus on one of those areas, older people. And you know, so if you would have thought about the role of an aquatic facility 20 years ago, the emphasis of the aquatic facility role, the swimming lesson role, would be on not older people, would largely be on younger people or competitive swimmers, right? And so ponder the contribution that aquatic facilities are making now, today, across the country, but probably in Melbourne and hopefully in regional Victoria, to providing a set of services focused on older people. Biggest growth area in Learn to Swim at the moment, where is it? In most states, it's actually adults learning to swim, by percentage. Lots of adults now getting to a stage of life realising they can't swim, they're missing out on a lot of fun and happiness, and so they're enrolling in Learn to Swim activities, and increasingly people are returning, older people, are returning to their love of swimming. Swimming in open waterways was a big growth during COVID. So what we've got to do is be really clear that they understand the risks associated with rediscovering a love of swimming, that they understand the medical conditions that perhaps they didn't have at 20, that they have at 60, and what impact those medical conditions will have on their ability to swim their way out of trouble and keep themselves safe. And so that's a key issue in this area of the strategy. And if you think about who are the logical partners in that space, you are one of them, but the medical professionals are the others. Tourism operators that are selling products and programs for caravanners. When you check into a caravan park in the Kimberley or the Pilbara, do you actually receive some risk advice, some safety advice for those wonderful locations that are in the brochures? And the answer is probably not at the moment. The Water Safety Strategy calls those stakeholders out and asks them for help. Next slide, please. The next area of focus or approach that we take is to look at populations. And I think Victoria does this really, really well. You remember, traditionally, the person that we focused on in the aquatics industry was the Speedo-wearing Aussie male or female, the person that can already swim. And very rarely did we go outside of that segment of the population. There's some really great work, if you focus on populations, there's some really great work, but there's also some significant needs. The overrepresentation of drowning statistics in some of these populations is quite significant, and the underrepresentation, whether it's in programs or workforces, is still a great challenge that we've got to pursue. So the populations nationally that we're focused on, and this may not be the populations in Victoria that you would choose to focus on, that's the other element of this strategy. But if you take an approach of looking at the populations, We're focused on Aboriginal Torres Strait Islanders, overrepresented in drowning statistics, underrepresented in those areas that I talked about, multicultural communities, and regional and remote communities. Multicultural communities, you are doing a fabulous job in this area, but there is much more that we can do. I was at the ARI conference in Sydney the other day, actually the dinner. They gave an award for an emerging leader, a young fellow from Auburn. The amount, which is in Western Sydney, the population in Auburn, I was a school teacher there, 95% non-English speaking backgrounds in that community. In about 2005, they didn't have anyone in their workforce that was recruited from a non-English speaking background. The award that ARI gave out on I don't even know, I've lost track of time, one night last week, was to a young man who had joined that pool as a lifeguard. He was now the assistant operations manager at that pool, and he was a young Muslim man. He lived in the local community, and so in a space of 10 or so years, people have worked really hard to change the profile of the workforce, and therefore the services have also followed into that local community. And that pool now is a pool that's always been loved by the community, but now it's loved by the whole community, not just a small pocket. So this is an area where industry can really play a really strong role. The other way, and this is a traditional way of looking at drowning prevention, if you think about it, we all know swim between the flags. We all know the role of lifesavers. The water safety strategy 20 years ago was just about that in this area. And so what we're trying to do is look at those other locations. You would have seen some of the work that LSV is doing in regional areas, increasingly focused on inland waterways and rivers, and the stakeholder groups in those areas are completely different. We've got to look at caravan park operators. We've got to look at the water authorities. We've got to look at those recreational users that traditionally are doing all sorts of things that we hadn't thought about. So great opportunities in there. We still focus on beaches and oceans, and increasingly that's away from the patrolled area. And I know that Victoria, post-COVID, had significant issues with people learning to swim, not learning to swim, but discovering a love of swimming a long, long way away from help and protection of the lifesavers. Aquatic facilities are one of these places though. You, as Andy said, traditionally, significant low rates of drowning in your facilities, significant upside in terms of the contribution you make to water safety. There's still a lot of work to be done. The things that we prioritised here was adult supervision of children, Watch Around the Water in Victoria, a range of programs across the country, some research underway at the moment just to look at how parents are supervising their children in facilities and how that program or those programs can help you to do your job and do it really well. There's much more we can do in terms of driving up workforce and supporting the workforce, and particularly this was written pre-COVID, and we know that the workforce is particularly critical at the moment. From an activity perspective, swimming doesn't appear here, and we'll get to that in a second. Rock fishing, most dangerous sport in Australia from a drowning perspective, hazardous. People love it, but they also take very unnecessary risks in and around our rock platforms in most states, New South Wales, Victoria, and also Western Australia. Diving, snorkelling, that's tailed off a little bit. It used to be tourists, exclusively tourists in Queensland, but we're starting to see pockets of snorkelling-related drowning deaths as people holiday far and wide and they pick up a snorkel and go into the water and they have not a clue of what the risks associated with those locations. So we've got a little bit of work to do there. And then boating watercraft. If you measured the question of the campaign by message, I think we could all recite swim between the flags. But if you actually measure that campaign by how much money is spent on campaigning, the answer here is actually the Departments of Transport. The Department of Transport in Victoria does a fantastic job of getting to boat users. And they get to boat users at registration, they get to boat users at licensing, and they get to boat users at boat ramps. And then they sit on waterways and they fine them if they're not wearing a life jacket. Really powerful system to get the job done. And as a consequence, boat-related drowning deaths has been dropping in all states on that 10-year average for a long period of time. So I actually think they're the biggest player in terms of campaigns for water safety. And one area we've added to this water safety strategy is looking at the underlying risk factors. And I think this is an area where you can all help. The first one, swimming and water safety skills. No-brainer, right? We've been talking about this for a long period of time. The number of kids who don't swim leaving primary school is horrendous. 40% of kids is an estimation pre-COVID. Leave primary school not being able to swim 50 metres. So they're not participating in the swimming carnival, they're avoiding it. They really don't have a hope when it gets to teenage years of enjoying our waterways, and they become particularly hazardous when they start hanging out with friends a long way from their parents. And so we've been working collectively with you all and others to try and drive that statistic down, and COVID hasn't helped at all. It's amplified the problem. The other risk factor is risk-taking generally. I'm embarrassed to say, actually, the water safety community does very little in this space. Very little of substance, and we need to do much, much more in a sense. The good old bronze medallion that I'm sure many of you have had to do at some point is a pretty good tool, but not enough people use it. Not enough people qualify in it. We've got to do a better job of not just talking at young people. We've got to do a better job of helping them to not just understand the hazards, but also understand safety strategies and what they can do to keep them and their friends safe. A great paper published by Will Kuhn just a couple of weeks ago, where they went and looked at a beach safety program delivered by lifeguards in Lake Macquarie, and they actually asked young people what they thought about these programs. And the young people said, we know swim between the flags, we don't need to hear that anymore. What you really need to talk about is what we need to do to keep our friends, to stop our friends from taking unnecessary risks, and what we can do as an alternative to telling us to swim between the flags, because we don't like hanging out there. And so the design of our programs need to be more sophisticated and more tuned to what young people want and what they're likely to do in a safety response. The other one is alcohol and drugs. Believe it or not, it's the river that is the leading location for alcohol-related drowning. Has anyone been to Albury-Wodonga on Australia Day? So in Albury-Wodonga on Australia Day, and actually on Australia Day all over the country, the number one priority of Australians tends to be alcohol, right? And they've really, literally, this is the Olympics of alcohol-related stupidity in and around the water in Albury-Wodonga. They drive about, 5 kilometres upriver. They go to Bunnings on the way. They buy any inflatable device that they can, a raft, water bottles that they tie together. They improvise rafts. As long as it can hold the esky above the waterline, they're happy. And then they float down the river on Australia Day drinking. It's scary from a water safety perspective to contemplate. But generally the relationship between people using the river to fish or camp and alcohol is pretty significant. And so as a consequence, we see a lot of alcohol-related drowning deaths, particularly in men, up and down the rivers all over the country. So we focus on risk factors, and the message there is we need to do a better job in understanding risk-taking across the board. What you can do to help? The water safety strategy, while it's national, the framework itself is really geared towards you making local decisions about what your issues might be. And there's a really nice little tool for you to look at and go, well, you don't have to listen to us. Your priorities may not be our priorities, but what are the priorities when you put those goggles on and look at the people in your local community and what their water safety issues are? When you look at the people, you might find that it's not children that you've got 0 to 4, that the children you've got to look at is the children that are school-aged, because they're the ones that are not coming to your swim school, right? Or you might find that it's not adults over 65, it's actually that category of adults that are coming back to your pool at 45 to 50. And if you can zero in on them, can you help them enjoy your facility? Can you help them learn to swim? And can you help them be safer in and about your community? If you look at it from a populations perspective, are there populations in your community that are not using your facility at all or not participating in your swimming lessons? And who are the groups that are looking after that community? Looking after sounds a bit motherhood. Actually, how is the community organising itself? Which are the refugee groups that are organising themselves, and can you partner with them in order to get them into the facility or get them into lessons or get them to understand the risks in that local river drowning black spot? So this is the way the wheel works. You haven't read the strategy, but my job is to tell you a little bit more about it. We're really pushing heavily the idea of local water safety plans. The reality is not enough happens at a state level, and so we're bypassing the states and realising that all drowning is local, and the best partnerships are likely to be local partnerships, and finding the energy locally to drive water safety outcomes is absolutely critical. So you would have heard of there was going to be a Riverland local water safety planning activity that we're really passionate about. Flooding has sort of got in the way of that, and that'll be delayed. There was a Townsville water safety strategy developed. And so this is something that I think we need to think about, something that you can partner in locally. It doesn't have to be grandiose. It can really just be a facility-generated water safety plan where you identify the things that matter to you most in your community and you align to the water safety strategy. And we've got a really nice way for you to shine a light on that. We've got a watersafety.com website. This highlights the strategy, and all the things I've been talking about appear on this website. But the button there, Add Your Action, is really quite cool. If you hit Add Your Action, the website allows you to put in your contribution to water safety. So if you've got a program supporting a local migrant group, you can put that in with a picture. You basically make a commitment to the water safety strategy. We know about what you're doing. We get to celebrate and shine a light on for everyone else. So check out the website after the conference. And if you've got some activities already, put them up. I know Kath has, because she spoke in the webinar last week. Put that up into the website, and then that helps us to understand all of the contributions that people are making to the water safety strategy across the country. Let's go to the next slide, the quiz. I was really bad at giving you the answers. How many children drown in Australia? Anyone have an idea? 17 children under the age of 4, but is that your definition of children? If you add up children 0 to 18, it was around about 38 last year. If you're a medical professional in the room, or perhaps a researcher, I met some great LSV researchers earlier, you'll know that it's a trick question again. The definition of drowning includes non-fatal drowning. So for every one child under the age of 4 who drowns fatally, there's around 8 that present themselves at the emergency department looking for help and assistance, and catastrophically, a number of those live with life-complicating consequences, and in some cases, life-ending consequences several years later. So when we talk about child drowning, I had a policymaker tell me there weren't enough kids drowning in X state to justify a change in pool fencing legislation. Seriously, the economics didn't add up. And we had to go back and go, well, actually look at all these kids presenting in your hospitals, contemplate their lives, and surely we've got to do something about this. So when we talk about drowning, we've actually got to look at the overall burden and impact was the basis of that question. Who won freestyle gold Melbourne Olympics? Any ideas? No? Different generation? Dawn Fraser was absolutely one. I said Murray Rose a couple of weeks ago in front of Laurie Lawrence, and he corrected me. Murray Rose won 1,500 metres. So on behalf of Laurie, I'd like you to know John Hendricks was the 100-metre male. So 2 Australians. The point of raising the Olympics is you've got Commonwealth Games. We missed out on life-saving in the Commonwealth Games, but we haven't missed out on the legacy of the Commonwealth Games and how that can really focus in on aquatic facilities. We've got Brisbane. Lots of talk about medals, not enough talk about community legacy. How do we use the Brisbane Olympics, somewhat like the Melbourne Olympics, as a catalyst for building swimming pools across the country? The next question was largest campaign. I gave you the answer to that sort of. First lifesaving group. Yeah, thank you. Indigenous Australians, first lifesavers. If you look at their relationship with water, there were some amazing things going on. The first kayaks and stand-up paddleboards, actually, 10,000 years ago, up in the Kimberley. So we've got to learn from Indigenous Australians and make sure that they are part of our family and decision-making when it comes to water safety. Alcohol is clearly a bigger issue in the river. If you had to ask Dan Andrews anything today, what would it be? Shout them out. Subsidised training for lifeguards, there's one. Anything else? Swim teachers as well? Visas. Open up the border, bring some more labour in. Good point. Anything else? More pools. Let's build more pools. I've got more problems than you, it seems. I've got a long list of things I'd like to talk. There is no answer to that. The only important answer here, and this is a challenge to industry, and maybe not all of you, but lots of people, we've got to work together to make sure if you get that opportunity with Dan Andrews or Albanese, that we don't confuse them with 10 interests we actually give them a plan. We know exactly what we need, we know what the problem is, what solution we're looking for, and increasingly people like me have got to collaborate with others to come up with one pitch to government, because if we all pitch individually to government, they like to do nothing. The easiest thing for them to do is 10 people said 10 different things, they'll move on and do nothing at all. But if we can get together and collaborate around the Australian Water Safety Strategy, we can achieve a lot. And I think that's probably the end of me. Thank you for your time. Thanks for the invitation. I really hope you enjoyed. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Justin. To understand what's happening at a national level is really important, but to then note that drowning is essentially a local issue is really the key there. Thank you for your leadership of the Australian Water Safety Council and to the broader Royal team for their advocacy and research. Associate Professor Dr. Warwick Teague is the Director of Trauma, Clinical Lead for Burns and Academic Paediatric Surgeon at the Royal Children's Hospital here in Melbourne. Warwick is committed to injury prevention and the delivery of quality, child-focused trauma and burns care. Warwick is also a member of various trauma-focused committees for the government, KidSafe and Royal Australasian College of Surgeons. As I mentioned, he joins us today from the US to re-emphasise the critical importance of water safety. Please welcome Dr. Teague.
Thank you very much for that warm invitation and welcome, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you all today. Mian Ung Uya, I'm greeting you in the language of the Woiwurrung people, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, who I acknowledge as the traditional owners of the land which you're on at the moment. And I pay my respects to their elders past and present and extend that to First Nations people wherever you might be listening. As mentioned, I'm actually speaking to you today from Cincinnati. Cincinnati is the traditional native homelands of the Algonquin speaking tribes. And these are some of the names you might be familiar with: the Delaware, the Shawnee and the Miami tribes. And I extend my respect to their elders and acknowledge their legacy and their challenges. All right, thanks for the opportunity to speak to you about keeping kids safe in the water, in and around the water. Now, I'm a pediatric surgeon, so I look after children and trauma, and I'm going to, if you pardon the pun, I'm going to stick in that lane today when I'm speaking to you. As a pediatric surgeon, particularly someone interested in trauma, I have the special, important, life-changing, terrifying, rewarding opportunity to be a part of stepping into a moment of great risk, of terrible pain and difficulty, and being a part of saving a life. Not wanting to be trite, but you could say that I and the people I work with are lifesavers. The moment that has probably encapsulated that for me more than any, however, was not in a hospital. It was on a pontoon off far north Queensland. I was a tourist. I was trained as a doctor and a surgeon, but that day I was there as the father and the husband of a family. We were out for a family day having a snorkel. Justin's referred to such moments and the opportunities of danger. I was alerted to problems. I saw some staff dragging a grey, lifeless person onto the pontoon out of a diving boat. It's a sad truth that people like me have become accustomed to what it looks like when someone is dead. And that's exactly what I was looking at. I waited for invitation to join the team. They called for help. I and a very importantly helpful ED nurse joined them, faced with a lifeless, dead person. I remember calling upon all that I'd been taught. And I can assure you that in that moment, I was calling upon as much what I learned as a child and adolescent at Swim and Survive through Royal Lifesaving as I was as a doctor who performs this in a vastly different environment. Simply taking me outside of my world of comfort meant that some of the things that I would normally turn to were not there, but I had a foundation in lifesaving which I could call upon. I remember standing there waiting for one of the team around me to act. And I remember saying to them, rescue breaths, rescue breaths. And then I could take it no longer, and I stepped forward and we started the resuscitation. I was faced with the reality of teaching people who ought to have been trained and probably had been trained, but were by no means prepared for this moment, how to resuscitate someone in real time, in real life. 45 minutes later, a helicopter came to collect a pink, heart beating, lungs breathing person. She had fractured ribs from our resuscitation. She made a full recovery from that, except for a small amount of sensory loss on the base of her feet. She returned to her home overseas. I've stayed in touch with that family from time to time since that time. I can't tell you this story. I'm standing here in a room all by myself. You're there in a room with 200 odd people. I'm in a room all by myself, and yet I am emotionally engaged from that moment. So I ask you, are you a lifesaver? To be a lifesaver, do you need to don a red and yellow cap? Do you need to compress the chest? Do you need to deliver the rescue breaths? Now, all of those are incredibly important. But as we're going to hear time and time again today, it is one thing to save a life. It is something entirely different and entirely wonderful to save many, many lives through prevention. Because as we face the coming summers, as we look into the current times of floods and dangers, and we think, how can I help? How can I prevent the loss of life that these dangers come, and the many injuries from the near drownings, the long-term disability that follows? What would make me a lifesaver? What would make you a lifesaver? What would make all the people that you deal with? What about the person that is not in your industry, but is a person in the community? What would make them a lifesaver? Because we don't just simply accept that people are going to continue to drown every summer, every winter, every autumn, every spring. We don't want to get up and hear next year Justin's update on how many children have died in the previous year, or how the 10-year average is going. We want to get ahead of these things because drowning is preventable. Drowning is not inevitable. And it's so important that no matter who we are, no matter where we are, whether we are a doctor in a hospital, a nurse in a hospital, a lifesaver on duty, a lifeguard on duty, a swimming teacher, a parent, a brother, a sister, a friend, we must make sure that all of our messaging embraces and champions the fact that these are preventable events. They are not inevitable. So how are we going to go about this? What do we know about the tenets or the ways in which people drown? And Justin's referred to this, how we can take that information and then tailor and direct our efforts of prevention. Well, if we look at children and how they drown, almost every one of them will drown in some way as a result of a lack of adult supervision. We're going to unpack that in a moment. And it's not enough to keep an ear out, because drowning is silent. And it's not enough to have half an eye on someone, because drowning happens in seconds. We're going to unpack that further. We need to be able to get between our children and the moment of danger. That could be a pool fence. It could be a fence around a waterway. It could be a fence around a pond in a park. You can look at numerous series of drowning. You can look at our own statistics from Victoria. You can look at our statistics from Australia, and you'll see that the majority of children who drown were not supposed to be in the water at the time They were not intended to be in the water at the time. Many of them, particularly these young children, these less than 4-year-olds, they fall in, which means that there is an opportunity to prevent the fall, to get between that child and the water. Many of you are involved in swimming teaching. I thank you for your work. It is absolutely fantastic that our children learn to swim, but even good swimmers, even taught children, can drown, which means we can't allow the tenant of supervision to be replaced by the tenant of teaching. We still need to watch them and to be with them 100%. And if you do find yourself in the need to respond, to deliver first aid, to deliver basic life support, to deliver CPR, all the evidence that supports that we need to do this as people who are trained, and we need to get straight to it. It needs to be an immediate response to have the best outcomes. And what we've learned from series, from research, from anecdote, is that we are more likely to deliver basic life support to someone who is within our family, someone who is our friend, much more than we are going to be delivering it, as I was on that pontoon, to someone who until that moment was a complete stranger. Now, as a 15-year-old, I did my bronze medallion. The evidence would tell me that within 6 months of doing that bronze medallion, I would have begun to lose important aspects of my learning. Within 12 months, a lot of what I would have learnt would be lost. And within 2 years, most of what I learnt would be lost. And so it is imperative on us, not just to do it once, but to continue to refresh and renew our knowledge of basic life support. Now, that's true for me as a doctor who was doing this several times in a month, let alone someone who perhaps has not needed to call upon that. And we are thankful that people don't have to call upon this very often, but it is beholden on us to continue to refresh ourselves, because we know that we need to do that to be effective. So how are we going to organise this prevention? I really hope that these are very familiar terms to you. I celebrate the fact that you are part of the industry, part of the milieu of people that provides these tenants. Some of you, all of them, some of you, only one of them. You are all protecting and saving lives through doing so. But let's just, as Justin did a little bit with the alcohol story, let's just wind back the clock a little bit and just get a bit real about active adult supervision. Do you know that in the US, where I am at the moment, drowning kills more 0 to 4-year-olds than any other cause outside of birth defects? It's the number one killer. Unfortunately, firearms in the US take over after that. That's a different story for us in Australia. We still have road traffic crashes as our number one killer after that. 0 to 4-year-olds dying in unparalleled numbers from drowning. But if we keep our children at arm's length, and if we watch them 100% of the time, how do they drown? It's because people don't. It's because people think, oh yeah, I'll watch the children. I'll just check. I'm just going to check that text message. I felt the phone buzz. I'm just going to check. I'm sort of watching. I'm just going to check. It takes 5 seconds to look at a text message. Well, 5 seconds, that's a quarter of the amount of time it takes to drown. There's evidence that says that it takes 27 seconds to reorient yourself to your tasks when you check your phone. So yeah, I might check my phone for 5 seconds, for 10 seconds, for 20 seconds. But once I account for the time to reorient myself to time and place and task, the child will have drowned. It is simply not good enough. It's not good enough, and we see in the research that's been done to leave other children to be responsible for their siblings or their friends. This is our job. We're the grown-ups here. We need to be a part of this, and we need to make sure that we are 100% ready. We need to make sure we're 100% ready to reach out and grab that child. We need the 5 to 9-year-olds, they need to be in our eyesight 100% of the time. And we need to make sure that if we gather socially, that our children are our responsibility. You can't just find the trauma dad who's always on about safety and say, Warwick, can you watch the children while we all go and have Chardonnay? That's not good enough. This is not happening in a hospital. This is not happening at an organised pool event. This is happening in backyards, in social environments. Our children are responsibility. It's not up to the lifeguard. It's not their responsibility. They have a whole pool to be aware of. It's our responsibility. It's your responsibility. We need to make sure we model this 100% of the time. Fences and barriers are wonderful. They have really changed the face of drowning in many positive ways, but they have to be kept up. They have to be kept up to scratch. The gates that you enter through need to be working. They need to be closed. And we're going to see the terrible consequences of gates that are not working and not closed today. We need to be aware of where the water is and where there is no water. We've seen a cluster of very sad drowning events in Victoria that have happened in playgrounds adjacent to waterways. We need to have messaging from councils alerting people to the fact that over the rise, there is a waterway. You can't see it from here, but it's there. And it will take your children just a moment to get there. So we can't take our eyes off our children. I'm a dad. I've been to the park. I've had my children in a fenced area. I've owned the security that might give me. But I'm also a doctor, and I've heard the stories. And I've heard the parents say, they were in the fenced area. We didn't understand that there was water nearby. We only had our eyes off them for a few minutes. This is really hard stuff, but it is the very principles around which we are going to achieve this prevention. We do need to teach our children of all ages, children at all stages, every opportunity we have to teach our children, to get them into water awareness, to make them familiar and confident, and to bring them into a position of being safe in and around the water. It's not just all about learning to swim, it's about understanding and respecting the danger and the fun that water can bring. We want our Australian children to grow up celebrating water and all the positivity it can bring without having to deal with the legacy of drowning and of loss of life and of loss of capacity in our communities that we otherwise also have to associate with that. And we need to be able to respond when the moment arrives. When all the prevention fails, then we need to be ready to act. We need to do that at the barbecue. We need to do that in the ambulance. We need to do that in the hospital and everywhere in between. We need to be trained. We need to be refreshed. And we need to get ready now to act. And we need to, isn't it wonderful we have access to 000? I was recently in India and I was engaged in some trauma education there. And to work within a system that has limited or no emergency services activatable for you is incredible pressure on people. But we have wonderful services, so we need to be making sure that someone is calling for help in that way while we're continuing first aid, basic life support, and if required, CPR. So I hope in all of this that you see that we do not own the concept of being a lifesaver because we've delivered CPR to someone for good or for bad, for success or for failure. All of us involved in this moment, anyone involved in drowning prevention is saving lives and will save many more lives than I'll have the chance to be continued to be emotionally affected by in the course of my life as a doctor, even someone regularly and routinely faced with the most critically injured of injured children. So I hope that as you listen to this, that you can 100% say, yes, I am a lifesaver. And yes, I'm going to ensure that at all opportunities of my life, that I celebrate and champion the safety of children around water. So we're just going to spend a few minutes looking at what drowning looks like. Look at this little fella. Now, none of these pictures, I must tell you, all of these pictures, there's permission around using them. but none of them relate to any of the specifics that I'll tell you. They're all intended to represent. But then this is not a child that I know. But this is what they look like, drowned children. They're these beautiful, young, precious children who, until the very moment before the drowning event happened, they were just enjoying the life of a happy child, most of them. Because drowning in Victoria and in Australia is something which impacts particularly the 0 to 4-year-olds. Now, I'm going to present some data. It's good to just frame where the data comes from. What is it talking about? This is Victorian Injury Surveillance Unit data. It talks about children who have been brought to a hospital, either to an emergency department with or without being admitted due to drowning. It includes both children who then die and children who then survive. Thankfully, many survive, but sadly, too many also die. So when we look at 0 to 4-year-olds, almost 2/3 of all the presentations in this 0 to 17-year-old age group are from children 0 to 4. And if we look at along this 5-year series that the Victorian Injury Surveillance Unit have helped me with, there were 9 in hospital, not all the deaths, sadly, because some children don't come to hospital. But of the 9 children who died in Victoria during this period from drowning who presented to a hospital, 6, 2/3, came from the 0 to 4. So there's 2/3 coming from 0 to 4 to the hospital, and of those who died, 2/3 are 0 to 4. And when we look at where they die, where they drown, it's places that the outdoor pool, the outdoor spa, but remember also it's importantly indoors as well. And in some series, drownings in and around baths are even more in this young age group. We find that this is a moment where supervision is crucial because you just have to leave your child for a moment. You can drown in 20 seconds. You can drown in 5 centimeters of water. You only need to leave that child for just a moment. And too many terribly upset families and parents reflect to us that they only left them for a moment. And we reach out to them and we care for them in that moment. But it's such an honest description of what happened. But sadly, this is exactly how these children can perish and become imperiled. You'll notice that these rates are going up, by the way. You will see that there. So in the 5 to 9-year-old, yes, it's a smaller proportion of the children, but there's still many, 20s of children, sometimes almost 30 children each year drowning in this age group. Where are they drowning? Particularly in outdoor pools and spas. But now they're getting that little bit more adventurous. So they're heading into the natural waterways as well. As we get even more adventurous, as we head into our teenage years, again, smaller numbers, but important numbers. Remember, we are striving towards 0 here. So it doesn't matter if the number is 9, which is terrible, or 13, which is terrible. The number isn't 0. We've got to keep working and keep striving. And when we look at where they're drowning, we see them drowning in pools and natural water and transport. So they're starting to use boats and get out surfing and maybe a jet ski, and that would be very dangerous. And you might think, well, Warwick, you've only got 25 and 20%. That's a reality check here for those of us involved in research and injury prevention. We've got to have good data, and these are good data, but they're as good as the information they can work on. And the missing place here is actually missing information. It's the non-specified. So we have to make sure that as we monitor and look at how these children are drowning, that we understand where they're drowning, because that's going to help us to understand how we can impact them. We've got to be able to tailor our messaging, just as Justin and many others will talk about today. And then we have our older teenagers, and they're drowning in small numbers. And sadly, this is where alcohol starts to take a particular role. And we see the important contribution of risk-taking behaviours, which has been alluded to already. So what does this view of drowning help us? We're looking down at a big level, and we're seeing themes that we can take home. But I feel that is part of the perspective. But I want to continue to challenge and engage and encourage you by taking us from the very looking down to the very personal. I want to talk about three events in recent times in Victoria in which children are drowned. So the first story is a 3-year-old child starts in a playground that could be just like this. Of course, in this playground, there probably are many children. There are some parents in and around. And this boy is at this playground with his father. It's a fenced off playground, but there is a nearby unfenced lake. And I don't have the information as to how aware of that lake the father was, but we could say that he was or wasn't aware. The narrative is not helped particularly either way. But it would be really wonderful if councils were overt and intentional about declaring where there's proximity to waterways, particularly if it is out of sight. But here he is in a fenced off area, and in a moment which many of us would be careful to criticize, because we would sort of sense the hypocrisy in our voice as we're doing so. He left his child unattended for a small number of minutes in a fenced off playground. He left the child for 5 minutes. He returned. He couldn't find the child. He would be frantic. He would be worried. Where have they gone? Has somebody taken them? Have they run away? Where are they? And there is a frantic search now from various adults to find the child. Horrifyingly, the child is found face down in the nearby lake. It has been no more than 10 minutes, but 10 minutes is a devastating possibility for a child that could have been drowned, face down, submerged for much of that time. They would have needed a few minutes to get there to the water. We have no further information. This is a child with no background of swimming lessons. He has no particular water safety, water awareness, and he does come from a complex social setting, which is layering complexity into the degree of risk of this child and into the way in which we're going to try and engage with him going forward. Now, perhaps what saves this moment is the fact that there are CPR trained bystanders nearby, and they commence immediately. And there is a paramedic, a nurse, and a doctor. And if this were a funny moment, which it isn't, we could almost make that the joke. The paramedic, the nurse, and the doctor go into the playground. But we can only be thankful that there were people who had the skills, the training, that they were up to date with all of that, and they began immediately to deliver CPR. That basic life support and CPR was continued when the ambulance arrived and through to us at the Royal Children's Hospital. The child was warmed, and then there was a period of just keeping a low normal temperature, which is related to brain protection. We don't have time to go into that today. But wonderfully, an MRI of this child's brain showed no significant injury, and that child went on to have a physically full recovery. We won't speak to the trauma emotionally and mentally for that child. That would be too hard, and we don't go delving for that. But it has been significant for that family, a family which began with social challenges and continues to do that. But 3 days after the event, that child is being discharged home, and he has no discernible physical ongoing consequence of that event. We must be thankful that there are people who are trained and prepared to act immediately when the time for response is called for. But this was a preventable event at so many levels. That child would not have opened the gate to that from that playground themselves. That's a challenging truth we need to wrestle with. So from one playground next to a watercourse to another playground next to a watercourse. Another 3-year-old at a large family gathering. No one in particular is responsible for the children. There is just a sense that everyone is responsible for the children, but in fact, no one is taking responsibility for the children. That seems a little harsh as I'm saying it, but I think it is also the truth. The children were in and out of a play area. There was an open gate. The play area was adjacent to a creek. There were no barriers between the play area and the creek. 30 minutes. 30 minutes passed before someone could say they had seen the child to when the child was found. Part of that time was spent searching. It was a very concerted effort. There were already people with trained first responders as part of that search involved in finding the child submerged in the adjacent creek. Again, this child had no particular water awareness or water safety. They're only 3 years old. They would have wandered into that water with probably no clear understanding of the risks that they posed to them. There was no adult supervision. CPR was commenced immediately by trained practitioners when the child was found. The child's heart had already stopped beating. The child was 21 degrees of temperature. This is a dead child. But in fact, because of the significant contribution of CPR, even though this child is essentially dead, they were brought to the Royal Children's Hospital with CPR continuing, and they never particularly got return of spontaneous circulation. But they're very, very cold at this stage, and there's a principle that we must warm these children up before we can declare that they're dead. A principally socially driven decision was made to put the child on a machine which becomes the heart and lung for this child, to keep the blood moving around and to keep the air bringing oxygen into the blood, to allow for other family to come and to be with that child, to allow for social mourning in preparation for a confirmation that the child was brain dead and that the child's care would be redirected towards palliative comfort measures. Now, that was a process of several days. It's a very invasive moment to put a child onto that machine, but a decision made out of the care for the child and their family and their needs, not out of a sense of being able to save that life. And that child passed peacefully with their family 5 days after the event. Now, it's good to not finish our day on an entirely negative note. So let me tell you about this 7-year-old in a family pool with an adult in the pool. This is a child who has done swimming lessons. She's a capable swimmer. She's part of the squad sort of part stream in her swimming lessons. She is water safe. She is water confident. She's in that pool with an adult, but the adult, in his honesty, reflects that probably about 30 seconds passed and he's all of a sudden, hells bells, where are they? And the answer is they're on the bottom of the pool and they're unresponsive. So no, they were in a fenced pool, but they were supposed to be there. It's one of those times that the child is actually supposed to be in the water, but they're unresponsive and they're brought out immediately. And immediately a family member who has recently updated their basic life support, what a wonderful thing that they've done that, immediately commences CPR. There is a return of spontaneous circulation, which is such a positive because it's telling us that the heart has enough oxygen to start to pump for itself and to contribute. We might need to continue to support it. But the ambulance officers who are there notice that it goes from this normal rhythm into a wildly crazy rhythm, like on the movies when the ECG thing is bouncing around in this wild rhythm. And it's a dangerous rhythm, and there's a need to shock the child and to deliver medicine to try and bring their heart back in to a normal rhythm. And what is discovered in the coming days is that there was a combination of heart problem, medication, and that coming together exposed this child to dangerous rhythms of the heart. And what is then appreciated is, in fact, it is the dangerous rhythms of the heart which had caused the child to collapse whilst a capable swimmer in a pool. So yes, there's a capable swimmer still at risk. They had an adult with them, and that adult responded in a time frame which didn't prevent the drowning from occurring, but did rescue the child immediately from that. And we had people delivering early and effective basic life support, including CPR. That child went on to have a procedure for their heart to make it safer in the way that the heart beat and rhythm. And 3 weeks after the event, and most of that time was actually spent sorting the heart out, they're able to be discharged home. And nothing is identified as a result of that drowning event as a long-term consequence. Their heart needs ongoing input, but this was just a moment where, in fact, people had done all the right things. And perhaps because they had done the right things, we also have a positive outcome because that child was quickly taken from a moment of grave danger into a moment of support, not by an experienced ambulance officer, but by family and other bystanders who came, and this case made it to the media. You may have heard about it. Other bystanders came to assist in the help here. So I told you that I would stick in my lane. But I want to tell you that your lane is the lane of a lifesaver. Drowning is preventable. It is not inevitable. And no matter where you fit into these tenets, because of your engagement with the aquatic industry, or because you are just a member of society who cares for the prevention of drowning in children and in adults, you are absolutely lifesavers. My hope is that this exploration of drowning and this whole summit leaves you renewed in your endeavours to continue to prevent injury in children, including drowning, and to celebrate the fact that we can take positive steps to keep our children safe and have them enjoy their summer and their water time. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Teague, for that contribution. A sometimes sad, stark, but truly honest reminder of the situation that we find ourselves in at a broader, higher level of water safety, but also something that reiterates the critical role that we play and the contribution that we're able to make as an industry. I'd like to think there's 270 lifesavers in the room. Just reflecting back on the presentation from Dr. Teague. So to each of you and your contribution to water safety, I thank you on behalf of the team at Lifesaving Victoria. I said it earlier, we're absolutely critical in this regard, not just the work that we do within the four walls of the facilities that we're responsible for, but also preparing people to be able to transition across into the inland waterway environments and into the coastal environments, which is where we're statistically seeing the vast majority of these incidents that don't have positive outcomes. We're going to start this second session moving a little bit closer to home. And we've got Aaron and Elise up on the stage, and they're going to talk about two incidences that recently occurred at their respective facilities, which if not for the measures that they each had in place, could have ended very differently to how they did. So Aaron is the Facilities Operations Manager for Brimbank Leisure Centres and oversees the new Brimbank Aquatic and Wellness Centre as well as the Sunshine Leisure Centre. He joins Elise, who's here from Glen Ira Leisure, who is the Acting Risk and Operations Coordinator. So please welcome both Aaron and Elise.
Similar to Andy, I wanted to reflect on some of the points from Dr. Teague today. So our incident reflects exactly what he was talking about. So we had an under 5-year-old child who was left unsupervised by a parent for a very, very short amount of time. And in that time, the child wanders off from one pool into another and gets himself into trouble. So that was quickly followed up by a resuscitation, rescue from a lifeguard, a resuscitation, a defib was used which delivered shocks, and the duty managers were also involved in that resuscitation. So these are not unforeseen random events. You know, these are things that we know can happen in our facilities. So they're predictable risks, which are preventable. I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here when I say that we all have a responsibility, both legislatively and morally, to keep our water safe. You know, whether that's in our facilities or in our communities. For me, one of the lessons learned is how important the layers of safety are. There's no one silver bullet solution to water safety. You know, it's not all about signage or lifeguards or facility design. It's how all of those levels of safety are layered upon each other. So for me, I'm really thankful for the ability that we had to prepare for our opening of the new site, the Brimay Aquatic and Wellness. I'm thankful for the really experienced team we've got with Matthew Blee and Rebecca Fontana, who are helping me lead the facility operations unit, but also all the lifeguards and duty managers that have come to work with us, because it's a big team effort to get those layers of safety involved. Without them, there's, like as Andy said, likely a 4-year-old that wouldn't be walking around today. So as I mentioned, for us, the biggest lesson learned would be around preparation. So every task that we do in our leisure centres, every lifeguard that we put on, every risk assessment that we do, every bit of signage that's in place is an opportunity to break a link in the chain of disaster. So for me, some of those links were having experience knowing and understanding what's in the GSPO. For those of you that are new to life-saving or facility operations and all that kind of thing, you don't have to learn it for yourself over 10 years. Like there's a set of guidelines there ready to go for you. The answers are available to you. So, looking back and knowing what's in the GSPO and all the things that we've implemented from that was really important to our success in this case. But also engaging in things like the safety assessment. If you're not sure what you're doing well or not doing well or what you need to be doing, get in touch with Lifesaving Victoria about their safety assessments. They'll talk to you. It's not a witch hunt or anything like that, and to tell you you're doing a terrible job. It's about it's an education piece, and to give you a risk treatment plan to be able to action some of the things or some of the gaps. And give you some more ability to break those links in the chain of disaster. So apply those risk treatment plans where you can. Developing your supervision risk assessment and a matching deployment plan. For us, we found that our deployment plan was in place. It matched our risk assessments. Our lifeguards were performing that. And it's likely for that reason that a child was spotted at the time and was able to be rescued and resuscitated. Maximising your Learn to Swim program, as we heard from Dr. Teague, if the kids know how to swim, they're less likely to get into trouble. However, it can still occur. Watch around water policies and swim safe policies. We had both of these in place. We had good signage, wristbands. We had audible messages. All those kinds of things in place help. And it's an opportunity to break a link, but it's not foolproof either. Parents are still fallible, as are lifeguards and as are humans in general. Completing all your lifeguard training, doing your quarterly in-service training, making sure lifeguards are not only capable but are prepared and competent in their skills, so that when the time comes, they're able to perform that resus, use the equipment you've got in place, and make sure that that's all good to go. Ensuring you've got strong leaders, junior leaders, senior leaders present and doing their work, making sure that lifeguards are fulfilling the deployment plan and the supervision plan, and making changes as is required. Our incident occurred on a public holiday. So, not all centres have the opportunity to have senior leaders and people present on those busy days. But I know by having that senior leadership in place on that day, again, supported the response effort when the incident did occur. So, one of the lessons we learned was that needs to be an absolute staple on our peak period days and even on our quiet days. Induction and training processes, I don't have to tell anyone in this room how important they are in keeping your staff up to date and confident that they will be able to perform their task when they're called to do so. So I think, you know, the big lesson from me to round out is that we can't hope it won't happen, you know, in our facilities or because it has happened, and it may continue to happen if we don't put all of our preparation into place. So you need to prepare yourself, you need to prepare your facilities if you do want positive results, because when the incident does occur and it's the resusces in front of you, it's too late at that point to write a risk assessment, do a supervision deployment plan, make sure buy defib, buy extra oxygen equipment, or train your staff. So preparation is for me, is the biggest lesson from our incident. Thank you.
All right. So 2 months ago, we had a critical incident that my team leader, Carly, Joel, our off-duty EBA officer, and myself were involved in directly. However, as we all know, there was much more of a team effort on the day. So this is a little story we have of the incident and our learnings. So major, gym floor. My heart rate spikes. I jump out of my chair. Run upstairs, 2 staff frozen to the spot. Give them tasks. They spring to action. Man on floor, big red at his side. Joel, who is not on shift, is checking the man's breathing. He looks panicked. Behind me, the gym floor is being calmly cleared of all patrons. He stops. I'm oblivious to this. We roll the gentleman into recovery position. He stops breathing. Returning him to his back, Carly arrives. We move him to a safer position as his leg was touching the metal section of the wall. I change therapy mask to resus mask. We fit the defib. Cleared to commence CPR. Start compressions. We're calm. Autopilot mode is in action. We're all working together as one. Meanwhile, the centre was operating as usual for 8:40 on a Tuesday. Swimmers were doing their laps. The yoga class was in the midst of the sun salutation. The stadium was heaving with competition, and we were able to, thankfully, save a life. There were staff members redirecting traffic to give us the privacy we needed. Others reassuring patrons that the situation was under control. Some comforting those who'd witnesses. Essentially, all were involved in one way or another. By the time the ambulance arrived, we had him breathing again, and he was transported via ambulance to hospital. A happy ending to a whirlwind morning. Now we can start to focus on our own breathing. What time is it? Are you okay? Am I okay? His wife explaining that we saved him under similar circumstances 6 years ago to the month. Autopilot is still running. The adrenaline is still pumping for the next however many hours as we systematically go through the process to help everyone deal with what just happened. So our takeaways from this morning. Obviously training. Our in-service training is so important because at the end of the day, it's as close as we're going to get to the real thing. As we've all talked about over the last 2 years, we've lost a lot of experience in our teams. And as time-consuming they are, the only way to combat this is additional training sessions. For our team, we have already scheduled 3 different training sessions between now and the end of the year, each running with about 5 sessions. It's a huge commitment. However, we know that the numbers this summer are going to be unlike what we have seen. And we need to give our lifeguards all the resources we can. A couple of weeks after the incident, we happened to be having the lifeguard training that was using the QCPR dummies for the first time in a while. The session quickly turned into a very open and honest question and answer about the incident. The main message we made sure everyone went away with was, yes, we had the best outcome we could have asked for. However, we could have done the exact same thing and had a severely different outcome. And at the end of the day, the only important thing is we know we did everything we could. So don't be tough. Everyone, no matter what their role is, can be affected, and it's so important that they have the space to talk about and acknowledge the feelings and emotions. When Tom, the off-duty lifeguard who flagged down Joel, came to the first debrief session, he was hanging around outside, and when asked why he wasn't coming in, he said he didn't deserve to be there, which just blew my mind. He didn't believe he'd done enough to be included, which we quickly corrected. because without him noticing that Con was struggling, he wouldn't have been able to flag down Joel and then get him the help he needed so quickly. We explained that everything he did allowed us to do what we did. And watching and wanting to assist is so very difficult and can very much affect you just as much. Later on in the session, he spoke up about not knowing what to do after he left the centre and just feeling that he had to go to uni and then come to his lifeguard shift that afternoon. Because we all seemed to be fine and other staff that he had seen had critical incidents were fine after. Honestly, I think the three of us jumped out of our chairs. We all quickly explained that because we seemed okay on the outside means nothing. I explained that I'd gone to the gym to do my workout and had pretty much just stared at the spot that had happened, even though out of all the spots in the gym, it was the least likely spot for anything to ever happen. These comments that Tom shared shaped our conversations and general sessions after. Everyone involved made a conscious effort to be unapologetically raw and honest about how we were feeling and dealing with the incident. From lack of sleep to obsessing over snatching a resus mask, whatever we were feeling, we shared because at the end of the day, we were teaching young people how to deal with trauma. This leads me to you. As I said, the day we were systematically going through the process, restock equipment, incident report, notify necessary people, work safe, organise EAP, get additional staff for everyone's next shift so they weren't doing it alone. Just ticking off my list. I was so conscious of making sure everyone else is okay. I forgot something pretty important. Me. I was in autopilot all day, as I said, just ticking off my list, that it wasn't until I went to my office after the first debrief session that I stopped and allowed myself to realise that it happened to me too. The ironic thing was that I'd been constantly reminded by everyone checking in and specifically saying, "No, Elise, how are you going?" So allow yourself the space and make sure you're looking after yourself as well, even if you think you are. So I'd like to leave you with a little comment that Con made that makes everyone smile that was involved in it. As the paramedics were rolling Con out, they explained that we'd perform CPR on him. His response was, "That was nice of them."
Thank you for sharing those stories. Every incident is different, every response is different, and every individual response to the response is different. It's a very difficult thing to train and prepare for, but it's something that we need to continue to investigate and continue to, do everything we can to make sure we and our teams, our very young teams. Let's not, let's call a spade. Our very young teams are as prepared as possible to deal with these situations and the fallout of these situations. Now, my understanding is that there are some members of those response teams that are here today. So if I can ask the staff from GSAC and the staff from the Brimbank team to please stand up. Don't be shy. And if I could ask everyone to please put your hands together. The next speaker is a particularly special speaker for today. Ash Napolitano has attended here to share her story on the establishment of the Hunter Boyle Swim Program. The program, with the support of KidSafe Victoria and Aquamoves in Shepparton, has resulted in 134 children being able to attend swimming lessons. This has been achieved through generous donations received from community members, and Hunter's parents strongly believe in water safety education and frequently share their story in the hopes that one day drowning will no longer be a cause of death in children. Please give a very warm welcome to Ash Napolitano.
Hi everyone, thank you for being here today. My name's Ash. I have two children, Millie, the little baby there, and my son Hunter, who would have been 4 years old on the 21st of July this year. My son Hunter was truly the happiest little boy I've ever met. He was always smiling and wanted to be friends with everyone, and I mean everyone, random people in the supermarket, dodgy people down the street, anyone. He had blonde hair and beautiful big blue eyes. He loved the moon, trucks, animals, his dog Nala, who he called Nino, food and his family. Hunter was nicknamed Hurricane. He could destroy any room in a matter of minutes with the biggest smile on his face. In his short few years, Hunter taught me unconditional love and how to find happiness in all the small things. I'm forever grateful to be his mother. Today I'll be sharing with you our story of loss and grief. August 12, 2020. What began as a normal day turned into the worst and most traumatic day of our lives. My fiancé Matt was working away from home here in Melbourne, and Hunter had gone to his grandfather's farm so I could work from home for the day. Hunter had been to his pa's house many times before. He loved being outside and getting into mischief. At 11 a.m, I received a call from Jeff, Matt's dad. He frantically told me that Hunter had fallen into the dam. I remember running out the door, screaming at Jeff to call an ambulance. The 10-minute drive to the farm felt like eternity. When I got there, Jeff was on the phone to 000 and performing CPR on my little boy. When I saw Hunter, his eyes were glazed over, his lips were blue, and his skin was freezing cold. The 000 operator advised us that the ambulance was approaching, but they were unsure which property to attend. I ran to the front gate to flag them down. Suddenly, there were people everywhere, police, paramedics, neighbours. I ran back to the dam's edge to be with Hunter as the paramedics rushed to treat him. I watched as they cut off his jumper and his Chicago Bulls t-shirt, and only then did it hit me. My child has drowned. I moved away from Hunter to try and catch my breath, and I remember screaming, "He's just a little boy," as I collapsed in the mud and tried not to throw up. A police officer came over to me and tried to encourage me to take deep breaths so that I could talk to him. I told the officer that Hunter and Jeff were feeding the horse, and they were returning to the house when Jeff took his eyes off Hunter and Hunter fell in the dam. The paramedics worked on Hunter by that same dam for 20 minutes before they could load him into the ambulance. I was ushered into a police car, and all I remember is hitting the dashboard and again screaming, "He's just a little boy." I arrived at the hospital and was taken to be with Hunter. A huge team of doctors and nurses were trying to resuscitate him. I watched as they performed CPR for 6 hours, frantically trying to save his little life. The police alerted Matt's boss that there had been an accident, and Matt was advised to return home. Matt made the 2.5-hour journey home alone, fearing the worst and unaware of the severity of Hunter's condition. Hunter's body temperature was just 20 degrees when he arrived at the hospital. He had a collapsed lung full of dam water and had gone into cardiac arrest. A special team from the Paediatric Infant Perinatal Emergency Retrieval Unit, also known as PIPER, from the Royal Children's Hospital had flown down to Shepparton to assist in Hunter's stabilisation so they could fly him back to the Royal Children's for further treatment. I watched as this amazing team of doctors and nurses desperately tried to save my baby boy. They refused to give up at every turn. It felt like the world had stopped spinning and I couldn't comprehend what anyone was saying to me. Sorry. Our closest family members began to arrive as the medical team continued to try and stabilise Hunter. Eventually, Matt and I were taken to a private room and advised that all medical intervention had been exhausted. Hunter's heart would not beat on its own, and we were given 2 choices: keep Hunter on the ventilator and he would die in a matter of minutes, or remove the ventilator and have him pass away in our arms. We chose for the ventilator to be removed, and at 6:24 p.m, August 12, 2020, our only child was declared dead. Sorry. The hospital allowed our family to be with us as we said our goodbyes. One of my brothers had just returned from a tour in Afghanistan with the army and had to say goodbye to Hunter, his nephew and godson via FaceTime due to being stuck at the army base in Queensland. As I held my baby boy, I sang "Can't Help Falling in Love" by Elvis to him. The same song I'd sing to him as a baby when he wouldn't go to sleep or settle, which was all the time. We watched the colour drain from his face and his body and just held him. My beautiful son, who had turned 2 years old only 23 days prior, had died. I cut a lock of his hair and removed his emerald necklace. The nurses took prints of his hands and feet for us. We spent some more time with our boy, our last as a family of 3, before finally wrapping him up with his monkey so he wouldn't be alone when he went to the coroner. Matt and I drove home in silence. We could not comprehend what had just happened. We began to notify our family and friends of Hunter's passing, not quite able to understand ourselves that Hunter was really gone. In the 13 days after Hunter's death, while waiting for him to return from the coroner, we had to make funeral arrangements. We had to choose an outfit for him to be buried in, decide on funeral songs, write a eulogy about his short life, choose a tiny coffin, and pick a cemetery for him to be buried in. All things no parent should ever have to experience. Hunter's funeral was held on August 25 at the same church he was baptised in. We could only have 10 people in the church due to COVID restrictions. Everyone we had ever known and many more we had never even met lined the streets outside of the church. There were so many people that the police had to redirect traffic. The funeral procession was huge. There was 20 Harleys, 5 trucks, and about another classic, 20 classic and burnout cars. Again, we literally stopped the traffic in our town. Balloons were released from everywhere when the church bell rang, and I really believed that Hunter could hear us from heaven. As my baby was lowered into his grave, I just kept wondering when I would wake up from this nightmare. Surely none of this was real. The nightmare never ends when you've lost a child. A piece of my soul has been stolen, and there's a huge hole in my heart that will never be filled. Since losing Hunter, I've been diagnosed with complex PTSD. I constantly relive his death and feel sick when I see police cars or ambulance vans. 2 years on, I still blame myself for letting him go to the farm that day. I'm his mum and I could not protect him. Since Hunter's death, we've been blessed with our gorgeous and loud little Millie. Raising a child after you've lost another is a really difficult path to navigate. You want to wrap them up in cotton wool and protect them from the world, but you must give them room to grow. I still struggle with this, but I'm getting there slowly. Shortly after Hunter passed, I emailed KidSafe Victoria. Matt and I had discussed wanting to raise money to fund swimming lessons for 10 vulnerable children. I spoke with Mel, the CEO, who put me in touch with Alex. I told her our story and that we didn't want Hunter to just be a statistic. We want his death to mean something positive. We turned to our amazing community of Shepparton in the hope of raising a few $1,000s to cover the cost of the lessons. And here we are 2 years later, 2 years and $40,000 later. So far, the Hunter Boyle Children's Swim Program has provided 12 children and their parents or carers with swimming lessons and all the equipment they need, such as bathers, towels, goggles, swim caps and bags. We're very grateful to have worked very close with Lifesaving Victoria to fund 4 people in the community to complete their first aid certificates and assisted them to complete training to become certified swim teachers. These 4 swim teachers mean that an extra 132 children can be taught how to swim each week. When we began this venture, we made it very clear that we wanted our community's most vulnerable children to benefit from the program. I am a youth worker that works with young mothers and their babies, and I saw a huge need for assistance in this area. Most of the parents I have worked with are struggling to pay their rent and put food on the table, so unfortunately swimming lessons are just not able to be a part of their weekly budget. Vulnerable families in our community face many struggles, from addiction to family violence, racism, financial struggles, multiple layers of trauma, as well as physical and mental illnesses. Summed up, Hunter's program provides funding for swimming lessons for children who might not otherwise have the opportunity to access them. As well as our current projects, we are working on a pack that will be distributed to parents after they've lost a child due to drowning. This pack will include information about support services in their area, a journal for them to write in, an invitation to the Kids Safe Victoria private Facebook group, and access to a monthly peer support group. This is a safe space to connect with other grieving parents. We're also working closely with Shepparton's multicultural community. There are currently 60 families involved in the language school in Shepparton, all who have never had swimming lessons. We'll be working with this community to build up the parents' confidence around water so that they feel comfortable to get in the pool with their children and attend swimming lessons. Every one of us play a part in preventing drowning deaths by being vigilant and actively supervising our children. All children should have the opportunity to be taught how to swim and be educated about the importance of water safety, no matter their race, financial position, or home situation. Our little boy loved to say goodnight to the moon, and next year we will be hosting our inaugural Night Moon Gala ball to raise funds for our programs. This really is only the beginning for the Hunter Boyle Children's Swim program, and from our loss, so much hope was born for our future generations. We'd like to sincerely thank Lifesaving Victoria for inviting Matt, Millie and myself here today and to share our story. We're very grateful to be given platforms like this to continue advocating for water safety. I'd like to finish on a short video that we released this year with Kids Safe Victoria. Matt and I hope that by sharing our pain and advocating for water safety, one day there will be no more deaths from drowning. My name's Ash Napolitano, I'm Hunter's mum, and this is the video Hear My Story, so you don't have to live it. Thank you. Goodbye.
So the 12th of August last year, I was working from home due to COVID, so couldn't go into the office. Had Hunter home with me, but I'd asked my father-in-law if he could look after Hunter for the day, which was nothing unusual. Hunter adores his grandfather and adores going out to the farm and playing with the horses and getting into trouble. And around about 10:20, I'd gotten a call from Matt's dad, Jeff, who was hysterical, saying that Hunter had fallen in the dam. I raced out there. It was about like 5-10 minute drive from our house to the farm. And I got there, and Jeff was doing CPR on Hunter. And the ambulance was on its way. Hunter was grey and his lips were blue and his eyes were glazed over and he was freezing. I just remember falling in the mud, like in a heap, just screaming that he's just a little boy. I was then taken to the hospital in one of the police cars. We got to ICU at the hospital. They did CPR for a whole 6 hours. None of them gave up. About 6:30 that night, they pronounced him dead. And he passed away in his daddy's arms. And we said our goodbyes and we drove home. Just in disbelief, like what had just happened. Like our child has just passed away. Hunter was so happy. He was a sweet, sweet boy with a head of blonde hair and these big blue eyes and this beautiful cheeky smile that just lit up a room. Just a beautiful little ray of sunshine. Since Hunter's death, my fiancé Matt and I have worked really closely with KidSafe Victoria to set up a program called the Hunter Boyle Children's Swim Program. This program is a charity funded by the community, and we fund swimming lessons for children who may not be able to access them. He wanted to make you laugh, he wanted to make you smile. I think everyone should live their life like him. It's not worth taking your eyes off your child, so don't be complacent and make sure you've got safe areas for your kids to play in. My name is Ashley Napolitano. I'm Hunter's mum. Hear my story so you don't have to live it.
There's not much I can say to follow that other than a big thank you to Ash and her family, and also to acknowledge the team from KidSafe, who I'm very pleased they are here today, and to acknowledge our emergency services partners who are also affected, so in particular the team from VicPol and from Ambulance Victoria. We mentioned that there's a lot more work for us to do. We've acknowledged that we do a very good job in the space that we work. And there are obviously regulatory frameworks that support what we do or enforce what we do, depending on your perspective. One of the key changes that's come in recently is the new child safety standards, and that's where we're going to transition to next. So Merin Solovsky joins us today to provide crucial information regarding the updated child safety standards. For Victoria, there are 11 new standards that came into force this year. I believe it's 10 everywhere else. We've come up with another one. They are mandatory requirements for all organisations that volunteer or work with children, and they are intended to assist in the protection of young children from abuse and harm. Following Merin is a familiar face, RJ Houston. RJ is the National Manager Aquatics at Royal Life Saving Society Australia and Chair of the National Aquatic Industry Committee. RJ will provide information of the child safety section of the GSPO, which is intended to assist the industry in meeting the requirements of the child safety standards. So if I can ask you to please welcome both Merin and RJ to the stage.
Thanks everyone for the opportunity to come to speak about the new child safe standards. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the different lands that people are streaming from, but here the people of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and also extend that respect to any Aboriginal people who are joining us in the summit today. I'd also like to just really acknowledge Ash's bravery in sharing her story and the story of your family. So, we move from one, really difficult topic to another topic that is very topical, and that's regarding child safety in a different form, but talking about keeping children and young people safe from abuse when they're in the care or engaged with your organisations. So my name's Merin. I'm the Senior Stakeholder Capacity Building Advisor, what a really long name, at the Commission for Children and Young People. I guess just to preface this is, child abuse can be, a difficult subject to talk about and listen to. So do make sure that you look after yourselves as we go through this, take a break if you need to, and make sure you reach out for support if you need to. I have got a 1 hour presentation that's squished into half an hour. That means I'll probably talk quite fast, hence the water that's sitting over there. Bear with me, I'll try not to be too fast, but there's a lot to cover. There's 11 standards. Like it was mentioned, we were a bit special and had the extra one in there with half an hour. So I'll try very hard to keep to time. We have had the benefit of learning from survivors of abuse. And we've learnt that through different inquiries. So there was the Victorian Parliament's Betrayal of Trust inquiry, but also the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse, the Royal Commission. What these inquiries showed was the really devastating effect that abuse can have on children and young people when organisations don't have the right culture and systems and processes in place to protect children from abuse. So, thinking about your organisation and your services that you provide, are you taking those really deliberate steps to safeguard children from physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional, psychological abuse, and also neglect? Do you put children's safety first, their wellbeing first, and have you embedded that commitment to child safety in all of the aspects of your organisation? So Victoria's had child safe standards in place since 2016, and organisations that provide cultural, recreation and sporting services, they came into scope by the 1st of January 2017. So this shouldn't be new for any of them, for any of you. You should know about the child safe standards, but there have been some changes, so that's why I'm here. So after the Royal Commission, the Victorian Government reviewed the standards, and there was quite strong support, but also recommendations that the standards be more in line with the national principles for child safe organisations, and also that the standards were stronger as well. So in line with those recommendations, the child safe standards were updated and released in 2021, and so there's the 11 new standards, and they have applied since the 1st of July of this year. These are the 11 standards now that replace the previous 7 standards, and also the 3 principles that were in place until 1st of July. So we know that in some areas your organisation may need to develop some new child safe practices. You can probably see that there's a lot of aspects of the current standards that look familiar and that you may already have in place. So I guess it's reassuring you first up that it's not about reinventing the wheel. You'll already have a lot of this in place. And also a reminder that the standards need to be implemented in your whole organisation. So not just those areas that provide services specifically for children. So these are the main changes or the key differences between the previous 7 and then the current 11 standards. We have got a dedicated standard that focuses on cultural safety for Aboriginal children and young people. What that means is it does change the order a little bit because that's our new standard 1. We didn't want it to be tacked on to the end as an afterthought as standard 11, so it is sort of that first standard. There's also some new requirements brought in by standards 4, 9 and 10 and 11. Some of these, so there's things like organisations now need to include families and communities in efforts to keep children and young people safe. There's also managing the risk of child abuse in online environments. That was particularly, around COVID when a lot of services and activities moved to online. And also regularly reviewing the implementations of the standards. There's also some additional requirements regarding documenting approaches to child safety. So that's in your relevant policies and procedures. In November of last year, the Commission held a Community of Practice webinar that focused on the difference between the previous and then the current standards. If you're interested, we've got a recording of that available up on our website, so you're welcome to watch that. It's probably not overly clear on the screen, but this is a bit of a screenshot of the guide for creating a child safe organisation. It has been completely rewritten. It is a lot longer, given that we've gone from 7 to 11 standards, but this is really how each of the standards are structured. So the very top left-hand side, you can see that it says standard 2 there. That the standards are actually the outcome. So for standard 2, the outcome is what you need to achieve. So child safety and wellbeing is embedded in organisational leadership, governance and culture. So that's your outcome. The second part is the minimum requirements, and you can see them just underneath. Each of the standards has between 3 and 6 minimum requirements that organisations need to meet. They're designed really to give you some more guidance about what you need to do to achieve the standard or the outcome. They do also allow that flexibility though, because we know all organisations are different. So, a swim school is going to, their standards are going to look quite different to, a religious organisation, which is different to a, huge government department, for example. So there is still some flexibility. The really important thing to note is that all of the minimum requirements for each standard need to be met. So you can't pick and choose which ones you want to do or which ones you think might relate to your service or your organisation. And so for the organisations then that the Commission regulates, and sporting organisations, and rec and culture is some of the ones that we regulate, we've also developed some compliance indicators, and you'll see them on the right-hand side, and they're divided into documents and then actions. And what these are, it's basically a list of documents and a list of actions that will help an organisation to demonstrate that they are complying with the standard and the minimum requirements. And that's what we'll look for, when we're assessing an organisation's compliance with the standards. Let's quickly go through the standards. Child Safe Standard 1 relates to cultural safety of Aboriginal children and young people. We know from the research that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children experience interpersonal but also systemic racism across many different sporting codes, and that's at the elite and the grassroots level. So thinking about your organisation, does it make sure that all staff and volunteers are equipped to understand the importance of Aboriginal culture? And are all instances of racism identified and addressed with appropriate consequences? As I mentioned, all of the minimum requirements have to be met, so organisations have to meet this requirement and this standard regardless of whether they know that there's Aboriginal children and young people using their service or not. It is important to remember that not all children and their families will disclose parts of their identity, including Aboriginality, and that's for lots of different reasons, so it's important not to assume that. We also know that there's devastating effects of experiencing discrimination and racism. It affects people's physical and mental health, and so there's a really strong focus on racism in this standard. Standard 2 looks at your organisational leadership and culture and governance. So again, your organisation, does it have that child-safe culture that's really championed by its leaders? Do you have a public commitment to child safety? Do you have a code of conduct? And do you have risk management strategies to help to prevent and also to respond to any incidents of abuse? There's an additional sort of new requirement with this one, and that's making sure that all of your staff and volunteers understand obligations around information sharing and record keeping. In the sport and rec context, the Royal Commission identified a few sort of common factors related to this standard that enabled child abuse to occur, so in regards to leadership, governance and culture. So these were things like leaders not having really robust checks, leaders not being held to account when safety incidents occurred, that pursuit of excellence at any cost, particularly at the sort of elite levels, the protection of the organisation or the coach or the leader as the priority rather than the prioritisation of the child's safety. And also that institutional culture of physical abuse and bullying. Not things that we like to think about that happens in our organisation or in our sector, but we know from the Royal Commission and other research and in the media that it happens. As we go to standard number 3, which is the children and young people being empowered about their rights and that they can participate in decisions that affect them, and that they're taken seriously. Having a think about, we've had the previous standard 7, which was about child empowerment. And this standard really builds on that. So having a think about, do you let children and young people that you engage with know about their right to be safe? Do you encourage peer support so that children can feel connected and have other young people and children to speak to if they've got concerns? Do you have strategies in place to facilitate participation? And are you responsive to what children and young people tell you? It's all well and good to, discuss and run surveys and those sorts of things with children and young people, but then if you don't do anything with the information, no changes really happen. If you haven't already, I'd really encourage you to have a look through our empowerment and participation guide, which is up on our website as well. All right, standard number 4 is a new one. So this is looking at families and communities being informed and also involved in promoting child safety and wellbeing. This is where it really becomes sort of that whole organisational community approach. So specific obligations around asking families for input and also communities as well, so your organisational community as a whole, in decisions that impact their children and young people when you develop and review your policies and also your practices. Also a requirement to communicate effectively with families and communities about your governance and your operations, and this includes providing accessible information. So having a think about the different communication requirements of the families that you engage with. The great thing about this sector is that there's lots of clubs and swim schools with families that are involved with as volunteers. So this can provide a really great opportunity to, consult with them and engage with them about what safety is and what it looks like, and really encouraging them to be part of the journey of child safety as well. Standard 5 is equity is upheld and diverse needs are respected in policy and practice. So in the previous standards we had the child safe principles, so that was the safety of children with disability, safety of Aboriginal children and culturally and language diverse children. So that's now been expanded and is now Child Safe Standard 5. What we know is that there are some children who are more vulnerable to abuse. And there's lots of different reasons for that. So this standard makes some really explicit obligations. So that includes that you understand children and young people's diverse backgrounds and their circumstances and their needs, that you make any necessary adjustments, provide equal protection to all children and young people, consider the needs of children and young people who are unable to live at home, also those who are LGBTIQ+, and also giving attention to the needs of non-binary and gender diverse children and young people. Child Safe Standard 6 is on the people who work with children and young people, making sure that they're suitable and that they're supported to reflect your child safety and wellbeing values in practice. So there's some new obligations that you need to make sure all of your staff and volunteers are aware of. So firstly, there's your record keeping processes in relation to child safety and wellbeing, and then there's information sharing and reporting obligations. This is in addition to your usual obligations, so things like your child safe policies and your procedures for recruitment and selection, screening, supervision, training, professional development. And I guess this is a good time also to remind you that working with children checks are good, but they're only one part of screening to see whether a staff member or volunteer is suitable to work with children. Certainly the Royal Commission found that there was an over-reliance on the Working with Children's check, so people were just using that to see if someone was suitable, and that did allow people who didn't have children's best interest to come into organisations. So standard 7, let's go across, is your processes for complaints and concerns are child-focused rather than just adult and organisation focused. This is making it clear that organisations need to take complaints seriously, they need to respond to them properly, they need to cooperate with law enforcement, so things like Victoria Police, and also meet your reporting, privacy and employment law obligations. So it builds on the other standards and it requires you to have really strong processes where children and young people are supported to raise safety concerns and they're appropriately responded to and actions taken. There were 5 sort of significant barriers in the sporting context, the sport and rec context, that the Royal Commission found that sort of prevented children and young people from speaking up about abuse. So this was fear of not being believed, often due to greater credibility and the power of the abusing adult, fear of consequences in small or close-knit communities, feelings of shame and embarrassment, that that feeling that it was their fault and that they were somehow responsible, and often they can be, felt like that. Uncertainty about what abuse actually is, not being able to recognise it. They may not be sure about what abusive behaviour is and isn't in things like where there's things like physical contact. So things like routine post-training massage and those sorts of things, particularly at the higher levels. But also that fear of negative impacts on their future and their future with the club. Child Safe Standard 8 goes back to your staff and volunteers. So you've done your screening and your recruitment processes. Now it's about making sure that they actually know how to keep children and young people safe, and that's through education and training. Your staff and volunteers need to know about your child safety and wellbeing policy. They need to know how to recognise indicators of harm, and that includes harm that is caused by other children that they engage with as well, and also responding appropriately and effectively to any child safety issues that have been disclosed. What we know is that children and young people generally don't disclose abuse in a formal way. So sometimes it is sort of the junior coach or a junior instructor. It may be a teenager that they've formed a relationship with. And they may feel more comfortable speaking to a young person about what's going on. So you might have a child safe officer in your organisation, but that might not be who a child goes to. So it's making sure that everyone in your organisation knows what to do if a safety concern's raised. As we go to Standard 9, which is looking at your risk management. There's some specific obligations for your organisation to identify and mitigate risks without compromising a child's right to privacy and access to information, and also their social connections. But also, like I said at the very start, having a think about the online environments as well. We often think about physical risks, but we forget about other risks. And while your service, you may not be doing things online, but also thinking about how can your staff and volunteers interact with children and young people. It may not be formally, but things like social media and text messages and those sorts of things. So what have you got in place to mitigate risks? And also having procurement policies in place so that if the organisation contracts facilities and services from third parties, that they are also child safe. Standard 10 is that your implementation of the standards is regularly reviewed and improved. It's not a tick and flick approach. It's not something that you can look at, once a year and go, check the box, yeah, we're child safe, we're done. Your organisation now needs to analyse complaints, concerns and safety incidents to identify any causes or systemic failures that allowed the abuse or the information or the incident to happen, and so that you've got that continuous improvement. But also you need to report on the findings of relevant reviews to staff and volunteers and also community and family. There's more information in the guide for creating a child safe organisation about how to go about this. Standard 11, we're nearly there, is that your policies and procedures document how your organisation is safe for children and young people. There are some organisations who, have it all up in their head and they say that they're child safe but don't have it written down. There's a requirement now for it to be documented. But along with this, you need to make sure that your policies and procedures are easy to understand. Don't write them so that someone with only a person with a PhD can actually read them. I was reading a letter that came from a local council to my husband's family regarding a property and a change in water and things like that. And I just sat there and I thought, I read it 3 times and went, I still don't quite know what they're saying and what this means for us and what I need to tell my father-in-law about what to do. So do make sure that it's easy to understand. Talk to children and young people and families when you're looking at updating your policies and procedures. They've often got really good ideas on and can tell you what feels safe for them and what doesn't necessarily feel safe. And making sure that your leaders really champion and model child safe practices and policies. The Commission and Vic Sport and Lifesaving Victoria, and there's other bodies that have prepared some really useful templates that your organisation or your service might like to use, but it is really important that you tailor these to the specific requirements of your organisation and the specific risks. So to sum up, each of the standards address a specific issue relating to child safety. So human resources, policies and those sorts of things. But really it's about taking that holistic approach. So when you look at one standard, make sure you think about how it relates with the other standards. This has been a really quick run through. Like I said, it's an hour into half an hour, but hopefully it's just given you a little bit of a taste for what the changes are and helped you to think about maybe some of the changes that you might need to make so that you're compliant with these new ones. Just quickly, and I'm not going to spend too long with this, but from the 1st of July 2022, all regulators, and that includes the Commission, we began regulating compliance with the 11 standards. So we're not assessing compliance with the 7 standards anymore. But we also know that there are going to be some organisations that have got a fair bit of work ahead of them to comply with these amended standards. So, it's going to take some time and effort to get that going, and we recognise that. We apply our policy called the regulatory approach when we support organisations to comply. So our plan of action really is to inform and educate organisations, just like in these sorts of forums. And we're going to be prioritising providing guidance and support to organisations who haven't fully complied with the standards, but there will be, or there may be, we hope there isn't, but there may be circumstances where we need to take other action and escalate it further, so if there's significant risks to children. So what that means is that from January of next year, 2023, we will expect that organisations, including your particular services, have more comprehensively implemented the 11 standards. There's also a new Amendment Act that's due to commence, and that will bring some changes in regards to co-regulators, but we'll provide more information about that closer to the time. We've got a whole stack of resources available on our website, so I would really encourage you over the next couple of weeks to block some time off in your calendar to have a look to see what we've got. We've got the guide for creating a child safe organisation, which is the one on your left. It's really comprehensive. It goes through every standard, every minimum requirement, compliance indicators. It's got tools, it's got templates, it's got links to everything. But if that all feels a little bit overwhelming, we've got a short guide. The short guide is still 40 pages, but that's the short guide. So you may want to start with that. It still takes you through just at a higher level. So that can be a good starting point for you. We've got other templates. We've got how to develop a code of conduct, a child safety and wellbeing policy, risk assessments, how to choose suitable staff. So there's lots of resources available. You'll also find recordings of our other community practices that you may want to watch as well. There's details up on the screen. Please feel free to contact us with any questions. You can call us, you can email us. I'd also really encourage you, particularly if you're in a safeguarding role in your organisation or your service, to sign up for our email updates. We promise we won't spam you. We send them out like a few times a year, but it'll tell you about changes and new resources that we've developed. And thank you everyone for having me.
Thank you everyone for being here today. It sounds like things are pretty well sorted in Victoria. So we have a different problem in some respects in that we've got 8 states and territories in this country, and everybody's approaching these problems a little bit differently. And so the National Child Safe Standards have tried to cut through that a little bit, which is a good thing. And there's a lot of what? There's not a lot of how, actually. So the Aquatic Industry Committee, the National Aquatic Industry Committee, we've been working on trying to answer that question of, well, how do we do this? How do we do this in a swim school? How do we do this in an aquatic facility? What does this actually look like? How do you need to hold the kids, and how do you have to do all that kind of stuff, and how are we going to design the facilities? And we're working through that right now, and we're going to really need to rely on everyone here to inform that, because I'm not running a pool anymore. So I actually need everyone here, when we get to that point, to give us a bit of feedback and some counsel as we move through that. How are we actually going to do this, noting that there's not a lot of time there till January next year, and we've got a summer, and we've got staffing shortages, and we've got all sorts of challenges between now and then. So I'd like to start by saying that Royal Life Saving Society acknowledges the traditional owners of country throughout Australia, the Wurundjeri people here. 45,000 years they've been here. 45,000 years. They've never ceded sovereignty. We've got to remember that, and we've got a responsibility every time we get up and talk to acknowledge that. And we've got a lot to do in the industry around reconciliation. We're really committed to that. Justin's talked a bit about it in his presentation. We've done our reconciliation action plan. We'd really encourage every single organisation here. I know there's a million things to do, I get it. Do a reconciliation action plan. Signal to your community that you're serious about reconciliation. It's the best thing that you can do to make a start. And you'll go through that journey as you go. And I know many of you have already done it. So quick overview of the National Aquatic Industry Committee, if you're not familiar. It's a group of people involved in swimming pools. They're very passionate about swimming pools. They're very passionate about the industry. There's a number of people in this room that sit on that committee. Thank you to those people who are here today. But essentially, the overarching goal is to strengthen the aquatic industry, health, safety, viability, increase the availability and sustainability of aquatic facilities. And part of that is through sort of policies and guidelines. So that's one part of it. You've seen us do a lot of advocacy over the last couple of years, getting people back on their feet after a really shocker last couple of years. That's what we've been focusing on, but we do have to kind of pivot that back next year back into making sure that the people that come in are protected, and there's some really vulnerable and important people coming into facilities that we've got to work on next. So these are the folks that are in the room, and it collectively reflects the aquatic industry. It's not everyone, but it more or less reflects a stakeholder group that reflect the industry. And we're always sort of tweaking with that and who needs to be there and who's missing and that type of thing. If anyone's familiar with Osmani, it's a very in-depth piece of research about group effectiveness. When you get more than about 8 people in a room, very hard to make decisions. Very hard to make decisions. We got about 26 or 27 in the room. Very hard to make decisions sometimes, so we need help to kind of keep moving and continue to focus on the issue, which is kids. The issue, kids learning how to swim, kids being safe in facilities, and people being empowered through the use of aquatics. It makes really good business sense to empower the people in your facility, the young people coming through your doors, and people of all ages, but starting with the young people, to be super users of your facility, to know their way around, to feel safe, to know who to talk to. It makes really good business sense, and it's really good for your community. So I'd encourage you to think about that as you go into summer. So some of our key activities, training guideline, we're working on consolidating training. There's a number of guidelines that reference training. There's a number of frameworks, trying to pull that all together into one with a handy one-pager that tells you exactly what you need to know so you don't have to read the other 60 pages of guidelines, which are in there, but with a summary at the top. And then the child safety piece, how you implement these standards. How do you practically implement these standards in an aquatic facility? It's not about duplicating what's already out there in the regulations. It's about how do you apply them? How do you go about doing these things? And obviously, you would have seen maybe, hopefully last week, you would have been across this. We published a big report, a landmark report into the state of Learn to Swim in Australia. Some really great findings in that. And then next week, I'm giving you a shameless plug here, we're publishing another report about the state of aquatic facility infrastructure. And the executive summary of that is 120 pools in Victoria that are going to reach the end of their lifespan in 2030. 120. And so what's the plan for that? That's what we're working on next. That's a really, really critical piece of advocacy that we're working on. So sorry about the shameless plug. Okay, so current guidelines. These are the ones that are in place right now, and we hope to consolidate the training, so there'll be one for training that will be added, and we'll repeal all the other references to training through the rest of them, and then we'll add in another one around child safety. Don't worry, we're not going to throw this in and just say, right, need to go comply with these guidelines. There'll be a very lengthy period to implement. We'll get all your feedback. The guys at Lifesaving Victoria and the girls at Lifesaving Victoria will work with you to implement, but also to get your feedback, make sure that we get the settings right for you. My colleague before was talking about the Royal Commission. There was 4,000 institutions that were found in that Royal Commission process to have seriously breached child rights. 4,000 institutions. The scale of the problem was absolutely massive. There was 889 recommendations out of that report. Absolutely massive. It went on for years, right? There was something like, there was thousands of people that came forward that had been abused, treated very, very poorly, and shut down, actually, a bit when they came forward with their stories. So all of this activity, that's kind of the why is really important in this, is that everyone is kind of scrambling because it's the right thing to do, and we've got to be really careful that we do this well as an industry, and we do it across the board consistently. It doesn't matter if, and with respect to Elise from GSAC's going to do it really well, probably is already doing it really well, but there's hundreds, the majority of swimming pools out there in regional areas with fewer resources. Yeah, they're not connected, they're not networked. They might not even be in the room here today. Yeah, so the people that really need the help, we need to get resources to them and make sure that they, across the board, the aquatic industry is the same standards. Because if the incident happens up in Horsham or Mildura or in Melbourne, it doesn't matter. The whole industry together is tarnished by those types of incidents when that happens. So it's really important for consistency, and it's an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle, and we need to support regional communities and regional facilities in implementing these types of things. So there was 4 main recommendations: develop safe standards, which have been done. You've heard about the Victorian ones, which are in alignment with the national ones. Fantastic. Establish a representative voice for the sector. Expand those resources to support the sector, and improve communication with the sector. That was what came out of the 4 main recommendations from the Royal Commission. So these are the national standards. Council of Australian Governments got together, put this together and endorsed it. Pretty vague and flexible in terms of what you need to do. It seems like this Victorian, some of these guidelines that are coming out help contextualise what to do a little bit better. But this document itself is very, very high level, actually. Very, very high level in the sense of it's not going into the detail of what you need to do in a swim lesson or when the kids are getting dropped off and picked up and when they need to go to the toilet and those types of things. There's a whole bunch of little individual actions that we need to actually think through and how we're going to manage those things in an aquatic facility. So in New South Wales in November last year, they were legislated. And so they're now law in New South Wales. And then obviously here in Victoria, they were legislated in July of this year, yeah. So they come into effect. They'll be enforced, the enforced top of that pyramid that you saw before from January, which seems like very soon. So I hope you're all across this really well. I hope that this is just kind of informational about what we're doing in the rest of the country. But if you do need some support in this area, I know there's a range of organisations, Lifesaving Victoria and others, that can help you with getting up to speed. This is one of the other challenges, working with children check. So if you're running a pool in Victoria, you know, it's pretty straightforward. But when we looked at it across Australia, it was different everywhere. So the validity of the working with children check, who needs to get one, what age do you need to have it, whether you're a volunteer, whether you're a worker, it was different everywhere that we looked. But the activities that people were doing to be required to get one were on face value, it looks like the activities that happen in aquatic facilities are all covered under those working with children check requirements. So our essentially proposal right now is that we cut through that and just say that if you're working in a swimming pool where kids are coming in and out, or you're a contractor, or you're a volunteer, or you're anyone that's involved in that space, where we're sort of leaning at the moment is we're just going to cut through all that and say everyone needs to have a working with children check as a baseline. That's not the case in the current legislation, so we would be going a little bit further. Very open to your feedback on that if you think that's appropriate or not. Obviously, there's a cost with that. We understand that. We've heard that from employers as well, that there's costs associated with that. But we need to sort of think through these where we draw the line. And the National Aquatic Industry is working through that, the committee, and we'd also value your feedback in that space. So the other piece in here, the sort of strategic piece that we need to think through is in some states and territories, you need to evidence your compliance against the standards in order to be eligible for funding. So that's not just at an organisation level, but also at a sector level. So when organisations are out there advocating to government, when you get the opportunity to sit next to Dan Andrews or Albo and ask for that thing, we think it's quite likely actually that in all places eventually it will be, well, in order for that to be available to a sector, they need to be compliant with these standards. And it makes sense. Why would we spend taxpayer money on something that's going to harm a child later? It absolutely makes sense. So we do have some work to do in that space. And it's a good thing that's legislated here. It's not legislated outside of New South Wales and Victoria currently, although some are working on it. So Tassie's working on it currently, and South Australia is working on it a little bit. There's basically a code of practice, but there's other areas where there's nothing in place. So there's challenges and opportunities in this. I worked at the YMCA in 2014, I think, and there was really good systems in place back then. And those systems have only gotten better over time. There's a number of other employers, who have great systems in place. But again, it's those sort of smaller providers, a lot of small businesses. 50% of all aquatic facilities are privately owned small businesses. Yeah. So, and then it's about 70%-ish are regional facilities too. So we need to sort of think that through. That the scale of this, actually, and scaling that through the system, is actually a lot more complicated and complex actually than we think it is. I'm sure I'm preaching to the converted here about the insurance crunch as well. But there's huge implications to insurance. So it's really important across the sector we draw up some really clear lines around that piece. Where are we at? We've drafted some guidelines to implement those 10 principles. It's how to. It's the how to. It's not the what they are. It's not all of that. It's how do you actually do this? How do you actually write a code of practice for people that work in a swimming pool? How do you design facilities so that there's sight lines to where kids are going to be, and how do you make sure that there's what do those processes look like when we're talking about handover and those types of things? And what happens if you're out in a remote pool or something like that, and the staff member is a child? How are you going to supervise? It's that kind of question: who guards the guards? Who's watching the people that are supposed to be looking after them, right? So there's all these little, the devil's in the detail and all this stuff, right? So we actually need to step through that. And I'll put my hand up and say, I'm sort of sitting in my office trying to figure that out, and I actually really need everyone's help on our committee and in this room to actually make sure that we get those settings right, because it's changing all the time, and facilities are getting bigger and better and more complex, and we're working through a number of more complex challenges as we go as well. So look, the summary here is we're at the stage where the NAIC is about to review the draft, and we'll take feedback from those organisations, and we'll probably have to redraft, I'd imagine, and then once that's done and we're sort of the committee's reasonably happy with it, we'll put it out for industry consultation for a period of 3 months. So there'll probably be a newsletter from the guys at Lifesaving Victoria. Hopefully ARV are sitting up the back. Hopefully you'll get a newsletter from them as well about it. And we'll really value your feedback. And we will go through all of that feedback, and the committee will be provided with every bit of feedback as well to consider. So really appreciate anyone that takes the time to sit down, read through it, give us some feedback. And then after that period, we'll bring that back. Depending on what that feedback looks like, we might redraft and put it out again. But we'll give a year either way for people to sort of put it in place. I know that you've got to get the baseline stuff in place by January. So I'm not sure if that's achievable for everyone here, but it seems pretty tight given the last 2 years that we've had. So this is where we're at. This is the sort of plan that we've got in place. How to develop a policy, what risk management steps to take. What's reasonable and practicable in an aquatic facility, how to develop a code of conduct and the inclusions of that, what do safe interactions look like between adults and children, but also children and children, and what do they not look like? What is the practical guidance? Like, what kind of processes should you put in place for reporting, noting that there's legislative requirements? What kind of training? What is the inclusions on the training and the induction? Like, what do you actually need to do? What do you actually need to tell people? Importantly, the physical handling guidelines. Like, I was looking at that photo of the child being held in the pool in the actual standards. That's really critical, right? That's actually one of the key issues. And if you track to some of these high-profile incidents that are happening, that's there's stuff happening in public sight. So we need to make sure that there's really strong processes around that across the board. Supervision of children for child safety, not water safety. What does that look like? How to ensure your online environments are safe. How do you actually make your online environment safe? What kind of things do you need to do? How do you actually implement the requirements around equity, diversity, and inclusion? What kind of guidelines should you have in place for filming and photography in your swimming pools? We've never looked at this from a safety perspective across the board in the aquatic industry. And we've got to kind of, like we're talking about watch me, not your phone from a water safety perspective. But the reality is, parents want to celebrate their kids' achievements and that kind of thing and get that out there. Like, it's a reality, right? So you can't come down necessarily too hard on that kind of thing. We want to celebrate kids learning to swim in their first achievement, and their swim and survive level 6 when they hit those national benchmarks. We want to celebrate that, and we want people out there celebrating that. It makes good business sense, but we want to make sure that that's done in the right way and it's not abused, right? So we need to think that through. Record management, and then what kind of processes should you have for complaints? How do you manage the welfare of the people that are victims in that? How do you ensure privacy and all the sort of legal considerations around that, presumption of innocence, all sorts of complexity there. You've got to think that stuff through. And it's really hard. It's really hard. I hope that none of you have to deal with this. I hope that this document sits on a shelf and collects dust after you've implemented all the things in it. But the reality is somewhere, someone's going to have to deal with this. So let's help them as a collective. Let's help them get prepared. Thanks very much for having me.
So I think it's a confronting and challenging reality of the world we live in. We know that we are doing a lot of work for a very, 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 very small percentage of people, but we do need to think about protecting those young children first and foremost. We also then need to think about the secondary impacts of when it goes horribly wrong, and I'm talking about the other types of risk, the financial risk, the operational risk, the reputational risk that we need to work through. So it is something that's absolutely critical. RJ mentioned that it's all about the people, and I've been looking for little segues into the next presentation. So this presentation is a piece of research by Michael Butson, all about our staff, our recruitment, and our retention strategies. So Michael is a PhD candidate and researcher at Monash University. He's also a teacher in the community education sector. Michael will present findings from his research, which focuses on the recruitment and retention of employees specific to our industry. Importantly, he'll share with us advice and guidance on how we can create well-being and confidence within our employees and our teams. So please welcome Michael.
All right, thank you everyone. First of all, just thanks to LSV for inviting me here today. And just before I kick off, I couldn't have done all this work on my own, I suppose, so there's a few people here I should acknowledge before I begin. So Monash University and Victoria University sort of been doing this research since about 2017 and across both universities, and we've got Professor Ruth Jeans, Dr. John Tower, Dr. Eric Schwartz, and Eric, who's arrived at the back, so he's there. The first part of this presentation is going to look at what we already know, what we've found, and what we know in the industry. And the second part's going to go into a bit more detail about what we can sort of do different. The old COVID word sort of hasn't been thrown around at all, but I am going to use it. COVID has significantly impacted the industry. However, I don't think we should shy away from the fact that employee turnover within the industry, particularly those sort of entry-level roles, has been bubbling over since about 2012. So, yep, COVID has done what it's done, but we should really go back, see take a broader look and see what's also happened before that as well. So as we know that, then there's clearly some other issues that need addressing within our industry. First part of our research looked at turnover intention. So we wanted to know what our current employees, those lifeguards or swim instructors, what is their intention to do within the industry. So the way we defined it within our research was turnover intention is a measurement of an organisation's employees' plan to leave their positions. It is a tendency to escape based either on employees' dissatisfaction with their current job or organisation, or their desire for better job opportunities. So one of the first questions we asked, this was the focus for swim instructors, was how often do they consider leaving their position? And pretty much the typical responses were often, all the time, and sometimes. And probably the biggest takeaway message from this was that there is basically no career in the industry. All right, that is their strong perception. And I've got a note there that this attitude is developing once they get into the industry. They spend a bit of time in there and they're basically saying, there's no career here for me. Again, one of the biggest issues we found is that they are not able to overcome negative relationships with management, poor management, and their working conditions. So they're the big three things that we found, and the biggest one would be issues with management. Not all bad news though, I suppose. It's the opposite if we sort of discuss older employees. Older employers consider the role a rewarding one and explain a passion for teaching and the industry. So there's the complete opposite scenario happening here. Again, a bit of boring stuff here, but job embeddedness theory argues that when personal values, and for older adults, it's definitely contributing back to society. That's what they get, that's what they look for in the role, and that's what really drives them along. So when that's been met, there is a much better fit within the industry as a whole, I suppose. So that's what they're trying to do. However, issues with management still exist with older swim instructors. However, older employees are better equipped to deal with these issues with management, time, job experience, all those sort of things. They've been around for many more years. They can handle management. Young employees at this point cannot. We wanted to sort of unpack and ask the question about how do these swim instructors, what's their perception of how they think their managers are dealing with turnover in the industry, because they know their mates are leaving, they know they're leaving soon too. So we got a bit of an understanding of how they perceive management are doing. Two of the big quotes there we got. It is a business to them. I think they just hire new people when they leave. I don't know if they really do anything to try to retain people, I guess. I also don't think they really care about it. And the other one, I don't think that the management are doing anything proactively. Actually, I don't think they give a shit. It is all about the dollars for them. It's probably easier and cheaper to just keep replacing swim teachers than trying to keep them. And again, that was very consistent through our research, those sort of ideas coming through. Next, we wanted to have a look at reasons for turnover. So we had a chat with many swim instructors that left the industry, and we really wanted to knuckle down and find those reasons for why they left. The ones in the red are sort of where we're going to focus on today. I don't think it's, for some, we know it's just going to be a temporary role. They're going to be in the industry for a short period of time. They're going to be out. But that's what I would love to have found throughout this research, but it really isn't. These guys were leaving the industry for those sort of reasons as well. So limited career progression, failing to understand the working environment, and a negative view of their management. I just want to touch on the working environment for a moment. And I think that's something that needs to be acknowledged as well. And it's probably a sort of a wider conversation, maybe not one for today, but maybe with LSV, training providers, academics, managers and whatever. But you've got swim instructors entering the industry, having no idea what the role is about, hating the job and then leaving pretty early on because they just don't understand what the role is, or they've underestimated what the role actually is when they got into it. So possibly for another day, what do we need to do different to overcome those sort of issues? So there's something in that as well. All right, as I said before, one of the strongest messages that came across in our research was the issues with management. And this is pretty much directed mostly at middle management at this point. They generally have that closer relationship with those entry-level swim instructors, lifeguards. Again, to sort of paint a picture of what we found, there's a few more quotes there. So this manager sat next to me sat next to my class and watched me for 2 to 3 hours, and at the end of the session had a list and went through every single thing that she wanted to change. She would do this multiple times. I had years of experience and this was belittling. They talk, the culture, being the management, but where I came from, culture was extremely toxic. And you just cannot work in that sort of environment. Management were a clique. They looked after themselves. Management, I just wanted to slap her over the head every time I looked at her. She was hopeless. It didn't matter what you confronted her about, she just blows you off. Again, issues regarding communication coming through there pretty strong. Again, sort of I touched on before, that issue about limited career progression. So they're entering the industry and then they're realising that there's nowhere to go for me here. So a couple of quotes again. There is no career progression. You are sort of stuck at a level and you sort of do your time and then you leave on your own accord, or you're tossed to the side in a sense. Hours might be reduced and so on. I think a couple of main points with that is that the industry isn't promoted. It's seen as almost promoted as a stopgap industry. It's not exactly a career for most. Weighing up what we already knew, what we found, went back and had a bit of a look at the literature to see what that tells us is happening within our industry. And it's basically, we are got a culture of employee turnover. So it's characterised as the acceptance that employee turnover is part of the norm. That is, they believe that employee turnover and turnover behaviour are quite appropriate, normal, and the status quo. And I think it's really important to acknowledge here, this is just widespread across the industry. So we're talking frontline, casual, part-time, full-time. You've got your operations, your swim school, you've got your upper management, your centre managers and so on. There's just an acceptance that this is the way to go about it. So that's where we're at that point. So for the second half of this presentation, I'm just going to touch on, I suppose, what we can do a little bit differently. How we can build wellbeing, how we can develop stronger teams, and hopefully in turn retain those entry-level staff, swim instructors, lifeguards, for a little bit longer than what we probably currently are. So as I did mention before, I will probably keep coming back to that middle management, the coordinator level, I suppose, as what we did find a lot of this was targeted and a lot of the quotes and a lot of the issues were at that level. So these first set of recommendations are targeted at those. The first here is to build, I suppose, there needs to be improvement in communication, and that comes through in just about every quote when we spoke to people and all that sort of thing. A lot of this comes back to communication, and there needs to be and encourage two-way communication, particularly with younger employees. And again, I'll sort of draw the line between the two, but younger employees love a good chat, simplest way to put it, I suppose. And you almost need an open door policy all the way up to your centre management level. That's nearly the expectations of our younger employees these days. That's what they want. Middle management have to go back to basics at this point. They need to, training, learn around talent management, planning, attracting, developing, and the basics again, retaining those employees. And middle management, they need to reflect and take a bit of time to reflect on their leadership style. Because, again, as I said, it's coming through very strong at that level. We have the issues. So they need to go back, understand what they're doing, what they could do differently, and overall, how is their actions impacting their team or their facility, and so on. Next slide relates to workforce development, so bringing that team together. Even goes all the way back to, I suppose, that recruitment stage. So again, the focus here is on younger employees. As we know, I think most of our younger employees are about 24 and under, so these swim instructors, these lifeguards. So that's where we're at. So younger employees, they need to be communicated opportunities for career progression as early as possible. If you're not talking about that, they're going to become very disinterested very, very quickly. I would even suggest these conversations being had during recruitment. That's the stuff they want to know. Help employers work towards long-term goals. Invest time and money into the training and the advancement of these younger employees in particular. And I think most importantly, down the bottom there, is speak positively and passionately about the profession and the aquatics industry. That's the stuff younger employees want to hear, they want to get involved in, and they want to know. If they hear that, they think, all right, I'm in a good spot here. Next slide here touches on those relationships. again, for these younger people, much, much more important than older adults. They can come in, do their job, teach their lessons and leave and know they're contributing. But younger employees seek more than that. So communicate and explain expectations clearly. Younger employees will definitely hold organisations to account. All right. This sort of comes back to, I suppose, the working conditions and the thing called realistic job preview. They want to know what they're getting into as early as possible, so they know they can meet their expectations. So if it doesn't align with their expectations, they're going to be out the door as well. And I've put a couple words in capital letters there, most important. Take the time to engage with and understand all aspects of younger employees' lives. They want to build that personal relationship with each level of management. So learn about their career, their aspirations, their goals, their education, their family, their friends, the whole lot. That's what they want. Again, not quite the same with older adults. They just want to be contributing. They want to be helping young kids learn to swim. They want to be helping keep people safe, that sort of thing. So again, very different. And again, create stronger employee-manager relationships. Very, very, very important. Here, we look at, I suppose, the overall culture of an organisation. And up the top there, pay cannot compensate for poor culture, and that's 100% true. So instead of saying too much here, I'm just going to pose a few questions. And again, this list could go on and on about how we could create great culture within our organisations, but there's a few here may be relevant. So what are your values? How are these values communicated to employees? How do you recognise and celebrate employees? Do you discuss with your employees their working conditions and respond accordingly? Do you provide opportunities for personal and professional growth? And again, do you reinforce the value and significance of our industry and the daily impact we make on communities, families and individuals? Again, I'll reinforce that. Younger employees want to be involved in helping, making a difference, and if they know that, you're likely to retain them a little bit longer as well. All right, exit interviews. These are definitely traditionally not used at this level, so swim instructors, pool lifeguards, and maybe, I'm not really sure, but maybe not even throughout the industry enough, I suppose. But there is a significant issue with management that we have found, and whether it's at your site or not, exit interviews are a great way. Use them for a period of time to just find out why these staff are leaving. Ask the question to a few of them when you know they're going. So exit interviews, really great to monitor and analyse employee turnover, identify management training needs and any issues, and recognise does it recognise the positive aspects that you are able to replicate across other parts of the organisation as well. So again, exit interviews have not traditionally been done that much, but I would stand up here and suggest for a period of time, let's knuckle down and do some to work out what is happening at that each individual site level, especially if you are experiencing a high level of unusual turnover. Just to finish off, we're probably moving to a time where there's even wider organisational and industry expectations. Again, where industry is full of young employees, and their expectations and what they want to see is continually evolving and has really recently changed as well. So for young employees, they want to see an emphasis on social impact. They want to see a proactive stance on gender equality. They want to see everyone being environmentally responsible and operating ethically. And finally, foster a climate of respect and dignity for everyone as well. Thank you guys, thank you very much. That is it. If you would like any further information, we've got a couple public papers out at the moment on what we've found. There will be a couple more out hopefully in the next week or two. Come and find me, drop me your email, I can guide you in the right direction and send you anything you might need. Thank you everyone.
We know there's work to do. We know it's a changing environment. We know that our workforce has got maybe even different values to ourselves, and I think that changes across. There's a range of factors that influence what that is, but at the end of the day, there is we know who our staff are. We know the types of people that make up the demographic of our staff team, and it's something that we cannot we cannot ignore. So I think the next piece of research, Michael, for you and your team will be to talk to the managers about their staff, see if they've got any views, and then how do we maybe start to narrow the gap that appears to be in place between the us and the them, the haves and the have-nots in that respect. We've talked about safety, and we've talked about purpose, and we've talked about workforce now. And in terms of delivering on what we need to deliver and improve water safety, the final piece of the puzzle is facilities. Without facilities, we don't have particularly safe environments for us to undertake the activities that we do. So what we've got Alec from our team is going to convene a panel.
Thank you, Andy. My name's Alec Olszewski and I'm the Aquatic Industry Services Manager here at Lifesaving Victoria. Joining me on the stage, I'd like to re-invite Aaron Holman from the Brimbank Aquatic and Wellness Centre. Aaron is the Operations Coordinator of both facilities in Brimbank and Sunshine Leisure Centre. So I'll throw to you again in a minute, Aaron. Next, I'd like to ask Peter Leckie to come forward from WinActive and Aquapulse in Hoppers Crossing. And finally, Steve Meikle. Let me just start. And Aaron, I'm going to throw to you first. Brimbank Aquatic and Wellness Centre is a brand new facility in St Albans. It is the first 6-star energy rated facility in Australia. How did we get there and how's it going?
Yeah, I know a lot of people have been waiting with interest on how the new site's going. Well, at the moment, so the pool's hot, the air's hot, the gym's cold, so yeah, well so far. So for those who don't know, we've got a 500 kilowatt solar system and it's an electric heat pump and chiller model to heat the pools and the air. And the site has all of the other ESD inbuilds that you would expect in a site, a modern site. So, LED lighting and really strong insulation, a Bauer air heating system, all those kind of things. So it's all coming together really well at the moment. I haven't seen the first electric bill come through yet. I'm still waiting on that one. But it's in a really good place at the moment. So if you're interested in the all-electric heat pump model and knowing what gas prices are going to do to us all in the next 12 to 18 months, I'm sure a few of you will be interested if you're not already.
Thanks, Aaron. Peter, I'm going to throw to you next. Your new role is the Assets and Environment Manager, so a specific role in environment at Aquapulse, and that's only a fairly new position. Aquapulse is only 7 years old. It was state of the art at the time. I know I was there, and I think, Steve, you were very much involved in putting it together. What are you doing now to modernise it, only 7 years into its life? And I guess the next question is, why?
Yeah, thanks, Alec. I suppose, firstly, I just have to pick up the mess that Steve and Alec left me. That's all right. But what we're really trying to do now is complete an energy audit, which we're actually doing with EcoSave, one of the sponsors of today, to understand sort of where our systems sit now compared to, say, where a new system is. What we can add in, what we can change. We've got a solar system at the moment, but definitely nowhere near as big or definitely nowhere near as up to date as well. So it's really trying to understand what we can do to help not only get better operations of our centres, but at the same time work towards a more environmentally friendly aspect, moving away from gas perhaps towards more electricity, changing out halogen globe lights for LEDs, like all sorts of things that have really changed across the industry and across buildings as themselves in the last 8 years.
Thanks, Peter. And Steve, final question, a question for you. You've been involved in building aquatic facilities for, I'm not going to say how long, but...
Long enough, yeah.
Long enough. Are designers heeding the call on sustainability as well as environment? And if they are, what are we seeing? What's next?
Look, yes, the short answer is yes. So at the moment we're involved with Northcote, Northern Arc, Mount Gambier are the three large projects we're currently working on. Yep. All three are full electric sites.
Yep.
So Northern Arc in Geelong actually came out to tender with gas, and then there was an instruction issued, well, pretty much as we started the project, to be honest, to immediately change to electric, which we've done. So it's happening, it's there. I don't believe I'll build another council aquatic facility with gas. I don't think it's going to happen. With all the targets of being carbon neutral, gas is definitely gone for us. Yeah, there you go. It's not my decision, but I'll take the claps, thank you. The concern we have, Victoria is fairly new in this heat pump space. Like in Queensland, as an example, it's been an accepted way of building for a long time, and we've done a lot of work in Queensland, and we've always done heat pumps. The ambient air is a lot warmer, so it works. The efficiencies are much higher. As you can see, we're nearly in November, and it's still pretty shit here in Melbourne, so that worries us, and that's our concern. When we get into the depths of winter, these heat pumps, their efficiencies really drop off. So it's something we've got to be careful with. The consultants are trying to be conservative with the sizing, but in the middle of winter when it's 5 degrees or lower overnight for consecutive nights, that's the risk, is that if the mechanical fails overnight and the air temperature drops, the pool will struggle to keep up. And that's something you all need to understand, that if we go down this path of this sustainable way of doing things, the level of risk can go up. And you have to be cognizant that there may be a time that the calculation may not work. Hopefully we don't get to that, but it is a risk.
So are you saying that as operators, and I'm sure there's a lot of operators in the room, that it's going to become more complex to operate the facility?
Yeah, it will be. So for example, when we analyse the heat requirements of a site, we look at a pool cover's being used. Yep. What's the ambient air in the room? What sort of systems do you have is mechanically treating the space? And if you choose not to put the pool cover on, which none of you ever do, which annoys me, but anyway, that puts additional strain on the heat pump to keep the water at the temperature you want. So if you come in at 5 o'clock in the morning and the pool's dropped by half a degree, was the cover used? Were the mechanical systems working correctly? All these things. So the equation is a lot more complex than it used to be. With a gas boiler, we just literally give you a shitload of heat and it just worked. But now there's more science to it.
Thanks, Steve. And I think there's an interesting point there around the economics of the piece. And I don't know, but Pete, I might throw this to you and put you on the spot on it. When I was at Aquapulse, we used to say, we won't put the pool blankets on because it is cheaper in terms of the saving to not have the staff spend the extra 15 minutes.
The problem you've got now, I'm not sure if you're aware, Section J of the National Construction Code's changed. We have to put pool covers on every pool, whether it's indoors or outdoors. So the old performance solution, which was the way we got around it, that's gone. Northcote is a good example. I can't even tell you, it's got every single pool's got pool covers, and they're different rollers and undercover ones and bits and pieces. I honestly think it would take probably an hour morning and night for 2 staff to put the covers on and off. Operators, and I've spoken to a lot of the operating companies who are tendering at the moment and said, be allowed for it because you have to do it.
That's news to me, and I wasn't aware of that, so thanks for letting us know. A couple of questions back to the gentlemen that are running the site. And Aaron, you said you didn't have your first energy bill in yet, but I might ask you, Pete, the budget on earlier this week, the federal budget suggested that energy prices will go up 20% later this financial year, and we're expecting another 30% increase in the next financial year. What does this mean for you and the facility, and what's happening in sort of the price space for you at Aquapulse? And Aaron, I'll get you to comment second.
Yeah, definitely. This is a really, really hard one to combat, and with Western Leisure being a subsidiary of council, a lot of the utility contracts are remotely sort of handled by the council themselves, and we have less involvement than perhaps we would like. We couldn't have foreseen that, when we were writing the current financial year's budget, there was going to be a mass increase in gas prices all over, I guess, Australia, let alone Victoria as well. And unfortunately, I couldn't foresee a war happening in Ukraine that would bump those up, but things happen. So what we need to do now is work really closely with council to try and get to a better state with new contracts coming up throughout the next year. And what we can do operationally is really work to how we control consumption. That's essentially all we can do. We can't control the prices, we can't control the rates, but we can control how we operate our spaces. The hard part then is, whilst yes, we're looking to reduce consumption, we don't want to then impact operations. You know, I'm sure everybody here has dealt with it in the fact of you get one person in, they can always feel the pool is that slight little bit colder, and you'll hear it everywhere you go. And as soon as we start to reduce perhaps the gas usage or drop the boilers at 1 or 2 degrees to try and help us, that's going to happen. And that's not what we want. We're community areas. We want to provide the best thing we can to the public. So it's really much a balancing act at the moment.
Aaron, how does it stack up in a 6-star rated facility?
Yeah, well, I'm not so worried about Bromane Aquatic Wellness, even though it is bigger, and but we are a little bit more protected from that with our electric heat pumps. We've got our other site, Sunshine Leisure Centre, which is still gas-fired. So we're currently going through the process of a large gas contract and negotiating those prices to provide us a little bit of a buffer and some protections there in group purchasing. There are some complications with that as well, that if you don't purchase enough or use enough gas in that period, there can be penalties on that front as well. But going through the exact same considerations there about how much do we turn the temperature down, how many memberships are we willing to lose based on reducing our costs. We're also running a cogen plant at Sunshine at the moment, which is using gas to generate electricity and heat for our pools. So some of our considerations at the moment are, do we mothball that system completely at the moment to reduce our gas expenditure? And then what effect does that have on our electricity use and our extra heating demand on the boilers? So the big message from me here is that things change, and more recently things are changing really rapidly as well. So when you're looking at your ESD and your gas usage and all that kind of thing, the equations that existed even 5 years ago can be completely turned on their head today, and again in the future may be tipped on their head again in another 5 years, because none of us have crystal balls with what's happening 5 to 10 years down the track.
Thank you both. I'll just open up to the floor in case there are any questions. If you have anything burning for the gentlemen that are on the stage, I've got a couple more. Yeah, just eat it.
Just a quick question regarding the heat pump system that you're saying councils are now putting in their designs of pools and stuff. Are they including a solar system with that to counteract electricity costs?
Yeah, so on all the new projects, there's significant amounts of solar included. Unfortunately, when we have been tendering a lot of projects in the last probably 18 months with all the escalation, most projects are coming in over budget. So the value management chopping block solar is normally a pretty easy one. We've seen a couple of projects where they've reduced the amount of solar panels that are being installed, but the infrastructure for additional is still left on the roof. So it is definitely a big part of it. We did see a shift probably even longer, maybe 5 years ago, where the old water or the pool solar is gone now. Now it's all about maximising the PV solar space in order to create electricity to pay for the heat pump. So the solar that used to be really popular, and even I was a big advocate of it, it's no longer being considered because it's maximised PV.
I know for I can completely mirror that sentiment that the solar was almost early on to be considered to be chopped off the plan, and you've really got to fight to put it in. And I'll probably mirror an earlier comment as well around commercial risk as well with heat pumps. So we assessed fairly early on that heating was a key part of our business. So if we weren't able to provide heat, or we went down this electric heat model, and for whatever reason it didn't work, or it wasn't as effective, or in winter it couldn't keep up. So we considered a small gas boiler as well as a backup system, so that if the heat pumps did go down, we didn't lose all of our learn to swim, all of our pool heating, all of our air heating, and essentially have to shut the aquatic area. So yeah, you need to consider those into your program as well, and how much risk your organisation is willing to take on.
And then I think sort of tacking on to the back end of that as well, and something I try and sort of say to my team all the time too is, around this space, no idea is a bad idea of where we can look to save or gain other areas like electricity. One that the guys have thrown around before is let's try and use the gym. We've got people up there all the time running on treadmills, on bikes. Let's get them to make some electricity for us, as opposed to seeing those nice big bills come in. And the same way as well, looking at what other people do with their solar. Perhaps carports can be installed, or they may already be there, whether or not they can also hold solar as well, not just the main buildings themselves, and really trying to expand out and not keep with, I guess, the status quo of what everyone's done over the past.
Thanks. Any other questions from the floor? Yeah, one over here, and then RJ next. Sorry, Cara.
Question for Aaron or Steve, either way. You mentioned that Queensland's kind of in this space and Vic's headed in this way and isn't yet. Keen to hear your learnings and any tips that you might have for those facility operators or aquatic managers in this room that are keen to kind of work on their career development and put themselves in the best position to walk into the next green fields that are going to come to market in terms of skills, training, experience.
I won't talk so much about Queensland for new operators that are coming into this space, or you're going into a greenfield site at Brimbank. We're really blessed with a really strong environment department that developed a climate emergency policy, and that policy really helped lead and drive the decision makers in ensuring that all the sustainability design initiatives get into those sites and are committed to. And then the other one for new operators, if you have no idea what a thermal battery is or how a heat pump works or anything like that, you don't need an engineering degree, you just need to talk to other people in the industry. So come out and see people that have got sites. So, I've done 20 or 30 tours already around the batteries and the solar and all that kind of thing. I'm sure Steve will have a chat with you if you like, he loves a chat. As do all the other operators and commercial operators. We'll be more than happy just to talk to you and say this is how solar works, this is what a cogen system is. The first steps are around educating yourself, and if not, talking to a consultant as well about your specific sites and what opportunities exist.
Yeah. So Steve, the question there was what learnings from Queensland? Any others?
Queensland's more heat pumps have been the go-to for a long time there. So it wasn't necessarily because Queensland looking at it from an ESD perspective, it was just because they have the environment that allows them to use those heat pumps. They probably wouldn't even have this conversation because a heat pump up there just works. It works very similar to a gas boiler. It can produce a lot higher temperature. The one thing from a real technical standpoint is what we've seen some consultants and people in the industry have undersized heat pumps. That's a really big thing. So unlike the sounds of Aaron's site, the ones we're currently building don't have any gas. There's no backup. So the calculations have got to be spot on. The Queensland engineers, we've got our sister companies based in Queensland, so their understanding of the technology is very different to Victoria, and we found a fair few projects that have come through that may be a bit underdone. So if you're going to retrofit, and this is probably the biggest thing, it's really difficult to retrofit heat pumps. There's a lot of technical things to consider. Try and ensure you've got a consultant or go to someone that's got experience and has actually achieved a retrofit and have had a good proven record of operating and working. Don't go to a salesperson from a heat pump supplier. It's the last thing you should do. They will just sell you whatever they want to sell you. Get someone involved that can help you size things. And if you're a person in the industry, listen to that. Don't get sucked in by a salesperson. That's probably my biggest tip.
Thanks, Steve. RJ.
Sorry,
No, go ahead.
gentlemen, 50-metre pools. Discuss.
I like them because they make me money. The bigger the pool, the more money. So that's why, for me, so everyone build a 50-metre pool, please. Yeah, that's pretty much all for me.
I'm glad they don't have to be 30 degrees most of the time, because that would just be enormously hard to maintain. But 50-metre pools, I guess we have two of them that we manage with Western Leisure, one at Aquapulse, one at the Werribee Outdoor Pool. And the hard part we have there, especially at the outdoor pool, is maintaining that temperature. We have all those external factors. It's colder here, like Steve's mentioned, that we need to account for. We need to account for people using them, even though it may only be 2-3 people that come down. And we're looking for retrofitting perhaps to heat pumps as well. So there's a lot to consider. It's not the easiest thing, and definitely everyone's still working through it, but it'd be much easier if we were doing it to perhaps a spa instead. So you could have made it a little easier for me, RJ.
From my perspective, 50-metre pools, yeah, great. Try and build a site without one at the moment, and you probably won't be able to do it. Just it's a community expectation that it's there. But at the same time, splash pads, our splash pad is extremely popular at the moment. But also because of their nature, it sheds a lot of heat and we get a lot of evaporation because of that splash pad. They're generally a smaller body of water, but they're really highly utilised as well. So they, which means there's more backwashing and more heat loss and more chemicals are going into it as well. So yeah, you need to consider how that whole system's put together. But yeah, I don't think I think they're a necessary evil at the moment to have enough water space in the facility to be able to support learn to swim, carnivals, general swimming in summer during that peak demand. But splash pads are great as well. I think they're almost more highly used than the 50s at the moment.
All right. Final question for me, for each of you, bang for buck. What can you go out and do, or what's the best outcome environmentally for the cheapest spend in the short term?
That's a good question.
That's a good question. Bit of heads up would have been nice for that one.
Yeah.
For me, it's a really difficult one. Are you talking new facility or retrofit or?
Yeah. Sorry, I'll clarify. For facilities that are already there,
yep.
Rather than, most, as you say, are being designed with this in mind, but for facilities that are ageing, what can we do?
Look, converting to a heat pump is a really, really big, it's a big task. So don't go into that thinking that's an easy thing to do. There's considerations of, do you have enough power on your site? The filtration equipment. So to give you an idea, a heat pump, a very, very simple premise, produces lower temperature water. So on average, it might produce maybe 35, 45 degree water. And if you're trying to heat a pool to, let's say, 30 degrees, to get that heat transfer, you need to pump a lot more volume. So if you've got an existing system, to be able to retrospectively fit that, you're changing a lot more pipework, more pumps, more power. It's a big task to do it, and it's not cheap. Buying the heat pump is actually the easy part. So that's something to consider. I would have thought the best thing, if you've got an existing site, make sure all your pumps have got variable speed drives. That's a really great and it's a really easy thing to do. Majority of the sites that we go to, so we obviously maintain as well. When we go to sites that don't have variable speed drives, their pumps are nearly always running off the curb. So they're running inefficiently. They're running at the wrong speed for the filtration system. There's some really great people out there that come out and do audits for you and can tell you what you can do with adding variable speed drives, and you can get better quality filtration. You get your efficiency running better. So that's probably the easiest one to do. Different again, chemical management systems. It's something that I get incredibly frustrated with. I love Prominent. Everyone knows me that knows I love Prominent equipment. It is the best money you'll ever spend. Put a quality filtration system with good quality chemistry, you'll really never have to go in the plant room. So for me, that's probably where I would spend my money. Changing filters to Neptune Benson's, UFF, they're big jobs, big dollars, especially with the US dollar being as terrible as it is. The cost of Neptune Benson as a capex has become really, really high. So for me, it's probably more that low-lying fruit, the chemical management systems, VSDs, and if you're going to go to heat pumps, it could be a huge cost.
Yeah, I think before you even go down to that path as well, when talking bang for your buck in terms of what you want to do moving forward, is exactly what these guys have touched on, and is really go through and work on education. Like, reach out to the industry, reach out to pool plant experts, reach out to Steve, reach all of that information you're looking for before you even start. Talk to the right people, find someone to come in and look at what you've already got. Don't go in, I guess, half-cocked if you like, and then have to go backwards 3 steps to move forward 2 steps. It's just all about preparation to make sure you go the right way.
For me, solar is probably the one that stands out. It's a pretty well-known quantity at the moment. You know, it's abundant at the moment. A lot of people are pumping out solar panels, so which means if there's a supply, then it's cheaper to install, and it just sits there and works for you. And it shouldn't really have it if it's designed properly and put in properly. It'll just keep generating a return for you. So solar is probably the easiest one. But to go down a little slightly different track, automations. So as much as we love to think that the duty managers will turn every light in the building off every single night before they leave, we know that it's really easy to leave on pool deck lights or an office set of lights or something like that. So as much as you can automate your buildings through BMS systems or lighting control systems or, you know, automated pool plant, those automations, every time it turns something off automatically, saves you power, saves you backwashing, saves you all the things that you want to save, and you're removing that human error element.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm just going to wrap up by saying, and I might give you a plug as well, RJ, that there is a lot more to sustainability and environmental sustainability than just the ESD side of it, and we didn't cover that very much today, but thank you, gentlemen, for your insights into what you're doing at your facilities, and Steve, in some of the projects that you're working on. Thank you very much. Lunch is available.
Some of you might have been there 4 or 5 years ago when we did the mock trial at LSV, and I was on the receiving end of some of it. But I'm really, really pleased to be able to say that we're going to go through it again with people that are far more skilled and experienced than I am. The session's going to be led by Hugh Selby. Hugh retired this year from his profession as a barrister, so congratulations on your retirement. He, however, continues to teach advocacy to would-be advocates and courtcraft to witnesses. Joining Hugh, we have Lyndall, we have Dinah, and we have Peter, who are here representing the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine, Ambulance Victoria, and Victoria Police. So if I can ask you, please put your hands together for the panel.
What we did some years ago worked quite well. We didn't want to repeat it. So I understand that this morning you heard from the mother who lost her child to drowning. Am I right about that? Right. So we kind of all understand the idea of the loss and grief that mum would have suffered. And that's quite different from the stress that any one of us would feel if we failed to do our job properly poolside, and as a result of that, somebody dies. So this afternoon is about taking you through the stages of what happens when you stuff up. First in terms of ambulance paramedics, then in terms of police, that's Peter, then in terms of the pathology, which has to be done, the autopsy or equivalent, before the deceased body can be released for burial. That's been done by Lyndall from VIFM in Monash. And then those are all things that happen in the minutes after somebody drowns and in a week or so after. And then a year later comes the coroner's inquest. So you've gone through your own process of waking up in the middle of the night wondering why you were responsible for somebody's death. And just at the point where you've got over it, somebody like me brings it all back by asking you questions you never, ever wanted to answer in a courtroom. So if you've grasped that the idea of today has two parts, one, to terrify you, and secondly, to show you how to minimise the stress, if we get that at the end of the session, it will have been worth all our efforts, theirs and yours. What we need to share is, for the layperson,
yes,
when the ambulance turns up and the paramedics come out.
Sure, so we've just arrived at scene.
You've arrived at scene.
Yes.
And what happens, and what makes your job easier, and what makes you go home saying, oh shit, it was another one of those shifts. Okay?
Well, that happens every shift, but that's okay. So I've arrived at scene, and I'm usually greeted by a person who's been delegated to come out and guide us to where we're going. We call them waivers, we have various names for them, but they are very important because just remember we don't necessarily know all of your locations, so it is important to have somebody out. It's also better if that person or another person with them can greet us and start briefing us on the way on what's been done so far, because we might get the job, the case, but it's not all, that doesn't give us the intricacies of what's happened. So the more accurate you can be, and I always say to you, don't guess. If you don't know, if we ask a question you don't know it, it's fine to say, I don't know. But if you can give us a little bit of a briefing why we're heading to the patient or patients, then that gives us a heads up and we're starting to think in our heads the process that's been going on. The patient could have started to get better, which is fantastic because you've pulled them out of the water, started to resuscitate them and things have improved. Unfortunately, that's not always the case and it goes down. So when we arrive at the patient, I'm sure you've all been told in your training to keep going because we've got a bit of equipment to set up. So keep going, we'll still be talking and gathering the history. And if anybody's got because just remember everybody's point of view is a little bit different. So there might have been the first lifeguard at scene who did something, the second one came in and before the third one cleared the pool and just whatever's going on. And just don't forget to do that too, because we don't want more patients. So I know we can become very focused. We don't want other patients in the pool, but I know you're trained to do that. Just continuing it on, depending on how many paramedics are at scene, whether we've still got MICA, whether there could be good SAM responders as well, if you've heard of those, as well as the staff, there might be a range of people that we just need to coordinate and control at scene. So still liaising with us, that would be great, but don't be surprised if we actually still get you, if there's just the two of us there or possibly a single responder to keep working on that patient. And all I can say is just document everything as we're going along. If you can. If you've got a scribe, that's even better, noting times, because this will come into play later on when you're writing your reports and should you have to have a police report and then go to the coroners. We'll change over our equipment, by the way, to our equipment and those sort of things are going on as well. So hopefully we're extricating the patient and taking them out of scene. And again, we might need your knowledge and experience of the best way out, back out to the ambulance. We may have come down steps. There might be an easier way to get out. We might even have to move the vehicle for transport. So we rely on you to do that as well. When we're extricating, teamwork is a good experience. And we'll always appreciate you assisting, carrying our bags, doing anything like that as we go along, as well as assisting with the patient, assisting with relatives. There's all those things because you might have already built a rapport with them. Then, of course, after we leave the scene, we always do the same thing. We often try to check back, especially if it's in a work environment like that, but not always possible, but we try and do that. And write down any questions, anything like that, because we might be able to contact you back. The biggest thing I can say to you, though, is write notes. I can't emphasise to you, write notes. Even something you think is not important, jot it down because you never know what questions are going to be asked or things that happened. Of course, everybody wants to know whether somebody survives or not. And while I'm not an expert in peer support and what have you, but the reactions you're going to go through, you've got so much adrenaline going through your body. Just remember to come down off that phase as well. And all those, there's nothing that's abnormal, everything is normal, and just got to normalise it. So looking after yourselves is very important too. And we worry about the people that we see too. You start to question yourself, write it all down. You'll actually find when you write things down that you probably did do a lot of things that you probably didn't realise, or if you didn't do them, somebody else did them. Not only speaking as a paramedic, I just wanted to say that my first ever resus that I ever did prior to becoming a paramedic was in a pool in Moorabbin, and it was a child who didn't survive. So what I'm saying to you is not only as a paramedic, it's as your peer. So please take that little bit of advice, and I'm always available to have a chat.
Question.
Sure.
You've mentioned several times the necessity to take notes. What's your experience of people taking photos at the time? For example, if people are seen to take photos, do other people get very upset about what they see as voyeurism if photos are being taken?
The experience that I have in many scenes, and we do many things in a public place, people can take photos. It's very difficult to stop people taking photos. In fact, it's impossible, in all honesty, to taking photos. It's what they do with those photos. And again, I'm not going to get into the legal side of things. My colleague will be able to explain that a little bit more. But if they do things with those photos, that becomes an offence later on. Trying to stop someone taking photos is a very difficult thing, and probably the last thing you really want in that. You can always be polite to people and ask them not to, but you don't want to get into another altercation, then we've got something else to deal with.
General question that perhaps Peter can best answer. Peter, are there a lot of facilities now that have cameras running all the time, or none, or some?
Yeah, pretty much nearly every inch of this earth is covered by CCTV of some description, from whatever buildings. It could be from in-car videos that are available now, and as part of the investigation process, the police will obtain all relevant CCTV footage, all in-car camera footage, all audio or video footage or photographs that people have taken. We'll obtain them under either a search warrant or under a coroner's authority in regards to a reportable death.
Right. Follow-up question from that. If during the course of the police inquiries, people who might be here today get called in and asked to make a statement, and then the police officer in charge of the investigation then gets the CCTV and other footage that you've talked about, is it possible that people will be called back because what they've said in their statement is inconsistent with what the police investigators have found on the recovered surveillance material?
That can be a possibility. Initially, you might have somebody that's given a witness statement that turns out to actually be a suspect in an investigation. At that point in time, obviously, the course of the investigation takes another step. So instead of a normal witness statement, there'd be tape-recorded interviews done under Section 464 of the Crimes Act here, caution and rights administered to the person that's being interviewed. So in the terms of a reportable death such as a drowning at a pool, initially the initial action would be there'd be a call through to OOO, Emergency Services. Predominantly the ambulance would be the first one called, but if it then becomes a situation where it is a death, then the police are going to be there as well. Because it's a sudden death, it comes under the Coroner's Act here in Victoria, and is a reportable death. So one of the first initial attending police might be from the local 24-hour police station on the divisional van. They'll generally be fairly junior constables, one typically 3-4 weeks out of the police academy, the other one will be more senior, maybe a leading senior constable that'll be guiding and mentoring it. Their job will be to liaise with the other people that are at that scene. It basically becomes a crime scene when it's a reportable death. There should be perimeters established around that, so to prevent any other people getting into that scene or site to contaminate whatever evidence is there. If the ambulance paramedics have had intervention, there'll be various pieces of equipment that have been used. There might be various pieces of equipment that you've used in the course of doing a resuscitation that turned out to be unsuccessful. We all know from our training that 1 in 4 is the success rate when we get to CPR. 3 out of 4, it's unsuccessful. So as long as you're doing your job in accordance with your training and you followed what you've been taught and told, and if somebody that's an unconscious, unresponsive patient, no worries at all. But we have to look at all the circumstances. We look at, in terms of what Linda will talk about, in terms of the body, what tests will be done at the coroner's court later on to establish what alcohol or drugs or other medical situations that might be associated with that person. So the initial report of death for coroner, that goes through, that'll come through to then the coroner will look at that and say, are we going to have what's called a summary inquest brief prepared in regards to this reportable death? And that'll involve getting some witness statements, getting verbal accounts from people involved, putting whatever photographs, plans, measurements are together, attaching an autopsy report, and submitting that through to the coroner. they might then have a look at that and say, no, we need this investigation to go further, and then a full inquest brief where everybody has to have a witness statement taken, and then it might be that there's actually an inquest held in regards to that, where every person that's given some sort of valuable evidence in regards to that matter will be called along to the coroner's court in regards to giving evidence for that reportable death. And at that coroner's court process, you might have, generally have the coroner's assistant, which is a police prosecutor that will be assisting the coroner with general questioning of the witnesses in terms of their evidence in chief. And then you might have various other parties involved. There might be a barrister representing Lifesaving Victoria. There might be a barrister representing the City of Monash. There might be a barrister representing the family of the deceased. So as a witness, you may end up being cross-examined by all the interested parties in that inquest.
Peter, we'll come back to that later. Taking you back to the incident scene where you told us about how the initial contact can be a 000 call, and that leads to paramedic
Triple which? 000.
000. Sorry. Paramedics and police coming along. Supposing that the paramedics arrive first, what's the protocol for the relationship between the police who attend and the paramedics?
So in terms of crime scene preservation, in terms of paramedic and ambulance training, police do from time to time go along and educate the paramedics and the ambulance staff in regards to crime scene preservation and what we require of them in regards to a death scene, for example. Yep.
Right. Thank you.
We always get to, it's not a crime. Well, we're still working on the patient.
Yeah.
It's okay, and then it becomes we do our best not to destroy evidence, so.
Was there any other aspect of the paramedic attendance at that time that you need to share with our audience now?
There was a quick summary. I suppose my points just were, like I said, recording the notes and all that sort of thing, and do your job and your training to the best of your ability. And don't forget that 1 second feels like 1 minute is the other thing. It skews your time.
Yeah, it skews it very badly.
So probably just on the notes side of thing, I reinforce that because it's your notes taken at the time. They can be as soon as possible after. It doesn't have to be directly at the time you're doing things because you're obviously busy actually hands-on with things. But as soon as you're not hands-on, in terms of like Donna and I are both with Lifesaving Clubs, we both work with Lifesaving Victoria as well. So we, in terms of beach patrolling or surf lifesaving, we have what's called the LIMSOC system where we record any rescue or major first aids. And it's day, date, time, place, names, location, circumstances and all that. It's a great note-taking capability. I'm not sure of the processes or systems that you've got in the aquatic industry. You may have different ones for different municipalities, different locations, but that is a very useful tool for us in terms of lifesaving at the beaches and patrolling to document what we're actually doing. And from a policing point of view, I would always have my diary. I would make handwritten notes. I would record audio. I would take photographs because the more notes you have in your possession, it makes it a lot easier later on, because when it goes to give evidence at court later on, if your memory is exhausted, you may ask permission to refer to that. And what better than having it first place as soon as possible afterwards.
We'll come back to how, when and why you make your notes a bit later. Also, please note that each of our speakers is staying through the session, so you'll have a chance to ask questions later on. So if you have another question for the paramedic later on, you will get a chance to ask it. For now, it's good? Thank you.
I was just going to say, just in our defence, this is just in our defence, sometimes paramedics come across as very sharp and short. Just please don't take that personally. Your mind's going 1,000,000 miles an hour, ours is going 10 times that. So sometimes there might not be a please and a thank you at the end, and we just might be a little bit abrupt. Just give us a moment, because we've got to think pretty hard too. That's all I like to, because sometimes we get that feedback.
Thank you for that. Peter, the cop's perspective, please. at scene.
Citizens on patrol, yes, cops. Right, so obviously we had the initial process of the junior police attending, initial report of death for the coroner. There'll be detectives generally called to a sudden death as well, and their role is to establish has a crime basically been committed. If there has been a crime committed, the detectives will take over the investigation of that matter and may lead to some criminal prosecutions. For example, if in the work you have done you actually have been negligent in your actions, not just to a civil level but to a criminal level, there's the possibility of Crimes Act offence of negligently causing serious injury. There's also things like reckless conduct endangering life, reckless conduct endangering serious injury. So as long as you follow your training and you regularly reinforce your training and you're aware of your policies and procedures, everything's all right. If you're not doing those regular checks and balances and keeping up to date with your training, things will be different. Because in the investigation, we're going to look at every circumstance that led up to this incident. We're going to look at everything that went on during the actual incident itself, and then everything that went on post the incident. Post-incident, for an example, might be, you look at a homicide scene, and it might be that somebody had some involvement with that, and they're keeping quiet. We might then organise listening devices to go in under warrants and listen to communications that are going on in regards to that death and find out there's something not quite right here, and then start following up with action there. So, it's the same when I was involved in the investigation of 2,000 road fatalities with the Major Collision Unit. We're looking at all the events leading up during the pre-driving event. We're looking at everything going on during the actual impact phase of the event and everything post-impact to make sure that from a human factor, from an environmental factor, from an education factor, from an engineering factor in terms of equipment, that everything has been done correctly and all the right gear was used.
A little more about the constable, possibly a sergeant who appears on the scene. When they arrive and the injured, perhaps now deceased, is there on the scene, what are they going to do then? What's their training tell them to do? You've said contain the scene, but tell us how they do that.
Okay, so perimeters will be established around, normally with crime scene tape out of the van. The blue and white police tape is put up. Anybody that had any involvement, their name, address, age, contact details will be recorded in the policeman's notebook. It's normally contained in the back pocket. A summary of what that person's involvement was. There'll be a quick conversation with them. That then may lead to a further follow-up statement. If it's in regards to the ambulance that attended, we'll always get a copy of the ambulance case sheet that's done. I think they're all electronic these days.
When they work.
When they work. If not, they resort back to the handwritten types. They all get filed, and we would get copies of them through ambulance records. If the patient has gone off to a hospital and being treated, we would get a medical release from the family or the patient themselves to obtain their medical records in regards to everything what the actual injuries were, what the outcome or prognosis of those injuries were, and that all forms part of the investigation as well.
Between the police and the paramedics, who has the responsibility for informing relatives or important others about where that body, alive or dead, is being taken?
So generally by the time any relatives would get to the scene, sometimes they're at the scene when the incident happens. Generally the ambulance, if it's somebody that's been taken off to a hospital, will have found out via communications, or ESTA, Emergency Services Telecommunications Authority, which is where your 000 call's going through to. We'll find out where that ambulance has transported that patient to. And then we'll find out information about the identity of the person and then make contact with relatives if they're not there. And it's our responsibility to notify where the person has been transported to Or if it's a death, it's our responsibility to actually do the death notification and come along, whether it be 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, and do the old. And that's, it's pretty hard stuff. I've done it hundreds of times, and it's something we don't want to do either. And it's something that Don will tell you, you don't want to do either. I've been involved with SIDS deaths. Some of you might remember the Farquharson incident down at Winchelsea on Father's Day in 2005, where 3 young boys drowned in a car, where the father drove off the road and turned out to be an intentional act. Homicide Squad I was involved in the investigation with that matter. So yeah, they're pretty full-on experiences that you never forget.
If somebody dies at the pool or dies shortly thereafter, and any one of the people here might have been working at that pool, who or what is going to look after the mental health of the Life Saving Victoria people who were part of that scene?
Okay, so there is effectively that under life saving terminology becomes a critical incident. So your critical incident management should kick into place with the procedures that are dictated in that training that you've had. There are a number of pamphlets that are out in distribution. For example, at my Life Saving Club, Port Melbourne Life Saving Club, we have that up in the radio room. It's there right in your face every day. So if there is a critical incident management situation, a resus or a death, hopefully not a death because we're there to prevent death and aquatic related injuries, that's what we're all about, just reminding everybody. That should kick into place. So you've got all the steps there to follow that. Obviously in terms of if you are involved in an event like this, obviously you're running off a lot of adrenaline that's pumping through your system. You're making very, very quick, snappier decisions. The amygdala in the brain is the thing that's sort of set off all this flow of blood and energy through your body to allow you to deal with that situation. But you've got to come down off that, and sometimes it can be hard to come down off it, and you might have some after reaction. Hopefully it only lasts for a short period of time. In some instances it might last for a lifetime, but it's manageable. Like I went to 2,000 road fatalities all up in my career, 4 times the amount of Australian servicemen killed during the whole Vietnam War. And I've been able to manage that and move on and achieve other great things in society by doing the right things, not hitting the alcohol to try and bring you down off that hype, but doing the right things, learning to meditate, learning to do things, training, exercise, social interaction, all those things you need to do. You don't want to withdraw, you don't want to sit on your own, you need to go and talk, seek assistance, put your hand up, because there's people out there that will help you and can help you get through those situations if you have attended one of those events and they're still hanging around a little bit for you. No problem with seeking assistance. It's there if you need it.
And I was going to say, in workplaces, in pools, I'm presuming it's still the same. Like my incident was 30 years ago, but that was in place then. They had in touch with diffusers and psychologists, and they invoked those in the workplace as well, if it's the workplace.
In that question session at the end, there might be people who want to ask questions that relate to handling trauma, or they want to ask questions about being a witness. Now, if you've had a bad experience yourself, or even if you haven't, a way of making these questions easier to ask is that we use this method of approach. I want to ask you a question about a friend of mine. Nobody ever knows who you're talking about and nobody can ask you, but it does allow you to ask questions that you might otherwise have not been prepared to ask. Are we done for the moment, Peter? Thank you. Lyndall, let's hear the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine pathology approach.
Okay. I'm actually presenting today on behalf of my colleague, Professor David Ranson, who gives his apologies. He's a very amazing and well-renowned forensic pathologist and was unfortunately double booked. So what I wanted to take you through was really the main steps that are taken when we have a medico-legal investigation, and specifically the medical and scientific tests that are undertaken. It can be pretty complex, so we've tried really hard just to put together something really basic for you so that you all sort of understand the main things that will happen. So Hugh has asked my colleagues here about what will happen at the scene. So if we have a situation at a swimming pool where we do have someone who's passed away at the scene, it's usually up to Victoria Police to be notifying the Coroner's Court of Victoria about that death. And it's then up to the staff in our office called Coronial Admissions and Inquiries Office to make arrangements with St John Ambulance to come and pick up that deceased person and transport them to the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine. So they're not a normal ambulance service. St John Ambulance has been contracted to do that role for the coroner, for that body transportation. So they'll attend the scene and they will pick up the deceased person and they will take them to the mortuary at Southbank for admission. The Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine is a statewide service, so no matter if you're working in metropolitan Melbourne or somewhere else in Victoria, the usual process is that the person will be transported down to Melbourne. The other thing that will happen is once we get to the mortuary, we'll go through an admissions process. And during the admissions process, usually they take a blood sample. And the purpose of that blood sample is for things like overnight toxicology, which we do fairly routinely. That even though that blood sample might be taken, it might not be used for the purposes of toxicology. It will really depend on the circumstances of the death. The next thing is that they will take the clothing and personal effects of the person, and they will be removed and stored for family to come and pick up at a later time. The body is photographed, and a full body CT scan is performed. And this is a really important part of the process, and we're really fortunate to have such technology in the state of Victoria. Not every forensic service in Australia or overseas has a CT scan, and it's a really valuable tool for determining whether an internal autopsy is required. So at the same time that this is happening and where the identity of the person has been established, so like Peter was saying, there may be family members at the scene who are able to identify the person. Identification is one of the core roles of the coroner. So in the Coroner's Act, it states that one of their roles is to establish identity, but Hugh's going to talk about that a little bit later. They also need to contact the family if we know who the person is. And one of the most important things is to establish who's going to be the senior next of kin. So senior next of kin has a lot of responsibility. They're the person who is speaking to the institute and to the coroner on behalf of the family about some really important decisions around the medical examination and scientific processes. So during this conversation, they'll explain the coronial process, what are the main things that are likely to happen, what are their views about autopsy. We're a very multicultural population in Victoria, and there's lots of different religious and cultural views around the treatment of deceased persons and timings for burials. So that's really important for us to understand before we speak to the coroner about what we're going to do about autopsy. We also need to obtain information about the person's usual treating doctor. It's really important for us to be able to get access to a person's medical records because, you know, when we attend a drowning, there's lots of different reasons why someone might become unresponsive or unconscious in the water. So we really need to understand some of the comorbidities that a person might have. We also provide information to family about bereavement and support services. It's obviously a very sudden and traumatic event for the family, and so we provide information about those services. Usually the next step would be identification if that hasn't happened at the scene. Sometimes that can be delayed for a few reasons. Sometimes it's really difficult to be able to get onto family members if we don't know who the person is, if they were at the swimming pool by themselves. It's going to be quite difficult to find out who the person was. The police may need to go and look at lockers and find their belongings and try and establish who the person was. So that can delay things quite a little bit. And the two ways that we can establish identity is either visually, that's the preferred method for family to come in and visually identify their loved one, or for that to be established scientifically. And we have 3 ways that we can do that. We can either do fingerprints, dental, or DNA. So I'm sure you've all watched CSI enough to know what those processes involve. Then we move into the preliminary evaluation of the case. And this comprises a multidisciplinary meeting between the duty pathologist and the person who works on the identification desk. And those people are either a forensic anthropologist or an odontologist. So those are forensic professionals that have expertise in bones and in teeth. The forensic pathologist will have performed an external examination of the body, and they would also have reviewed the CT scan. This is where the CT scan is really important. It may show some evidence of liquid in the lungs in cases of drowning, but it also may not. So we can't always be reliant on the CT scan to give us a definitive cause of death relating to drowning. The thing that's really also important about the CT scan is looking for the absence of trauma. So, for example, if the person has entered the pool and they've hit their head on the bottom of the pool, they may actually have a head or a neck injury, and we should be able to determine that by looking at the CT scan. The other thing we need to use the CT scan for is to establish the absence of a natural disease event. So we might be able to see on the CT scan, for example, that there's blood around the heart that indicates that there's been some kind of cardiac event. So when we go into the case management meeting the next day, so this has all happened in one day, they're pretty amazing. So we go into the case management meeting the next day, and that's held between the duty coroner and the duty pathologist who's been assigned the case. And they go through the case together. It's an interdisciplinary meeting that is led by the coroner, but participated by the forensic pathologist and one of the nurses in CA&E. So the pathologist presents the case or the results of the CT scan, what they've noticed with the external examination, any results from any overnight toxicology, and any known medical conditions that they've been able to identify by reviewing the medical records. At this stage, the pathologist gives some indication to the coroner about whether they think they can provide them with a cause of death based on what's known, including the medical history. And the ultimate outcome of this meeting is for the coroner to make a direction about the medical examination as well as the scientific tests that should be performed in order to establish the cause of death. So just to take you back to what the coroner is required to do, the 2 main things in Victoria that coroners are required to do is firstly establish identity and secondly to establish cause of death. So that's why these medical examinations and scientific tests are so important. Those are the things that the pathologist and the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine are required to provide to the coroner to assist with their investigation. So we've already talked about some of the issues around different religious and cultural practices surrounding the treatment of deceased persons. So that's something that the coroner really takes into consideration if they can when they're making decisions about whether or not an autopsy should be performed. So we're very lucky that we have coroners and pathologists that are sensitive to those issues. Then we move on to the medical and scientific investigation. So this is led by the forensic pathologist, but based on what the coroner has decided and determined regarding the need for an autopsy, based on all of the things that they've already examined. So if an autopsy is directed, it either could be a full autopsy, so that's a full, I think it's called a 3 body part examination, or it could be a partial autopsy. So family might say, actually, I don't mind if you do a partial autopsy, but could you please not do an autopsy on my loved one's head? So they may be able to deal with some of the family's concerns that way. If scientific tests have been directed, samples for these tests will be taken during the autopsy, and these typically include histology. So histology is performed to try and identify any natural disease, and they might also perform additional toxicology to determine the presence of alcohol, drugs, or other poisons. So we know how important alcohol and drugs are in a water recreation environment, so it's really important to establish in these kinds of cases. And then once the autopsy has been completed and a funeral director has been appointed by the family, the deceased person will be released from the care of the coroner and they will go to the funeral home that the family has selected. So that's really the end of things from the medical and scientific examination perspective. And so the file that is created is then handed over to the registry at the Coroner's Court of Victoria. Not the end of the job for the forensic pathologist, unfortunately. They've got to wait for the results of any scientific tests that they've been directed to perform. And once they have those results, they'll prepare a report and they will formulate a cause of death. The timing for the completion of this report can really vary, and this is where we can start to see some delays. And I know it can be really frustrating for people in the aquatic industry who have been involved in a death and they're really distressed and they're really wanting to know, did this person drown? Or did they have a natural disease event? Did they have an injury? What's going on? It's really traumatic. So everybody does the best that they can, and there are some key performance indicators that are in place at the Institute so that these reports can be generated and signed off in a timely manner. So if a person doesn't have an autopsy, those reports are usually available to be provided to the coroner within 2 weeks. But if the person does have an autopsy, it can take up to 6 weeks. And some of these things can be really complicated if we then have to go and order other additional tests like neuropathology or some other tests that, which would be pretty unusual in a drowning death, but you never know. So once that report's completed, it's handed over to the coroner to form part of their file, and it's the Coroner's Court of Victoria that will then register the cause of death with the Registry of Births, Deaths and Marriages. And then the coroner's process will proceed from there. But there's a few things that I wanted you to note. The diagnosis of drowning is actually a cause of exclusion. So I don't want people to walk away with the idea that there's always really pathological evidence within a body that shows that a person has drowned. What usually happens is that they exclude all other causes, and based on the circumstances and perhaps a bit of physical evidence on the body, then they might come up with a cause of death of drowning. But it is very, very complicated. I do have a very lovely resource that explains it all. It's pretty graphic, but I will pass that on to Christopher if anybody is really, really interested in the pathology of drowning, because it is very interesting. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share today. Thanks.
You might not have known how lucky you are as Victorians, because the Victorians' coronial system and the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine has led the world for the last 25 years into how to do this properly. It all started in the 1980s with the first state coroner, a guy called Hallenstein, and it's gone forward since. And it is a truly amazing system. To understand how amazing it is, if you have to deal with death in certain other places, that's when you appreciate how lucky Victorians are. Now, in this next session, as I said, it's a bad and a good. Sitting here late morning, and even what we've had from my colleagues this afternoon, there's been repeated references to the training that all of you have and to keeping that training up to date. Now, part of the training that we don't give to people in our society is what happens to you if you're going to become a witness in any court or tribunal case anywhere, and how do you prepare for it so that when you leave giving that evidence, you feel okay about yourself and okay about the evidence that you've given. Now, as somebody who's been in and around legal practice now for close on 50 years, I used to subscribe to the still predominant idea that if a lawyer tells a client or a witness, spends a few minutes with them, telling them what's going to happen in the courtroom, that's okay. But it so happens that in July this year, because I had a few days on my hands, I put together a podcast. It's got 5 parts. Each one is 20 minutes. It's called Witness Essentials. It's free. You can find it on your favourite podcast player. The first 4 episodes relate to the experience that every person in this room would have if she or he ever has to go into a court or tribunal room in this state or any other part of Australia during their life. Now, we don't even have anything like 80 minutes to deal with what's in that material, but if you go away this afternoon remembering what each of my colleagues have said already, and you remember to go onto that podcast a week before you go into court, your life will be considerably easier than if you forget to do so. So let me give you what is the all too often experience of people around Australia who are going to be witnesses. So let's start. In this industry, those people who unfortunately die typically die on a beautiful day. They got up in the morning and they had the intention of seeing the day through to sunset. They didn't make it, but you did. We've taken you through in this session what happens after the person who hasn't made it through to sunset gets taken out of the pool. We've looked at what the paramedics do, we've looked at what the police do, we've looked at what the pathologists do. That's all stuff being done to somebody that you probably never knew other than as a user of the facility at which you work. We've left out the funeral and the wake. People cry there. A lot of them hold back their tears. And if you've had something to do with causing the death, you're probably not at the funeral or the wake. Now, the inquest to which each of my colleagues refers, it's often a year or more after the tragic incident. However long it is, on the morning that you wake up when you're going to go to court, you're going to feel any of nauseous, diarrhea-like, loss of appetite, generally awful. The thought that will go through your head is, why me and why today? By that time, by the time you wake up to this event, it will be months, many months, since you made the statement and took the notes to which the paramedic and the police officer both referred to as being essential. Now, although you might have made a statement, you won't have any idea in your head as to what should be in that statement. Somebody has interviewed you, you don't know whether they're good, bad, or indifferent to what they do, but you do know you signed it, and you know you've got a copy somewhere, and you know you better find it, and you know you better read it over breakfast or on your way into the courtroom. So you do that. Now then, because things always happen at the wrong time, on your way into court it's going to be the day when the train breaks down, the tram stops, there's a car accident, and there'll be emergency service vehicles with sirens running past, and that's going to bring back for you what happened on the day that the person in your facility died. So when you finally get to court, and you were going to be there half an hour early, it's now 5 minutes until you think you're going into court, and you're feeling really, really shitty, so you rush into the toilet, and my experience of half a century tells me you'll pick the only cubicle with no paper. Right? That's almost a given. Now, you get out of there and you then ask somebody, anybody, where am I supposed to go in this court complex? So you'll go in and you'll sit down. And then somebody you don't know will come from the main part of the court and ask you your name and why you're there, and then they'll say, out. You're thinking, what? They'll say, yeah, get out. We'll call you when we're ready to have you come and give your evidence. Now, you've missed your caffeine fix. So you say, can I get a coffee? No, they say, you can't leave the courthouse. So you're stuck in an area which is rather like an old hospital often enough, with very few facilities, uncomfortable furniture, and no coffee for a period over which you have no control. So you sit there with your stress level going up. And finally the court doors open and all these people come out. Where are they going? They're going outside to get coffee. And you're wondering why you couldn't go outside and get coffee, but now you're told it's the morning tea break. So out you go and you join the queue for the coffee. And this, of course, is the occasion when the barista isn't fast enough to handle all the people in the coffee shop that's close to the front door of the courthouse. So you're all hurried. You take your takeaway coffee back inside. You still have no idea when you're going to be called, and it's kind of a relief when somebody calls your name and you think, oh, now it's all right. They walk up to you and say, oh, yeah. And then you find it's a journalist from the particular newspaper, magazine or TV that you really, really hate because you consider them as nothing more than media mongrels. And so what you want to do is you want to use F and other type words about where you want them to go, but you still have a skerrick of politeness, so you say, please go away. So they do. Finally, somebody comes and says your name, come into court. So you go in through the doors at the back of the court, and there, on either side of where you're working, are the close relatives of the person who's dead. And they're all staring at you. And because you're scared shitless about what's going to happen, you kind of imagine that the eyes following you as you go across the courtroom are a bit like a torture instrument from a science fiction type movie. They're going to kill you before you get to give evidence. So you get up to the witness box, and then somebody says to you, are you going to affirm or are you going to swear? And you feel like swearing, but you know that's inappropriate. So instead you say, I'll take an affirmation. That's because nobody ever explained to you that the choice between swearing and affirmation is very simple, nothing about language. If at the moment you go into the courtroom, you have your own active, personal belief in a God sufficient for you, you take a religious oath. If you don't have that belief, doesn't matter what you had yesterday, it's now, then you take the affirmation, which is the non-religious promise. They are both equal. Equal. So that's the one you take. Now then you sit down. You're told to sit down. So you sit down and you see these lawyers in front of you. Now they were mentioned by Peter in his description. You don't know who they are. They're just lawyers. And they're going to ask you questions. You don't know in what order. You don't know why they're asking the questions. All you know is you've got to answer them. You don't even know where you should look in that courtroom. Should you look towards the lawyers? Should you look towards the coroner? Should you look towards the back door? You don't have a clue. So you guess. And as we all know, guesses are a very poor substitute for experience. Now, from my point of view, as somebody who made his life out of asking people questions, I love it when people in the witness box don't know what they're supposed to be doing, because that's just gold for me. I just manipulate them up, down, round, about. I'm paid to do it. And if I get off on doing it and you suffer, that's your problem, not mine. All right? Okay. Now, when you're there, it kind of occurs to you that this is not a nice place to be, so that your morning anxiety was actually very well informed. It was an underestimate of what was going to be done to you in that courtroom. And you're thinking, I was told the coroner inquest, it's all about getting at the truth. Yeah, it is, for one person only. The coroner would like to know what the truth is. All those lawyers are there basically for one reason: to shove the blame from one person to another. It's blame game. A lot of money is spent on blame game. Now, if you were a person working at a pool, doing a job, enjoying it, and somebody's died, who is the perfect patsy? You. And it's not very difficult to set you up to become that patsy. Now, to a certain point, The coroners, and there are some very good ones in the state, will do their best by various things that they can do, which I won't need to share with you this afternoon, to make sure that they really do get the information that they want to come to the right result for the family, the community, the legal system. But don't think for a moment they're being assisted by all the other lawyers in that room. They'll be assisted by, as Peter told us, the police officer who's acting as counsel assisting, or a private barrister if that's been done for a big interest inquest. But for the rest of it, it's a free-for-all about the blame game, and it's driven by money. Who's going to pay what, to whom, for what, when? And you don't want to be the person who becomes kind of like the spur on which all of this goes around. At any rate, remember that statement that I said you found this morning? The one that you were trying to read? You're sitting in the witness box and you have this experience and you think you're the first person in the world to have it. That is, your brain goes completely blank. You don't even know why you're sitting in that witness box, let alone what you should say. And the desperation shows on your face. The coroner rescues you and says, do you have some notes? Do you have a statement? You say, oh yes. Well, you can have a look at that now. Oh, you say, oh, thank you, I am saved. And no, you're not saved, because you now get that statement out and you start looking at it, and then a bastard of a barrister like me looks at you and says, why don't you look at me while I'm asking you questions? Are you afraid? So then you stop looking at your statement and you look back at me, and I grin at you. And you think, you shit, and I agree, I am. That's exactly what I'm being paid for, all right? And a little bell then goes off in your brain, and the bell says, oh, so the reason I'm here is to kind of provide the reason why all of this happened. And what all these questions are about moving blame from that person or this institution to me. And it's at that point you have the first suicidal ideation that you've had in your life, and you wonder what you can do to get out of there. And the answer is nothing. And what goes through your mind then is that you remember that the death that's led to this inquest happened on a lovely, warm, sunny day, and now you're drowning in a very dry courtroom. And then you think of Clint Eastwood and Dirty Harry, and you remember his famous remark, do you feel lucky, punk? Do you? And you realise that you're the punk. Right. That's what happens if you don't know what you can do to prepare for an inquest so that none of what I've just shared with you happens. It's all of it, avoidable. So, having mentioned those 4 podcasts to you, listen to them anytime, in the gym, on the train, driving the car, whatever. Just 4 small sections I want to take you to now, those 4 topics. First one is called fact and fiction. The next one is called creating the record that will be your evidence, which really reinforces what the paramedic and the police officer had to say to you. Third one is preparing to give evidence. And the fourth one is in the hearing room. And you could kind of like call this life-saving tips, the whole lot. First up, always remember that while the people who hold office as coroner are passionately concerned about using that office to improve preventive measures for all of us in our society, that the parties who choose to have lawyers at the lawyers' table called the bar table, they're about maximising their interests at the expense of everyone else. Where money is involved, blaming is inevitable. Given that contrast, self-preservation for you means that your aim when you go to give evidence, whether it's in a coronial court or anywhere else in your life, is to leave that hearing room feeling a sense of satisfaction about your own identity and about the quality of the evidence that you were permitted to give. Note, you don't have much control over that quality, so being concerned about your own sense of self is very important. Second one, creating that record. Now, both paramedic and police officer emphasise the need to make notes. Now, how you make them can be driven by technology. For example, if you're dyslexic or you have any other reason for not being able to read and or write, there's no problem with using your mobile phone to record messages about what you recall at the time, to take necessary photographs or short video. No problem whatsoever in using today's technology to record today's events. Also, if there's several of you who are working together around the pool, don't fall into the trap of believing that each of you has to go into a separate little world and make your record without consulting with the others. That is an old style type of nonsense. 2 or 3 people trying to recreate what happened is a much better way of doing it than 2 or 3 people trying to do it on their own, each of them having individual errors. Now, some people will say to you, oh yeah, but when you get into court, you're going to be sort of attacked because you got together. The answer to that is always the same thing. It's this. They try to attack you on that. I work in a team. I trust my colleagues. We do things together, and that includes putting our brains together to try to reconstruct what happened. So, don't come at me or my colleagues for trying to do our job properly. That'll put them to sleep, all right? Do not be defensive about teamwork. Having said that, the critical reason why you have to take a record at the time is because our memories are so bad. They're bad in 24 hours, they're worse in 48 hours, and they're hopeless a week later. So that's why doing it right then and certainly that day is critical to how you perform and what's done with you, to you, and for you thereafter. Next, if you're ever asked to go and make a statement, always take a support person with you. Turning this around a bit, if there are management people here and you're going to interview staff, make sure the staff you're interviewing have a support person with her, him, or them when you're interviewing them. It's the best way of ensuring that there was some independence and also that the interview doesn't take on any characteristic of bullying. Next one. People will ask you to sign written statements. You never, ever sign the written statement on the day in which it's given to you. It's a bit like if you're in a relationship and you're breaking up because you've had a fight, write the email or the text or whatever tonight, but don't send it. Go to sleep, get up tomorrow, have breakfast, go to a cafe, then edit it and take out the crap you put in the night before, and then decide whether you want to send it or get back together. All right? Now, if you're asked to sign a statement, you need the mental time to think about what's in it, to check it. Are there things missing? Are there things that are exaggerated? Is the order of things wrong? Anybody wants to force you to sign a statement now? Just tell them very sweetly, no. I'll do it when I'm ready, which will be within 48 to 72 hours. Topic 3. Never, ever go into a courtroom to give evidence that you have not visited before about a week prior to going in to give that evidence. It's like suggesting that you should go and play some high-level sport, whether it's golf or what's out here, and you haven't visited the ground before to work out what it's really like. It's crazy. If you wouldn't do it out there on the golf course or on the tennis court, what do you think you're going to a courtroom to do it for without having the practice? You go a week before, you walk in, and you stay long enough that you can smell the place. And you can see it inside your head, behind your eyes. You know exactly where every bit of heavy furniture is. So that when you go in to give evidence, you're familiar with the physical location in 3D. Here's another reason why you should do it. I love that kind of space of a courtroom because I own it, because I've been in it so often. Given that I've been quite open with you about the fact that my job depends on manipulating you and your story, doesn't it make common sense that you'd want to try and at least get some more balance into this whole thing by having some familiarity with the place before I start asking you questions? But hey, I don't mind. You don't want to go? Fine with me. I'll just smile and grin. Give me another advantage. Next one. You've got a lawyer who's working with you, whether it's the so-called investigator assisting the coroner, or sometimes they call it counsel assisting, and they say, oh yeah, just come along to court. Oh no, no. Never let a lawyer ask you questions in the courtroom unless that person has spent some time with you face to face, sitting down, discussing with you how they're going to ask the questions, in what order, with what objective in mind. Now, you get a lawyer who says that they're too busy to do that with you, then your whole court performance turns its priority away. If your priority up until that moment was to be of assistance to your court, your priority is now, since the lawyer hasn't worked properly, your priority is self-preservation. I repeat, self-preservation. Because I never blame myself when I lose a case. I don't know any lawyer who blames themselves when they lose a case. We blame everybody else. And the best people to blame are you, the witnesses who've gone. So, in order not to carry the blame for other people's lack of preparation, you must demand the face-to-face with the lawyer. You have a right to it. I mean, common sense and good manners kind of dictates it, but that doesn't seem to mean much anymore. So self-preservation should take you a fair bit further. Which leads us to the last thing, second to last thing actually. No matter what we do, you are going to be anxious when you wake up that day, and you're going to be anxious when you're going to the courtroom, you're going to be anxious when you're giving your evidence. All that you can tell yourself is everybody else in that room is anxious as well, because everybody in some way or other is on display, particularly the lawyers. We know from stuff that we did over 25 years ago that any lawyer who asks you questions in a courtroom has the same anxiety that they first got at puberty, and it never goes away. The only difference between you and the lawyers is the good lawyers have learned how to hide it or to mask it. Yours is a bit more obvious. But you can mask it, and you'll see the answers to that on the podcast. Finally, in order to feel really comfortable in that witness box, the following applies. 1, when they tell you to sit down, you immediately ask for a half glass of water. Only ever a half glass, because if you ask for a full glass, you'll spill it. Half the glass is safe, because if you spill it, not so much damage. Next, just like when you go to the pub and you're asked a difficult question, you sip on the drink because nobody can say that you're being evasive. In a courtroom, when you're asked a question that's difficult, you sip on the glass of water and they think you're highly intelligent. It works every time, so use it. Most important item for you in a courtroom is this. First person who asks you questions is going to be on your side, at least ostensibly. That's the counsel assisting police investigator. The other people who question you probably won't be on your side. But the lawyer who asks you the first set of questions, they get a second go with you. It's called re-examination. They won't know what they can ask you unless you use this code. The code is, would you like me to explain? I repeat it, would you like me to explain? So when any lawyer other than your lawyer asks you a question and you think this question sucks, then in your answer you say, would you like me to explain? And when your lawyer gets their second go, they say, hey, so-and-so asked you this and you wanted to explain. What is it you want to explain? And that allows you to literally rise from the ashes and give them the information that you would like to have given them the first time round. As I said, just like in your training for safety around pools, the training you can do to prepare yourself to be a witness can turn a truly horrible event into one where you come out of that courtroom thinking, well, I won that. No better feeling than that, particularly if you're in a stadium. Thanks, everybody. It's over for questions.
Okay, so at the time of the event, so on scene,
Yeah.
if something's happening, they're still working on the person, police are there, they take them off to the hospital, not sure what's happening. A lot of our staff are quite young staff, obviously going to be quite traumatised and stressed throughout that situation. Do they have to give a witness statement right then and there when the police are trying to get them, or can they say, can I have time to...
Yeah, so what we'll generally do is we'll have a very brief conversation with them, make a few dot points as to what their key information is, then we'll follow up with a formal written statement later on. But that written statement will be basically compiled from the notes that you have prepared or logged in your electronic systems or whatever as soon as you can after that incident. Yeah. Your critical incident management, your welfare situation, that if the person's not up to it, if we've got a person that needs to be interviewed for an offence, if they're not up to being interviewed for medical reasons or whatever, we can't interview it. Otherwise, that interview would be inadmissible in the courtroom.
Can I just say one more thing about the notes too? We all go through and write notes, and we write the date and the time that it happened after the incident. Should you wake up 2 days later and you have this, I forgot all about the fact that I went and got that oxygen before it, make another set of notes and date it with the date that you remembered it. So that gives you better credibility that you're actually accurate in whatever you do. And it might be 2 weeks later, so it's never too late to write those notes, I should have said as well. And never go to court alone. I don't know who'd ever do that. Never do that.
As an example, like when Gary Silk and Rod Miller were murdered down at Cochrane's Road, in part of the investigation of that, I had to make, there was three statements that I had to make on that inquest brief that related to various aspects of what happened at that scene. So they were all done at different times, but they were all dated and timed for the date and time that statement was made relative to that aspect of the investigation.
Dinah and Peter, you were telling me beforehand that if you have yourself been in the witness box, you often also refer to those notes. Is that accurate?
Yep.
So you can literally stop midway and say, let me just refer to my notes here.
Yep.
And they ask you a question especially about time, or it doesn't matter about anything, and you just say, excuse me, may I check my patient care record, which is my terminology, and my notes. And that again, and you take your glass of water.
Best one is video link evidence, because you've got it all out on the table in the room you're doing it at, and they can't necessarily see that. So, and if you get a curly question, you can kick the line out.
All right. I don't know how far this is going to go.
Give you a chance to think about it.
Any final questions from our panellists before we move into our next section?
Thanks, Alan. I've just got one quick one. Just up the back here, Pete, Diet, Sheila. Just circling back on a preventative measure, and both of you are in the training space, in life-saving. So regarding developing realistic scenarios in our training to make sure that we are prepared as best as possible for what may come. Do you have any advice to the operators in the room that develop our lifeguard training scenarios to include the broader incident management perspective?
It's certainly something that I do at my Lifesaving Club at Port Melbourne. Is when we run bronze or SRC training, I actually make the point of talking to them about this coronial process, and that the notes are so important in terms of what you do. And because if inevitably, there are times, hopefully not very often, but there are those 1 in a million or every now and then that it does turn into a nasty outcome. And if you know the process, and this is why this has been so important for you all, you know what the process is and you know how it all functions, it makes it easier for you down the track.
And I was going to say, I was also a pool lifeguard trainer in another lifetime. And the training used to talk about, and I don't know if it's still the same actually, I haven't done it for so long, but they used to talk about the reporting procedures then, but it never took the next step, and that would be good, that would be expanded a little bit more. And I'd love to, because I need another job in lifesaving, I'll come help you.
I think that's it for questions. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Dinah. Thank you, Lyndall. Thank you very much for attending this afternoon. Again, a round of applause.
I think a whole nother angle to consider from a water safety perspective and the impact of these worst case scenarios, and important to understand and respect and acknowledge what our emergency service partners do. But I think to flip that on its head, I'm sure everyone was thinking about, what if I ever had to do that, and how would I do it, and how far away from the courts do I live, and would I drive and park or get an Uber, or what's the case? But I think just flip this one on its head just for a moment, because what we do in 99.9% of the instances is actually stop this from occurring. Okay, we've said it before, and we'll continue to say it again. We do a very, very good job of keeping our patrons safe, and it's because of all the measures that are in place. It's because you invest in staff. It's because they're wearing the right uniform. They've got all the right gear. They've had the right training. They know what they're doing. You've done a risk assessment. You've done your supervision plan, and you do your in-service training. It's all those measures collectively is the reason that we can talk about some of these things, and we can talk about them maybe in a slightly lighter sense, because we do so well, but we need to continue to commit to doing that. We're going to move on to a panel next, and a panel that's going to talk about some of the challenges that particularly diverse communities face. So I'm going to introduce Trudy, who is the Manager for Business Development in LSV's Diversity and Inclusion team. Today she'll lead a panel made up of personnel from Yarra Leisure and Active Monash to explain the value and importance of programs and initiatives which promote inclusion specific to the aquatic industry. So please welcome Trudy and the teams from Yarra Leisure and Active Monash.
Thank you for having us here today. We are excited to hopefully bring you something a little bit lighter, change the tune a little bit. And we're going to talk about two fantastic facilities that are doing some excellent work in the diversity and inclusion space. And I'm really hoping they're going to be able to share with you some opportunities, or make some or create some different thought process for you to be able to take back to your facilities. So thank you, Active Monash and Yarra Leisure. We're delighted to have them share the stories with us. And as we know, aquatic and recreation facilities provide employment opportunities, recreational activities, and education classes for local people, and are essential to the social fabric in the community. However, there are still many barriers for some community members to participate freely and actively. So I'm going to hand over to these two teams to tell me about the programs you run that you consider are opening the doors to your community.
To break it down into kind of three key areas that we focus on, we have a disability stream that kind of was birthed from our attendant support initiative that led the driving force into a lot of our inclusive initiatives throughout the organisation. So it's disability focused. We also have our Women's Only and our Pride Night for our LGBTIQA+ community.
Yeah, so very similar. Yarra Leisure have got a Women Making Waves program. Didn't start off that way. but that's a women's only program where we do swim lessons once a week where the facility is closed exclusively for them. We do an annual Pride Night event and have shifted that over the journey. We've got AAA and we've sort of recently put some metrics and KPIs in place so that we can make sure that our AAA is met. And then we've got a very new sort of employment stream that we're also looking at the moment.
Fantastic. So you both said that you're running Pride Nights. Can you tell me about what you're doing there?
So our Pride Night's about 3 years old. Our first one was over at the Collingwood Leisure Centre. I think we really didn't know what we were doing the first time we did it. It really came about from one of our staff members who was in the LGBTIQ+ community and had a passion and sort of came to us and sort of had an idea and we jumped on board. Since that, it's grown significantly and now it aligns with the Midsummer Festival, so it aligns with that. But yeah, it was a bit of a work in progress when we first started.
It's probably fairly similar to us. So we've run 2 Pride events now, so 2 Pride Nights. Our first one was very much, we don't really know what we're doing in this phase, but we gave it a go. And I guess that's the main thing out of all of this is you just want to give these things a go. What we did was did a survey afterwards and we got some really valuable feedback, which fed into our second year and will continue to feed into our third and fourth, etc. It just gave us a little bit of a lens on how people felt on the night, what they wished they saw, what we could do better with our advertising, basically everything. It was a really vocal community and it really helped us shape the next Pride Night and learn from it.
Also knowing that other facilities were running similar events was great to connect this year with multiple facilities that had done something in the space to see what their learnings were as well and where we can evolve from there too.
That's the thing, it's not a competitive space, I don't think. So the more centres that are doing this, the more information that gets shared, the better it is for all of our communities. So things like this and people connecting as the way that this just gets bigger and better each time.
So what would you say to a facility or some staff in the room here today that are thinking, oh, I might be able to do that, or that's something that's missing from our program delivery? What would you say to them?
For me, I know we spoke about this earlier, done is better than perfect. Just go and do it. We have a bit of a process, I guess, at Yarra, and we sort of follow the 4 rules of can, do, check, act. Can you do this? Is this something that we want to do? Then do it. And then once you've done it, check it, have a look at it, learn from it, and then take action on how we're going to improve. So I would just say, just give the first one a go.
Yep. And also there's so many resources out there for people now that when you want to run nights like this or events like this, contact other centres, find out what they've done, contact agencies. Everyone wants to get involved and they're happy to give collateral. They're happy to, we've had stalls on the nights, I'm sure a lot of people did, and they all came down and they all share their resources. So it's a space that there's a lot of information out there. It's just asking for it. So you don't have to do it alone. It can be daunting doing this for the first time, and you definitely don't need to do these things alone. There's so much stuff out there for people.
And it is a really important balance of those 2 things because you need to create a really safe environment for this community. You need to make sure they are welcome. So making sure you are working with advisory groups and people that have gone through it so that you can nail that safety aspect, then you can improve on programs and getting more people involved. But
and I think
invest in training for staff.
Just on that, Emily makes a good point. Before we ran our first one, we actually reached out to Transgender Victoria, and Transgender Victoria ran a bit of a training session for all of our staff that were going to be working, because obviously language is really important, and there was a lot of staff that were really nervous about what to say, what can I ask, where do I direct people with change rooms, all that sort of stuff. So I would definitely say, like, don't try and answer everything yourself, reach out to the people that know.
And did you get it right the first year?
No.
You know the answer to that.
I know that you did, but you might have had some challenges. What do you think has been your biggest learnings?
I think it's just the continual development with community. So while we did follow the advisory committee, like the direction that they were giving us, there were still parts that once we delivered it, they let us know afterwards, it's great that you did it, but we've still missed the mark here and here. So it's keeping it as an evolving thing. It's never going to be the same event year after year after year, and accepting that you're only going to better yourself and better your team and your organisation and connection to community by evolving with it. You can't fail.
Fantastic. Okay, let's change the focus a little bit and think about our called and multicultural community. What facility, can you tell me about your programs?
Do you want to?
Yeah, so I guess for us, for the City of Yarra, we're a municipality where about 33% of people are born overseas. So we do have a large group of people that either have different water experiences, no water experiences, or some mixture on that scale. For us, it's not only our Learn to Swim programs and making them accessible for communities, our school programs, so gaining people within our school that for financial reasons or time reasons or whatever barrier they have, don't have the ability to access, and then really tapping into other services that we're lucky being a city council that our council has to how we can reach out to those people, whether it's through maternal child health nurses, preschooling, whatever different area of council that we can start to gather people and then work them into our workforce.
And I think with that as well, like for Yarra, we started a program, close to a decade ago on African children's swimming program. That was what the program was initially, but over time it has evolved, and we sort of identified that it wasn't just about the children, like their female leaders in their community also wanted access, so we sort of started to open up the swimming pool and put on an aqua class, and we changed it into women making waves, and then we opened up the dry side of the facility, and then we added on a number of things as we went. So it certainly didn't start how it is right now. It's taken a long time to get to that point.
Absolutely. Our women's only program when it initially started was quite popular as well, but definitely not to the extent of having the entire facility open. It's where we're aiming to get to, so we might need to chat later and get some notes on that.
And we recognise that there are still cohorts that just do not want to access facilities such as ours, and so we've recognised that within Active Monash, and we've created an arm called Active Communities, and the team members there actually work within the local community, so they find areas within our council that they can run programs off of, sometimes free sessions, sometimes there is a price to it, but they find something that works with that community also. So we've got both in-centre and outside to try to get as many people as possible to be able to access these programs.
And you spoke briefly about pathways and employment there. Can you elaborate for me, please?
Yeah. So probably one of the biggest challenges we have, and I mean it's pretty obvious if you look around the room, we are of a similar demographic, and one of the biggest challenges we were having within our summer was staff of one demographic having to, not performance manage, the team leader mindset, having to public education to our patrons of different demographics, and we just didn't have any representation, and it felt really targeted from when we spoke to those individuals involved that they were being targeted. So for us, it's now looking at how can we create it inclusive and have role models within the industry. And for us, especially with multiculturals, they're overrepresented in drowning statistics and underrepresented in our staffing groups. So that was a real point of something we need to improve.
Absolutely, and for us it's similar but more in a disability space, that we do so much programming wise with people with a disability that we were finding we didn't have that representation within the team. So working in with our partnership with Homesglen and the integrated practical placement program has been an amazing experience and huge learning curve when it comes to recruitment and employing people with a disability and how it fits in as a part of the organisation.
How many people have you had through this program so far, Mandy?
18.
Wow. I would challenge that you're a bit of a leader in that space, and anyone in the room that would like to do more in employment for people with disabilities, there's definitely some great conversations to have with Active Monash. Can you expand on the programming side, all abilities sort of programming that you're doing?
So we have, starting out with our attendance support initiative, which was designed as that access point for the community to be able to come to the centre and use it how they want to with our staff support. That kind of then led into looking at our swim school. We were running the traditional AAA classes with 3 students to 1 teacher, and the conversation came around of if we can do this for the community to come in and be able to have that one-to-one support, can we do it in the swim school? So that's where our now named Active Abilities kind of was birthed from. So it's working off a similar model to integration aids in a classroom. It's a student accessing for whatever need. They don't need to prove a disability, they just have a need for an extra support. Accessing our core program with the support of an additional staff member. It's not at an additional cost. It's the same cost as a standard swimming lesson. But the impact that it's having on the swim school and the students that have gone through that program has been outstanding. And then extending out into dry programs as well. So we have kids classes as well to help increase physical activity in that area.
You spoke about an attendance support initiative. So is that meaning that anybody within the community that is wanting extra support to be able to access your facility has the ability to do so?
Yes. Absolutely. Again, no need for a formal diagnosis of a disability. It could be any reason that that person requires additional support to come in and use the hydrotherapy pool to go through the exercises that their physio has already assigned them, but they find it challenging or overwhelming or difficult to be able to come in and do on their own. We can support them through those programs. Just a general swim, want to participate in an aqua aerobics class, any reason.
It's one of those things I think a lot of us take for granted at times, the ability to get in your car, go down to your local leisure facility, walk through the turnstile, go to wherever you want to go, whether it's the gym, pool, whichever it is, and then you finish up, go have a shower, you go home, done. That's not an easy thing for some people. For some people, it is like a 4-hour-long sort of journey, if you will, where they've got to get transport there, to have someone meet them there and to be able to guide them through the facility and help them with anything they need, help them get a locker because some of them can't access the locker, help them actually get changed, helping them use the hoist, all of those sorts of things. We recognise the need almost 20 years ago now, I would say, almost 20 years ago.
Oh, wow. Yep.
Yeah, just from one customer that was trying to come to the centre and said, I can't do it. And then council took it upon themselves and say, well, if there's one, how many more others are there that can't access that facility as well? So that's when they started to do their consultation. That's when they got a committee together and they worked on it. And this program was meant to go for 12 months. Everyone that worked on it knew it wouldn't go for 12 months because it was needed within our community. So that still stands now. It looks a little bit different to what it once did, but people are still accessing that. It's over 100 at the moment accessing that attendance support initiative, even out of COVID. So COVID, we dropped a lot in program numbers. They couldn't leave their homes and things like that. It's now boosted straight back up after we were able to get the staff that we needed in order to do that.
And that's a fee-for-service model?
Yes, correct, yeah.
And self-sustainable?
Yes, yeah.
I've seen this program and watched this program from afar, and I would love to see this at every single aquatic facility. I think it's amazing, and I take my hats off to the team at Active Monash to be able to build it. And I believe that you're not an NDIS registered provider either. So the barriers of making this happen, book them in and go and have a chat. Yarra Leisure.
Yeah, so in terms of ability, I guess there's also quite a varied level of abilities. So not everybody that comes into your facility has a carer or the need for a carer, but they may have a need for extra support. So on top of that, we're certainly not as developed, so I'll trade off for some information earlier, but we also offer a support person to come into the facilities as well. So it means that there's a couple of patrons that come to mind. They have the full ability to get into the pool, swim their laps, and do most things, but the one thing they struggle with is to get out of the pool. Yeah. We don't want to have our lifeguards entering the pool. We don't always have the time to have another staff member there. It's an outdoor pool open all year round, so we're on skeleton staff. So they can have a support person come at no charge and the support person doesn't need any qualifications. They can apply for a support card. The support card is free to obtain, and they just show that at reception and they can get free entry. So that person now has a support person, and a lot of people also consider they may not want to be in or pigeonholed to have the need for a carer, because they have their, pride that they've got to consider as well. They have the ability to do just about everything. It's that 1 or 2% of things they can't do, so they don't want a carer for that. So a support card means that they can have their brother, their sister, someone different every time, come in for free and then help them through the facility.
Sounds like a great lead into potentially being the next facility on board.
I definitely think we're there. We'll be chatting later.
Is there anything further that you would like to offer yourselves before we do open up to questions from the floor in relation to the programs that we spoke about, any challenges or obstacles that you might have navigated or may be navigating?
I think an ongoing one is really attitudes and understanding that while it might seem like it's all this extra work, realistically it's not. Once you've got your foundations in, once you've got everybody on board with what you're doing and understanding your why to it, it just flows, and it's what you get out of it versus what you put into it is so worth it. Absolutely worth it.
I think that's exactly it. It's one of the few rewarding things of the job. And yeah, that mountain to get over, done is better than perfect. Start that process, because when you have your first lifeguard walk through that's gone through the program or whatever employee, the burst of pride, and pride isn't something I feel very often, it comes. And I think we all know it's very easy to just get swamped in paperwork, and we all need those small bursts of joy to give us little boosters. So be a bit selfish, but don't be like a white saviour or anything.
While we're waiting on people to come up with their questions, I've got one more for you. Do you have any new programs or initiatives that you're thinking about doing or that are in their very early stages?
I think for us, Emily sort of undersells some of the stuff that she's done. We've only got one person that we've sort of identified through a program that you need people like Emily who's really passionate. She came to me with the idea of having an inclusive employment program. And Yarra, as a council, had a program identifying Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander employment, but we kind of wanted to, I guess, not just identify that group, we wanted a broader cross-section. And was able to get a African staff member that worked in the dry side through a pool lifeguard course, and he's only just started, so we haven't quite finished that off yet. But I think definitely the view of your staff need to match who your patrons are. Yeah. We can't have a facility in a demographic where 33% are non-English speaking and everyone be Anglo. It doesn't really go well. So we need to have our staff represent that part of the community.
Yeah, just like a little story, I guess, to add on to that. We have someone, a customer service officer that has a disability currently working at customer service, and someone came in a few weeks ago and turned around to her mum and said, "She looks like me." And it was like the best moment for all of the staff that heard that, because they were like, that's such a huge impact that she's accessing our facility and she's seeing it back at someone letting her in. They're working with us. They're working along with us, and she said she looks like me and she works here and she's accepted. She's got a job. Awesome. It just gives them, it gave that child something to strive towards and something to work towards, and know that it's completely normal to see yourself behind that desk, to see yourself working in these facilities and hopefully the wider world. And I think we're getting there, but that's why it is so important to really look at your employment and what you can do in there and what opportunities you have.
And that staff member that you're talking about is an absolute superstar. If you walk through the doors at Active Monash and she's there, your face will light up as well, because her enthusiasm that she brings to the job is palpable. That's okay. I would like you to put your hands together and thank these two teams for sharing today.
As our society evolves, which is nothing new, that's the whole idea of evolution, There are going to be things that appear to be challenges that we need to address, but essentially they are opportunities. Okay, and I think some great initiatives out of Yarra, out of Monash that show how widely and broadly we can contribute, how we contribute from a safety perspective, and in this context, how we contribute from an equality perspective. And that's in addition to the social health and well-being benefit that our industry brings. We are an absolutely a key component of Victorian community. So despite the fact that we're talking about some challenging things here today, we can't put our head in the sand about those things. We are a part of the solution, and we're not a part of the problem. And there's a few that the newer ones we're probably still grappling with, but I have absolutely no doubt that when we look back and reflect on these in 6, 12, 24, 36 months' time, we will again be contributing in a positive manner to all of these circumstances which we find ourselves in. The next speaker, we are Dr. Beth Goldblatt, joins us today from the University of Technology in Sydney. Dr. Goldblatt's work informs court decisions, law reform and policy development across jurisdictions on issues of gender, poverty and inequality. Today, she'll present information and research critical to informing how we as an industry improve inclusion, anti-discrimination and equality at our facilities. So please welcome Dr. Goldblatt.
Thanks very much. I hope you can hear me all right. I'm coming to you from Gadigal land in Sydney today, where it's beautiful and sunny. I just want to talk about a report that I've authored for Royal Life Saving Australia on equal access to public aquatic facilities. It's guidance for local councils, facility managers and the aquatic sector. And you can find it on the Royal Life Saving website, go through some of the detail yourselves. It's actually very similar in theme, I guess, to what you've just heard from others about diversity and equity in facilities. But really what I'm trying to do in this report is look at it more from the legal and human rights point of view, just to make sure that everybody understands that there's actually a legal framework that governs the way that facilities deal with equity issues. So I'll start really by just saying that obviously that these facilities are important community resources, providing opportunities for learning, exercise and recreation with health, safety and other social benefits. And while we have all of these important positive benefits, there is some evidence that pools can be a place where discrimination is experienced by certain groups in society. And there's an unfortunate history of discrimination at public pools in the past, experienced by women, Indigenous people, people with disabilities, gay and lesbian and trans people, migrants and others. So 100 years ago, women had to fight for the right to share pools and swim and surf clubs with men. And there's a sad history of racial segregation as recently as the 1960s at some of our public pools that Aboriginal people had to fight to change through the freedom rides and in other ways. But there are, of course, many positive examples of efforts to address this discriminatory past and to make these facilities inclusive spaces, which is just what we've been hearing about, those fantastic examples. So the work of ensuring equal access is not complete until discrimination at our facilities, whether indirect or direct, has been removed. And obviously direct discrimination is saying to someone, no, you can't come in the door because you are disabled, for example. But indirect discrimination can also happen, for example, where a particular group finds it difficult to access. So there would be barriers to access. So for example, if somebody with a physical disability can't access the change room, or where a disadvantaged migrant can't afford the entry fees, then indirectly they're also encountering discrimination in accessing facilities. Because our facilities fall under Australian laws dealing with discrimination and human rights, This report recommends that the facilities need to ensure they are complying with the law in addressing discrimination, preventing it from occurring, and in promoting equality at these facilities. So what the report sets out are the legal and human rights frameworks governing aquatic facilities in Australia. It applies this framework to various examples where aquatic centres have put in place valuable programs and changes to the physical space and the management of their facilities to address inequality and areas where more is needed. And lastly, it proposes a set of principles to guide local councils and pool managers in improving access and addressing discrimination at pools, and some recommendations for reform within the sector as a whole. So in terms of the international, national and state and territory laws governing this area, Australia is party to a number of international treaties that require equality, including the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, the various other conventions dealing with gender discrimination, race discrimination. In addition to those international treaties, within Australia, there are 3 states and territories that have human rights legislation. Victoria is one of those. And there is also federal legislation where there are anti-discrimination laws at federal level and then within every state and territory, dealing with discrimination on the basis of race, sex, age, disability, and many related categories. And broadly, what that requirement of equality means is that all people wishing to access and use facilities and services should be treated with equal respect. Secondly, that nobody should be prevented from enjoying the facilities and services because of their disadvantage. Thirdly, that the circumstances and concerns of different user groups within the community should be equally represented, considered, and accommodated. And lastly, that facilities should become models of change for the rest of society because they proactively tackle inequality in order to undo previous patterns of discrimination and disadvantage. And what we heard from earlier is a model of how to do things well. So the examples I'll just discuss relate to age, race, disability, and gender, but it's also important to remember that often these overlap with socioeconomic disadvantage. Pools shouldn't be the preserve of the well-off, and we'll be excluding poorer members of the society from important public facilities and services if we don't look at important things like pricing, which is a key equity issue. This, of course, raises complex issues of funding, but there are other things that can be done. So, for example, where a facility doesn't allow people to bring in their own food, this policy should be reconsidered because it would support families who can't afford to buy from the kiosk or the cafe. Another example is if there's unclaimed lost property, such as swim caps and goggles, they could be given in a sensitive way to people who arrive without these and may be unable to afford to buy them. Free or reasonably priced community events could be arranged at facilities to support the use of the pool for those who might struggle to attend regularly. Concession rates could be reviewed in terms of who qualifies and the amount, and they could also be promoted better. And similarly, subsidized learn to swim programs could be advertised more widely and in ways that reach different groups within the community. So looking at age discrimination, this obviously involves treating someone less favorably because they are seen as too old or too young. Older people are sometimes spoken down to and assumed to be incapable, slow, or lacking in understanding of contemporary practices. And teens are sometimes the target of mistrust and rudeness because they're seen as irresponsible. And these are stereotypes which can lead to unfair responses that cause hurt and harm. So actively challenging discriminatory language and behavior can be very important. One example of a positive program is in Buderim in Queensland, where the community pool has teamed up with Dementia Australia to improve signage and training for pool users. So small things like a sign telling men that there's a woman in the bathroom helping a swimmer with dementia can make it easier for everyone to understand how to share the space. Pools should also take care when dealing with boisterous young people. While they may provide a challenging situation, this must be managed with respect, particularly where it's kids from Aboriginal or migrant backgrounds who've had difficult experiences with law enforcement. So working with the community to address behaviour issues might work better than using harsh rules that alienate young people, particularly where age intersects with other forms of discrimination, such as race. Culturally appropriate communication can turn a challenging issue into improved relationships with different groups within the community. Looking at the issue of disability, people with disabilities should obviously be treated with equal respect and provided with the means of participating equally with others in public aquatic facilities. Schools may think they've addressed disability needs by providing a ramp or a hoist, but disabilities take many different forms, and managers should deepen their understanding and staff of the needs of different groups, such as those with cognitive or neurological disabilities. Training of staff is key, and working with community and swim programs is also really important. Small changes can make a huge difference to make people feel welcome, and creative work with other pools in a council area can help. So for example, where there's only one swim instructor trained in Auslan, kids could be provided with transport to a pool in another area. A deeper understanding of the lived experience of disability may help facilities to appreciate the many challenges that different disabilities present where supports aren't adequate. Looking at the issue of race, religion and culture and ethnicity can all lead to discrimination in society, and this is prohibited, as is language or behavior based on racial hatred designed to harm others. While it's unlikely that people from these groups are being officially excluded from pools in Australia, they may be made to feel less welcome. So for example, telling a person wearing a burqa that they don't belong in an Australian swimming pool, or requiring Aboriginal children to shower before entering the pool when this isn't required of other children, or grumbling about having to help someone to register for a pool pass because their English is poor. These are obviously examples of kind of an unwelcoming approach to people, which is racially discriminatory. Also, by charging higher fees, entry fees, in a town where Aboriginal people are generally poorer than others, may effectively lead to indirect discriminatory access. This is a complaint that's being made in relation to the pool in the New South Wales town of Moree, where there's only one aquatic centre and disadvantaged locals are priced out of the pool. There are a number of positive programs to encourage Aboriginal kids to swim and to teach migrant and refugee adults and kids water safety. Signs in different languages, people spoke about that earlier, introductory videos and cultural training of lifeguards are some of the things that are being done. And some aquatic centres have introduced closed-off sessions in parts of their facilities for women to attend who feel uncomfortable to mix with men due to their religious and cultural backgrounds, which leads into the last category, which is gender. Sex and gender discrimination covers a range of sexist and homophobic practices and is prohibited along with sexual harassment. An aquatic facility should ensure that its staff and visitors avoid sexist language. For example, where a swim coach tells boys they are behaving like girls as an insult, or swim programs such as aqua aerobics could be taken up mostly by women, and facilities should consider ways of encouraging men to join. Lifeguards should step in if girls or women are being harassed, such as with catcalls and whistles from boys or men at the facility. Some pools have introduced, as was mentioned earlier, pride events to encourage LGBTQI+ people to feel comfortable to join in. Simple changes to membership forms can lead to more inclusive facilities. So for example, by replacing mother and father with parent and carer, Different types of families, such as sole parent, grandparent, gay, lesbian parents, etc., are not made to feel out of the ordinary. Staff should also be encouraged not to make assumptions about people's gender, sexuality, or family status when talking to customers. Providing facilities or support for childcare, as well as nappy changing and breastfeeding, and free admission for all types of carers, creates an environment that avoids discrimination against people on the basis of family or caring responsibilities. And lastly, accommodating transgender adults and children with separate bathrooms and change rooms can be achieved with all gender facilities alongside male and female facilities. Obviously, there are cost issues, but this is something we should be working towards. So just to kind of wrap up the final slide, this almost last slide is restating the quality principles that should guide pool managers to ensure that facilities comply with their legal obligations and become examples of non-discrimination and equality. Aquatic facilities need to take reasonable measures to ensure that discrimination is being addressed. This should involve careful thought, consultation, and planning to make sure it's done properly. A key component is trying to hire staff that are representative of the community that was mentioned before, and ensure that staff are well trained. But more must be done to ensure that facilities and services are working well to include everyone. And just in terms of my suggested approaches to do all of this, we need to understand the needs of the community to see what the barriers are to access pools or the challenges faced within the facilities. So we've got to gather data and consult the community to understand why people aren't coming or what they would like to see done differently and what might get them to use the pools more. So I know there's some great examples from Victoria where local councils have done things like a bus service to get senior citizens to classes, culturally appropriate women and men's only swimming times, introduction of curry, learn to swim programs, and so on. Secondly, to use expert advice from peak bodies and community groups that have experience on diversity and change and can assist with training staff and formulating programs and plans. To develop phased equality plans for your facilities with staged improvements across different areas, and to keep monitoring and evaluating and adjusting these programs because community needs change. And ending discrimination is an ongoing project. Also to seek funding and other support such as NDIS from different levels of government to put some of these plans into practice. And lastly, to work across local and regional areas to find solutions that might be hard at one pool alone, but to learn from others and perhaps share certain resources. So just thank you for listening. I just wanted to say that the rights to equality and non-discrimination are issues of principle, but it's also rational and beneficial to promote diversity and inclusion at aquatic facilities. It will attract more people to these facilities. It will make them better places for the whole community and will ensure their long-term sustainability as valued public resources. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Goldblatt. And again, a really important concept for us to positively contribute to, and something that certainly the bigger, newer facilities are able to do through carefully considered design, but something obviously that's a lot more challenging for the older facilities, which probably is a really good segue into the final presentation for today. We talked about what we need in terms of achieving our objectives, and one of those things is pools. We know one of the big ticket items that we need to address as an industry is the 120 regional pools that RJ alluded to that are coming to the end of their life. 2030 probably, again, might seem like a long way away, but it really is just around the corner based on how long it takes to redevelop these facilities. So we do have this really unique opportunity to reimagine what our regional pools look like and make sure they look nothing like, quite frankly, what they do at the moment. and we have started some work in that area. So I'm really pleased to introduce John Summers. John is an accomplished senior operational leader with 30 years of management experience within the industry. John is the founding director of Leisure Management Excellence and the lead consultant supporting LSV as we try to investigate viable and practical solutions to the challenge associated with our many deteriorating regional public pools. Please welcome John.
Yeah, so look, as Andy mentioned, I was very fortunate as Director of Leisure Management Excellence to be engaged to actually support Lifesaving Victoria with this project. And so over the next 20 minutes, I just wanted to recap on the project. We actually did have a session at the last summit, an online session, and so some of you might have listened to that, and I'll just perhaps recap on that. Just to give you a bit of an outline what the state of the nation is, the lay of the land, and also then update you on some work that's been done in the last few months and really what the steps are ahead of us. Can I actually ask in the room, who's actually at a regional aquatic facility, connected with a regional facility? Okay, well that's probably around about 15-20% of people, so sums are right, about 80-85% of metro. But I'd actually encourage you to still engage in this topic, because really I think whilst the focus of this project is about regional pools, it's also established or identify some real issues and insights that have a really an impact, or certainly apply right across the sector. And certainly some of the ideas we're throwing around in terms of addressing this problem certainly has some metropolitan application. So as you can see there, and this is Lifesaving Victoria's got a pretty good database of the number of aquatic facilities, and there's basically 300 in Victoria, and 75% of them are regionally located, and 80% of them regional pools are outdoors. So certainly there's a great deal of pressure on regional areas to keep their pools operational. I should also mention, I think RJ referred to it earlier, I've also been engaged by Royal Life Society of Australia to look at aquatic infrastructure right across the country. So some pretty related project in once again identifying and trying to profile what the current state of aquatic facilities is across the nation. And through that particular project, we've really been able to understand of the 1,288 public pools across Australia, their age of them. And heard Justin this morning saying how great quizzes are to get people engaged and the like, so I'm going to have a crack at that. So as far as the average age of pools across Australia, do you reckon they're 24, 34, 44 or 54 years of age? So who thinks the average pool age in Australia is 24 years? No? 34 years. Now, I think he's just holding his drink bottle up. I don't think that's a hand. Got you, didn't I? Okay. 44 years. A few? 54 years. Oh, you're good. You're very good. Okay, you can have your drinks later on. That was a prerequisite. It's 54 years. So 1968 is the average age of a pool across Australia. And it's no doubt similar within Victoria. So, and that's not overly surprising. Certainly after the 1956 Olympics, a lot of pools were being built. A lot of 50-metre pools were being built. And needless to say, they're now nearing their end of life. And that is really a challenge where I do a lot of work with aquatic engineers, and they do say about 50 years is about the life of a pool, notwithstanding some patch-ups and the works that can be done. So really, if we're saying the average of our pools are at 54 years, the average one is on borrowed time. So as far as the project of LSV, it was certainly initially just identifying the current challenges, and this has been accommodated in really the project as we've gone over the last 12 to 18 months. And that's really stating the obvious, that we were clearly identified is the ageing infrastructure. But also with the ageing infrastructure, while some of it's about to be closed, there is some real inadequacies in the pools in which they're currently operational. I've been doing some work recently in Tasmania and was speaking with Aquatic engineer down there, and just looking at a water circulation that had about 8 hours water circulation for a learner's program pool. And he said, look, the current standards are about 2 hours now, and whilst there's people swimming in it, he goes, there's no way I'd let my kids swim in the pool like that. And I think a lot of pools are just hanging in there, a lot of patch-up jobs, and certainly there's other range of maintenance issues that no doubt those of you who are heavily involved in pools continually find yourself being confronted by, and community expectations. Certainly when your neighbouring council does, splash pad or water slide or, some novelties in their pool, the pressure's on to also meet what the community has seen through their neighbours or through a visit. And, there's certainly these other challenges. The capital investments are a challenge, and I'll somewhat touch on it, be a bit dismissive, but then touch back on that again in terms of the capital investment. But one of the real challenges is actually the operational expenses, and that's what we found when we were talking to councils. I'll come back to that in a moment, because the overall concept was, okay, if your pools are looking like they need enclosure, are about to be closed. In fact, I might share with you that as far as these closures, a lot of councils are confronting it here, but there was an interesting report done by Sport England in a report called A Decade of Decline. And in England, they've identified that on the current trends over the last 10 years, that in the next 10 years, 20% of their pools may need to close because of a similar ageing issue. So it's just not unique to Australia, and this whole issue is certainly something that we need to address, and that's what LSV have certainly, their motivation, as Andy shared, is about having aquatic facilities, and the worst thing in the world would be if there's a lesser opportunity, especially in regional Victoria, for people to access pools and develop their learning swim skills. So the project was developed, and it was one that was really looking at challenging the notion of, does an outdoor pool need to be replaced by an outdoor pool? Is there scope for an indoor pool provision? And so that indoor pool, the sorts of elements to it, which was identified, was a modular construction. And as I said, the capital I'm going to play with you a bit in terms of the capital costs, because really there's some work to be done to really quantify what the costs will be as we evolve with this particular project. We had some initial insights to what the cost would be, but really the modular construction does keep the capital expenses down, and certainly lower roofs and really just operating within the a smaller footprint. And then some of these other elements about the multifunctional, universal design, having an environmental approach, looking at localised employment. Some of those things are not as challenging as perhaps nailing the capital cost, but importantly, the sustainable business model. So as I said, when we met with a number of councils, they go, gosh, we've got a problem, we know that, but our nervousness is not only about the capital cost, but it's the operational expenses, and how can we minimise that? So that's certainly some of the fun that I've been having, to play around with some of the variables that are available to us to look at how a facility could be built in a particular regional area, that actually the capital costs are kept down, but the future operational expenses are also as well. So as I said, with the capital expenses, it's an interesting one. I don't know if any one of you are from the private sector or have been involved with the private sector, but certainly we're looking at private swim schools that can cater up for about 2,000 kids. Some of the private swim developers, whether they build the facilities themselves or have a commercial builder do it and then lease it to them, they can potentially do their pools for about 4 to 6 million, and then we find ourselves in the local government world quickly getting up to about 20 million, 30, 40, 50 million dollars. So there's a bit of daylight there, and probably something to be explored about where a facility could be designed and built for a costing that is palatable to local government. So that's 2019, some of the numbers that were being played around with, and I'll touch on some of those design features that enables perhaps those costs to be realised. So as I said, capital's one side of the equation, the operational expenses are another. Are people aware of this self-reporting that local government does in terms of their operational performances that is online? People familiar with these reports? Every local government is required to report online their performance of their aquatic facilities. There's 2 or 3 benchmarks. One of them is subsidy per visit. That's not just regional, but it's metropolitan. So you can go on there and just see how much your council is paying and in terms of subsidy per visitation. And I just thought I'd share this with you. So it just does highlight that certainly when you look at Wangaratta and Warrnambool and the like, for every visit they get, there's between $2 and $3.50 per visitation. But then you've got your Hindmarshes and Strathbogies knocking on the door of $30, meaning that every time a person walks in, well, it's calculated at the end of the year, but their actual visitations equates to the council contributing $30 thereabouts for each participant to attend. Now, there's some commonality when we look into those figures, and that is that as was identified earlier on in the piece, the regional facilities, and certainly those that have the highest subsidies, are generally outdoor pools, and they are certainly municipalities that have a number of outdoor pools, and it's municipalities with a number of outdoor pools that actually have smaller populations. So there's certainly those challenges there that these councils, when you chat to them, they're pretty nervous to say, okay, great, put one, we've got one that's failing, we replace it with another one which potentially has even greater deficit operations. And I suppose there is, this perhaps challenges it a little bit. I need to say with my caper, I am able to look at a lot of financial reports at aquatic leisure centres, and whilst the catchment is a key feature of an operational performance, as you can see through these 2 different centres that I've had some dealings with, you can still minimise your deficit within a smaller catchment in contrast to a larger one through a number of variables. And I suppose those variables, which I'll touch on in a moment, certainly wage rates and wage structures, which often aligns with the program range, is one key element. The competitive environment's another, but a third variable is certainly operating hours. And maybe this model that we've been playing around is somewhat of a disruptive one, because we're playing around with, rather than taking the community along and saying, what do you want? And then ending up with a large multi-level aquatic facility with full operational hours, we're perhaps constraining that somewhat. What we then did is we actually spoke with we actually spoke to about 5 or 6 councils, and in the end, we then narrowed it down to 3 councils we met with, and 2 councils were willing to actually work with us to look at actually undertaking some case studies to say, okay, with your current pool, we understand that it's getting close to end of life. Can we just do develop a bit of a business case for you to look at what it might look like in terms of replacement of your outdoor pool with an outdoor pool, but also to explore the replacement of the outdoor pool with an indoor pool, but with a number of key parameters relating to your indoor pool. So as you can see there, this case study 1, catchment 5,000, not bad, pretty good in terms of a regional environment. LGA for population of 15,000, but aligning with those averages before. It's a pool that was built in the 60s, it's council owned and outsourced, and it's a standard outdoor pool season. But in terms of the indoor pool option, we're playing around with those designs. I listened to Aaron earlier this morning, saying, hey, if you ask the community what do they want, they're going to jump in and say straight away, we want a 50-metre pool. This is a bit of reversing to almost say, hey, based on what your size of your population is and the likely catchment and usage, probably a 4-lane 25-metre pool, a toddlers and a small, maybe 350 square metre health and fitness space would probably suffice to manage the capital side. But from an operational perspective, the key thing is about 49 hours of operation. So when you're looking at your standard, centre with your 6 a.m. to your 10 p.m. and 8 till 6 on your Saturday and Sunday, that's about 100 hours. So this is half the hours of operation, some closures during the day. So playing around with it. And this isn't overly foreign to some regional areas that do have some closures during the day, which admittedly does present some challenges with staffing. But anyway, that's about the profile of that. But in terms of what we found it probably didn't stack up as nicely as I'd hoped, because I thought, geez, hopefully there's a really good, strong, compelling argument to really consider the indoor pool. But as you can see, they're currently operating their outdoor pool at about $60,000 loss, and that would go out to about $274,000 loss. But I think there's certainly some interesting things there is that whilst the loss would increase by about $200,000, it'd be almost fivefold in terms of participation, and their subsidy per visit would be relatively similar. I'm not sure if people are familiar with the PwC report about the health, economic and social benefits of an aquatic facility. Are people familiar with that report? Oh, as a numbers nerd, I love it. So it talks about some of the health benefits and social benefits of having an aquatic facility within your municipality. And I'd actually encourage you to have a read of it and understand it, especially if you're in a council environment, and to share that with your council, because I think there's sometimes the performance of an aquatic leisure centre is bums on seats or people through doors and the financial performances, rather than some of the data that can be extrapolated from this report from PwC, which talks about their social impact of $2.44 per person that comes into the centre, and a $22 the health benefits of a $2.44 entry per person, but also as a $22 social return on investment within that municipality. So there's some pretty powerful numbers. Needless to say, more people utilising a facility has a greater impact. So that was case study one, and there's certainly some positives, but needless to say, there's capital outlay, so the council will say, hey, we're not that excited about that. And then there's the increased financial deficit. The second one was the one that I found quite intriguing, because it was a small catchment. It was only 1,800 people. It's a larger municipality, but it's a large municipality, and really that catchment is pretty well its catchment, 1,800. Now that pool is certainly way over its use by date, and similar to the other one, it's council owned, outsourced, and it's a standard season, pool season. Really, as far as the facility that we'd be advocating for that sort of catchment and that sort of usage is around about a 3-lane 20-metre pool and fitness only. So you'd be going, gosh, that hardly qualifies as a pool. Our argument for the pool, is it better having an indoor pool of that sort of size rather than having none at all? I've actually done a fair bit of work in Tasmania and seen some of these municipalities that don't have any indoor pool, and the private sector has actually taken responsibility for it from a private perspective to drive dollars. But really, it's a swim school, and it's just got 6 hours of lap swimming. But you think, geez, that municipality has been catered for by the private sector. And in this regard, it's just some useful learnings to say, well, what can you get away with, especially when we're just desperately wanting to ensure there's opportunities for kids to learn to swim. And this, obviously, the capital is one of those challenges that we're going to be confronted by, and I've got some scary numbers ahead of me. But really, when you actually look at not only about the size of the pool, but also the 24 hours per week, that is, I think, on reflection, that might even be closed for 1 day per week, open one morning on certain days. So it really is constraining the access, but as you can see there, it's a deficit of 183,000. So it's only double what is the outdoor pool, but as you can see, it's 360 days access per year in contrast to 100. And then once we play around with some numbers that maybe some councils aren't familiar with, but when we're talking about the subsidy per visit, it really is actually halving the actual subsidy per visit. More people are utilising it from about threefold, from 5,000 to 16,000. And then you can see the key things key numbers once again, which is similar to the other in terms of the enhancement of the health benefits and the social return on investment. So we're trying to get the debate going, trying to stir up some of the conversation to say, what if? And I suppose ideally we're hoping that one lands and the council goes, hey, that's great, then we worry about the capital. And we do worry about the capital because I suppose to put a bit of a context around it, as I said, I'm working with Royal Life Saving Society, with RJ, and Having looked at the 1,288 pools across Australia, we've been working with some of the good guidance of PwC. We've been able to look at the age of facilities, the conditions of facilities, and based on of those 1,288, looked at 252 in a lot of detail, and it worked out about their life cycle, and extrapolate that out for the 1,288, and worked out that there would be approximately about an $8 billion expense coming in the next by the end of the decade to replace these pools. So some scary numbers, and then there's a further $3 billion after that. So there's going to be a greater demand for the building of these pools if they're to be retained. And meanwhile, I was just picking up on the budget discussions, or the release of the budget, the federal government budget on Tuesday night. And meanwhile, the federal government, in part of their budget, is saying there's going to be a reduction in capital spending federally. So there's going to be, on one hand, we see there's going to be an increased requirement to keep these pools open, and on the other, we see that capital spending is going to be reduced. One of the other things we found through that Raw Life study, and that's one that's going to be released in the next month or so, of the funding of a local government pool, we looked at probably around about 20 of the most recently built pools, and really it was only about 33% of funding, which was generally coming from state or federal. So it was 2/3, 66%, which was being relied upon by local government. So there is certainly some challenges there, and it probably is, highlighting the need, and I congratulate both Lifesaving Victoria and Raw Life for perhaps looking outside the box of the current model, and because the current model is one whereby it's getting the 20 million, the 30 million, the 40 million dollar facility, and it's probably within reach of a large municipality, especially those in Metro Melbourne, but probably getting very daunting for regional councils. And the other thing with regional councils as well is the challenge whereby they've got 6, 7 outdoor pools. So there are some certainly challenges ahead. So as far as our learnings from it, many pools are nearing the end of their life. So we knew about it, we met with councils, and they're reaffirming, and there's a great deal of nervousness there about these pools. And there's a realisation that whilst their pools, they're saying, oh, look, this amazing 50-year-old pool, it's going. And then you say, well, hang on, is there any signs? And they go, yeah, look, at the end of the season, when we actually turn off the water, the backup valves, make-up water, we drop about a foot within about 3 days. And you go, geez, there's probably a sign there. It's going to get worse into the future. And so there is a realisation that the pools are getting the end of their life. One of the other things, and I've found this with some of the other work I've done with other councils, where they've actually looked at not only specifically for aquatic facilities, but across the community about what are the assets that the assets that the community value. Pools are right at the top of the list. And one of the councils we met with said they'd recently done a study, and pools are right up there. So that's a real positive that what we are all about and advocating for is what the community are also seeking. Unrealistic local expectation, that is certainly a challenge, whereby, as I said, when there's a pool to be built, and certainly one of the pools we looked at was 33 metre, there's still a few of those around, and as soon as you're 33 metres to be replaced, then straight away, hey, we want a 50. And as I mentioned before about the splash pad and some of the water playgrounds, and so there's a lot of expectations in that regard. One of the default is, and it's just a mindset, as soon as your old outdoor pool needs replacing, you replace it with another outdoor pool. And it's a bit of a challenging one, and certainly the 2 case studies, in fairness, we appreciated them having us on board, but really they were not necessarily screaming out for an indoor replacement. It was a case of, hey, we'll probably run with the outdoor. And hence, while we're just trying to stir things up to say, well, maybe let's at least have a look at it. I suppose if there is a default, which is a outdoor with an outdoor, then certainly communities may well sometimes say, hey, well, why don't you place the outdoor with an outdoor plus an indoor? So once again, those unrealistic local expectations. Role of councillors, those of you who work in a council environment, and hopefully there's no councillors here, but certainly that does provide another little curveball when working with a council that may well have a fair bit of data, a whole lot of insight, which suggests a particular path, but then councillors may well throw their 2 bobs worth in, which presents a bit of a deviation from what all the data would suggest. So that's another challenge that we've got. Competing priorities, we don't operate within a silo. Certainly we appreciate that local governments have got libraries, sports grounds, roads and the like, so they're certainly under a great deal of pressure. And one of the things that one of the councils met with go, actually, bit of merit to what you're talking about, but gosh, what happens when that little municipality, when that town gets their pool, you don't reckon the other 4 are going to jump at wanting it as well. So that's something else that needs to be confronted and certainly recognised. So as far as next steps, you saw 2 case studies. We'd like 2 or 3 more, I'd say. We'd really like to examine and understand what regional areas may well have an appetite for exploring, not locking in, and I think it's highly likely that neither of the 2 case studies we look at will be running with it, but we really welcome the opportunity of just exploring it, building up a bit of a case study, and with that capital part of the equation, I think there's a desire or an interest, maybe naively, if I can be as bold, but with Lifesaving Victoria say, we might be able to address this capital side. If we can just find one location that's prepared to explore it, it would be a great exercise in trying to get some government support to look at a different model to ensure that there's aquatic facilities available across the country. So whilst there's not a lot of, I think there's only about 3 tables really that were regional, if there is any interest or you're talking to a council, regional councils, we would probably through Alec or Andy, would love to hear from you. We through the Royal Life project, I think we're going to be crystallising some of the capital costs and perhaps working with quantity surveyors to really land a bit closer to what the actual costs could be and what some of the variables would be about saying, well, what if we didn't go with this and what if we dropped the roof, or even if we did have a smaller outdoor pool. So we can cost that. We didn't want to go too early. Building costs are just going through the roof, but we weren't really clear on what sort of facility, whilst we're pretty clear on the modular design, what the components might be. As I mentioned before, the Royal Life project that I've been working with Royal Life, that's going to be released fairly shortly, and there's got some really good insights there, which is probably taking a little bit further in some regards, that is playing around with some solutions and looking at case studies of other aquatic facilities across the country that aren't operating in the as per the norm, and maybe there's some learnings there. As I reflected on one there, which was about some municipalities being serviced by a private sector. Is there scope for the local government to be actually working with the private sector in addressing what is looking like going to be a significant challenge into the future? And I suppose once we nut that out, then we can really identify through those case studies if there's a live one out there, if I can put it that simply, in terms of identifying where this particular model might well actually be applied. So that is the end. Terrific. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
So a lot going on. Throw on top of that, the Inspector General for Emergency Management is doing 2 investigations next year. One is into the ESTA responses to emergency services calls. One is into water safety, which we are obviously at the forefront of. And we also have the Water Safety Task Force, again, specifically in regional areas, saying we've got the Department of Education and Training who funds school swimming, and they've got those schools saying we need to get into pools. How are we supposed to do these lessons? So there's a lot of moving parts here. There's a lot of very interested parties, and there's still a lot of work for us to do. But I think to John's point on the rejuvenating project. We do need investment in that area, but I think it's fair to say that we offer incredible value overall from a social health and well-being perspective. And what we need to do is work our message and make sure, going back to Justin's very first message earlier today, there has to be one message. You can't have Royal saying one thing and LSV saying another thing and somebody else saying the other thing. So there's a lot of work for us to do to come together and move forward. I think give us $8 billion. The industry is worth $9.1 billion a year, so I think there's a pretty good start. But there's a lot more work for us to do, but some exciting times ahead. That does bring us to the end of the summit. We have asked for drinks to be brought forward. And I don't want to hold anybody back from their drinks, but I do want to thank everybody who presented and shared their time and experience today. I want to thank our sponsors who made today possible. I want to thank the Aquatic Industry Services team at LSV, so Alec, Chris, Lisa and Callum. And I want to, on behalf of all of us, thank the team at Merthyr who have sponsored drinks. My final message from everyone at LSV, it's really, really simple. We hope you have a safe and enjoyable summer, and we hope to see you next year.